Hello everybody, welcome to my channel. This is Shiva Ravindra. Today I am going to explain complete real-time COVID-19 project. This is end-to-end. So CDISC SDTM ADaM and efficient programming to generate the tables, listings, figures by use. In this videos, I am going to explain everything in detail. What is a real-time project and how the real-time SAS programmer will work on the project, etc. We'll discuss in detail and in depth. Okay, so coming to my introduction, my name is Shiva Ravindra. I am working as a principal statistical programmer and I have a 15 years of clinical SAS programming experience. In my experience, I have dealt so many therapeutic areas, projects, end-to-end projects, and I'm well versed with SQL, SAS, HSGCP, and I have also having the real-time CRA experience as well. I'm working with the great online training from last 5 years as a trainer. I have teached so many students, and they are well placed as well. Okay. So in this video, the agenda is what is the content list and what is the flow of project, what is the plan. Okay. So in this video, so I am going to cover what is the topics, listings. Listing one is the analysis population, listing two adverse event, the macro or dynamic, how to create with the zero observation sign, without the zero observation listing. And I'll write from the scratch programming from end to end, like so I'll open the empty editor window. I'll write from the first line, first syntax to last syntax in depth, and a table, that is demographic table, and one more categorical variables which are displayed in the demographic table I'll explain, and efficacy table also I'll explain in this video. So the p-value, 95% confidence intervals, as well as figure session I'll take, how to create the any type of figure by using a technique. And the ADAMs which I covered in this video are, one is ADAM ADAE, that is adverse event programming, and vital signs programming, and SDTM also I'll give a overview, as well as demographic programming explanation clearly, as well as that will divide it into part 1, part 2, and part 3, because it is a lengthy programming. I'll cover in 3 parts, as well as medical history and how to create the supplementary data sets as well I covered in this video, and how the Pinnacle 21 and define.xml I'll show the tool, and how to do the validation of the Pinnacle 21 also I'll cover in this video. So general the flow of clinical SAS programmer work with start from the raw data sets, ends with the tables, listings, figures. This is the general flow of any therapeutic area, any project. And in this you can see what is our role as a SAS programmer, what is our role, which areas we involved in the particular area. So first, in the case of raw data set, our role is to check the CRF case report form and how the data extraction was happen, also involved by the SAS programmer. Coming to the SDTM part, study data tabulation model data set creation. So we have to involve the annotations and implementation guide review, as well as specification development, as well as programming development, as well as QC. Okay. It comes to the ADAM, so ADAM implementation guide, as well as ADAM spec review, as well as ADAM data set development, as well as QC. It comes to the TFL area, so we are looking for the mock shell for the layouts prepared by the statistician, and we have to write the program and do the QC. Here, along with the 3.2, so we'll cover 3.4 versions as well as in this video. Okay. So the plan of the training is, COVID-19 project. It will take around 22 to 25 days. In this first day, I'll cover the demo session, give the overview about the project. Second, what is our aim? Here, our aim is to provide our COVID-19 drug is more efficient than the placebo drug. That is our aim. We are going to show as a by getting the results, we can conclude, okay, our COVID-19 drug is significant difference between the placebo drug effects or not. We are going to show by with our results. Okay. So in this course, I'll cover 10 listings, 13 tables, 3 types of figures, 8 types of ADAMs, and 6 types of SDTM. Okay, so let's begin the course content. So after the last class, we'll cover the mock interviews, resume preparations, and discussion with what are the interview questions will happen. Extra materials if any students are requested. That is also I'll provide and take some more extra classes. Okay.
Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning all. Yeah, so we'll wait 1 more minute, then we can start, okay? So some people are joining still. So just wait 1 more minute, then we can start, okay? Okay, so we'll start today's session. So today, the first class is, so we are going to create the listing, okay? So what is the listing? So listing nothing but, so as per the mock shell, the statistician provided some mock shells. So we are going to display our data into the specified RTF format. So we are not doing anything like not deriving anything new thing. Just we display the data set data into the RTF output manner. That means, so what is the data set? Because so some clients or some people don't have an access to the SAS and even they don't know the SAS, right? So whenever we are representing the SAS data into the RTF format, so everybody can easily understand. So if it is there in the data set, so they can't understand. But if you are providing a simple and so RTF style of manner structure, so in a specified manner, so they can easily understand the data. Okay, so that is called listing. Listing nothing but simply the data we are representing in a RTF specified manner. Okay, so here, so we are going to start to create a listing. So whenever your pro manager or your team lead assign a listing work to you, so they will provide you the number. Okay, so this listing, so okay, this person has to be do. Okay, so how to start and how to finish this listing development. Okay, so here you can see they mentioned 16.2.1.1 assignment to analysis population. So most of the time 16 series starts with the listing, 14 series starts with the tables and figures. Okay, so 16211. So if they assign me a listing, so first what we do, so just to go to the project folder. Okay, so in that, so there is a mock shell folders are there. Okay, so in that, go to the listings folder and look at, so which mock
Hi,
shell.
Shiver. There's no audio. Are you talking?
Yeah, so yes, everybody not able to hear my voice. Hello.
We are able to hear you. Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, that means I think your problem at your end. Just check. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, also can you enlarge your screen, please?
No, so I think, so it is enlarged screen only. So you need to change your settings, I think, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Here you can see the listing mock shell is like this. So mock shell is nothing but, so what are the information the statistician is expecting from this listing. Okay, so 16.2.1.1 assignment to the analysis population. Okay, so they are expecting this five variable information. So first variable is subject number information, second variable is safety population, third variable is intent to treat population, fourth one per protocol population, fifth one randomization population. So these five subject related information they are expecting in this listing. So each and every subject, all the information. So we need to create a program to produce this output in a similar structure with the data, with the study data we have to create. Okay, so here this above COVID-19 protocol 16, this we can call it as header pod, and this one, so this below one we can call it as footer one. Okay, so 10 titles and 10 footnotes are allowed as per the SAS standards. Okay, so this 10 titles and footnotes we have to include. So the here 1, 2, 3 titles and one footnotes they have given. So within this one body part, so we have 5 variables and they have given some annotation in a red color. That means where this information you can find. So as I told you in the demo session, tables, listings, figures, all outputs. So we are going to use a ADaM dataset as a source dataset to produce the tables, listings, figures. Okay. So in that ADaM dataset, so you need to consider ADSL dataset, and in that ADSL dataset, you have to use the USPJ ID variable for this column information. So second variable ADSL dataset, SAFFL variable you can use to produce a second column. Like that, 5 columns variables they have annotated in a red color highlighted. So we can use and we can produce this listing. Okay. So how to start this programming? So go to the on editor, SAS editor empty video. Okay. So empty editor window. Then go to the documents first. Okay, so every program if you are starting, so they need a header part. So every client or every company, so they have a standard header part. So standard header part, what it means? So it means we need to mention all the details related to the program, so what you are going to do. Okay, so the client is like, so if the client mentioned, you can mention, otherwise you can mention directly. Project is COVID-19 A. So if they are a client mentioned, we can mention the client as well. And here this is a project protocol 43 like that. Okay, the program name is what the program name is here. This program name is LIS1. So this program name is LIS2. Okay, the program name is LIS1, nothing but listing 1. Okay, so just LIS program 1, and also save this program into, so where, so all the programs are going to stored into the study folder. In that programs are there, right? Programs folder. So just stored all the programs into the program folder. Okay, so just save the program into LIS1. Okay, so whenever you want to update, simply open from there and you can update. So program type is listing. The purpose is to produce this listing. Okay, So SAS version is 9.4. Windows operating is 2010. Okay. So author is Viva. So date of creation is 14th September 2023. So any modification history? So first time no modification history. So from the second time onwards, like so any updates or any comments given by the validator or any other person. So we are going to change the program according to the comment, right? So that time you need to mention the modification history. So what is the modification done in the programming? So you need to be mentioned. So first what we do, so to create this listing, so we need this ADSL dataset required from the ADaM library. So what they mention here, you can see here all the ADaM datasets are there in the ADaM dataset folder. So what we have to do, so we have to include or we have to get into the SAS environment. How to get this dataset into SAS environment? Simply we can call this into SAS environment. How to call? So you already know your base and advanced as libname ADaM. Just mention that path so that we can access the data set into our ADaM library. Okay, so these are the data set which we can access from the our SAS system to our SAS SAS window. Okay, so in this ADaM dataset, analysis data model dataset, so these are using for the analysis purpose or TFLs generation purpose. So in this you can see the ADSL dataset. So you can find a lot of variables, study ID, use sub ID, sub ID. So many variables are there in this dataset. Okay, but what they are expecting, so they want to display only this 5 variables. Okay, only 5 variables only they want to display in this listing, so not all the variable. So for the purpose what we do, simply you can create one temporary data set. So data equal to ADSL1 set. Which data set is the source? ADaM data set ADSL. And what are the variables they want to keep? The first variable is, so ADSL data set use subject ID. Second variable is SAFFL. So third variable is ITTFL. And fourth variable is per protocol population flag. And fifth variable is randomization flag. So these 5 variables they want to be included in this data set or in this listing. Okay, so just run this one, go to the log and check. Okay, so 116 observations and 5 variables we created. Go to the work library, and what is the temporary data set we created? ADSL1. You can see the 5 variable information in this data set. You can see around 116 subjects are there. So if you want to see the labels of the dataset variables, so go to the view and you can click on the column labels. So you can see unique subject identifier, safety population, intent, per protocol, randomization. If you want to see the variable names, go to the column names. So the variable names were there here. Okay. So now, so we are going to present this data into the RTF. Okay. So for that purpose, what we do, so title 1. So what is the title 1? Justification equal to left alignment. So because it is in a left right, so first title is justification equal to left alignment. So this is the first title. title to justification equal to left alignment. So this is the title to. Title 3 justification equal to center alignment. So this is a center alignment, right? So the left side, and this is the center side. If it's here something here, that is the right side. Okay. So justification equal to center alignment. So 3 titles are given. So next footnote 1 justification equal to left alignment. So this is a footnote. So now after that one, you need to send this information into one place, right? So here where we have to send this RTF file. So this RTF file, like RTF file, we need to create. So here you can see, go to the layout and you can see the orientation, right? So go to the orientation. Which orientation it is? Landscape. So whatever we are going to create, the RTF should be in a layout orientation, should be in a landscape. So for that purpose, we are writing options orientation equal to landscape. Okay. So next, where to send this one? ODS RTF file equal to. So where to send this RTF file? So there is subfolder as per the structure in this. So all the outputs should be stored in the outputs folder. So we have to send our RTF file into rich text file into this output folder. Okay. Just mention that path. And so what is the name of this output? Okay. So the listing, and so the number is 16. That is 16 to 11, right? So 16 to 11. So I will use like this, 16 to 11. Okay. So 16 to 11, the extension is RTF file. Okay, so what are the information is there in the data set? So we are going to print into the one RTF output, and that RTF output should be stored in this path. Okay, so how to send this data set into that file? So we are going to use the proc report. Proc report. So data equal to, so which data set we are using? ADSL1. Okay, so ADSL1, and so we don't want to print this output into the output window. So we are directly send that information into the RTF file. So for that purpose, I just written no window option, so that you know what happened, the output content was not printed in this output window. Directly we are going to send this output, the information into this RTF file. Okay. So next, one split character you can use. So I'll tell you what is the split character use. So right now I am defining one split character is this symbol, mod symbol. Okay. And yeah, fine. Next, column. So what are the variables we are going to represent? These 5 variables. So just copy and paste it here. Okay. So next, define each and everything. Define each and everything. So if you assume that, so everything was 100% width. For example, this was a 100% RTF width. So we need to give some weightage to this variable, this variable, this variable. So 5 variables are there, 20%. So it will occupy 100%, right? So if you assume the overall RTF file style is 100%, so we are going to give 20% to each of the variable. Okay. So define. So the first variable is use of JID. Okay. So you have to say mention the order, so that so the subject numbers are there, 1 2 3 like that is there. So it should be in a order wise, it should be ascending order, should be present, should be display. Here you can see, here use of JD is there. First you need to display 2002, next to 2003, 2004 like that, so we have to display in the output, right? So that is why I mentioned order. So next, the label of the variable. So what they are mentioning, the label subject in a first line. So subject number. Okay. So subject number they want to include the label. But so what they are mentioning here, if you see carefully, subject they want to first line, number they want to be second line. So how to split this into 2 lines? So that is why we mentioned the split character here, mod symbol. So if you mention that symbol here, so automatically it was going to split. So this was first line split, this was going to the second line. So the what are the symbol you are mentioned here, that symbol you mentioned in the define statement, so that it will split. Okay. So once it done, so you mention style of this header. Okay. So justification equal to left alignment, and you will mention the cell width equal to, so I am giving 20%. Okay. So 20% occupancy of this variable. So this is a header nothing but, so this header, subject number header is there, right? So this header I am giving the 20%. So total column also I am giving the same cell width. Okay, this is the header part, and this overall column, so we can give the 20% same cell width. So that see column 20%. Okay, so that means what? Use of JID occupancy is 20%, entire out of 100% occupancy, use of JID we are giving 20% occupancy. Okay. So next, the same thing you can copy and paste it here. So next one is SCFFL. Okay. So this time no need this one, and here you can see the safety population, safety in a first line, population in a second line. So safety in a first line and population in a second line. Okay, so this also we can use 20% occupancy. So next one is, initially you can give any cell width, later output produce, so we can check and we can adjust the cell width if needed, you can increase or decrease. Okay, but total should be 100%. So next IDTFL. So intent to treat population, intent to treat in the first line, population in the second line. Okay. So next one is per protocol. So here the per protocol. Next one is last one is the randomization population flag, RANDFL. So the name randomized population. Okay, so 20 20 20 20, so total 100%, right? So this variable total is 20, so don't think that it is not 40. Header and column, so we are giving 20 20. That means, so you can just calculate the column. So occupancy is 20 20 20 20, total is 100, but so up to 99 only it allowed, not 20, not 100, up to 99 only it allow. If we are giving 100%, so this variable go to the next page. Up to 100% only, 99% only it allowed. Once it done, just run it. And what are the ODS we are closing? ODS underscore all underscore close, so that anything was open. So without writing this statement, you can't close the program, because so if you are running the output, so still the output is in a read only mode. So if you are writing this one, so the output was closed and you are able to open. So just if you run entire program, see here, so the LSL listing was generated in this way. Okay, so in this way the listing was generated, but it is not our expected. Why? Because this is in a different style, but the mock shell was in a different way. So if you see, this RTF style is different from this RTF style, right? So this is a default RTF style, but the client is expecting in a some other style of way of representation, right? So this is okay, but this is not they are expecting. Okay, so how to get the same style of RTF file as client was expecting? Okay, so just close this one, and here, so we can ask, so for the style purpose, so one macro is available. Okay, so one macro is available, so you can use that macro. Okay, so here go to the macro, and here, so there is a RTF macro is there. Okay, so this RTF macro, just I am opening and show you. So okay, so this is the RTF style of macro. Okay, either you can copy this macro, either you can call this macro also, fine. Okay, so once you are calling this macro is executed, and you can call this macro. So in this macro, so everything was defined. So everything was defined, how the style should be, and how the titles font should be. So what is the cell width, cell padding, etc. Everything was top margin, bottom margin, inches also. It will define, and it will create one template. So the template name is here. So they stored as styles.test. So what you do is simply you can call this macro here. Simply we can call this macro here. Okay, so how to call the macro? Simply you can percentage include, and you can call this macro folder rtf.sas. So once you are calling this macro, just you run this one. So the template was called, and it was executed, and now you call that macro. So how to call macro? So this is a macro, right? So this is a macro name. So you can call this macro like this. So once you are calling this macro, okay, fine. So calling this macro, and this template was created. So now you are using this template name into our here. Okay, so ODS RTF file, right? So here you can write it a name like style equal to styles.test. Okay, so if you are using that thing here and run once again, you are able to generate the RTF in a same format what they are expecting. Okay, give me 1 minute, I'll be back. Yeah, so still we do some changes in this, so I'll tell you. So first thing is, okay, so we are able to generate RTF file as they expected. Okay, but still, so we need what? So we have to, we are missing the above line and one below line is missing. So above line, so here they are expecting one above line, right? Here above one line and this this line and this below one line. So below one line, this line was automatically created, the above line is missing. To draw that above line, okay, so we write one statement. So one special syntax we can write. So the special syntax is like compute before each and every page, okay, line at the rate from the first position onwards, okay. So just this special syntax to resolve as a line you can find in anywhere like Google also you can check. So cap symbol and style, output width equal to 100%, border width equal to 0.5 pt. So if you are applying this one, so 1 minute, just one, this flower brackets and this one be careful, otherwise it won't resolve. So this is a flower bracket, this is this type of bracket. So close this. So end the comp. So each and every pages, so we want to draw a line, so you can apply this statement so that it will resolve as a line, but it is not resolved as a line. So what we mentioned, so directly it was so like given as a same syntax. So to get this as a resolved as a line, what we do here, one cap symbol we are using, right? So we need to escape this cap symbol. Okay, so then only it will going to resolve as a line. So for that purpose you can write one statement here, option escape char equal to the spelling is ESCA So this is ODS option. ODS escape char equal to this cap symbol. So if you are not writing this statement, so it won't reserved as a line because it containing special character is there, right? So now you can run and see here. So it was, 2 lines. Okay, so 2 lines it was getting. So what we do here, style equal to, so total output width equal to 100%. Why we are getting 2 lines? Style equal to 100%, 0.5 pt. Okay, so style output width equal to this one. Okay, so if you are not able to get this line, so 2 lines it is getting, so we can add manually. So if you want, so up to here you will get. So we add some more. Some more. So how much extent you want to add, so you can add. Yes. Yeah, so again 1 2 3 4 5, so 5 lines we deleted. 1 2 3 4 5. So if you are added manually, so this no need. Yeah, so this is a perfect line. So the above line we added. So one more, so below line also we added. So most of the content was okay, fine, but still a below line is missing. So below line is missing. So here also below line is missing and below line is missing. So for that purpose, so what I do is simply you can copy this one and paste it here. So it is after of each and every page. So still the line is missing, but at the end of the page you can see there are 2 lines were added. Okay, so why 2 lines? So without this one, so draw a line here as well. So we'll see. Okay, so I'll tell you. So first, we can put a one line. So I don't know. So because so this we are add manually, but in the real time, what happened? There is standard macro to draw this line. Okay. So here we are adjusting the lines, and so each and every page how to get this line. So each and every page how to get this line. So everything was printed, page by page. So what I do is here we are going to control the page numbers here. Okay. Let me 1 minute. So now what we do here, so we are handling the page numbers here itself. Okay. So how to handle the page numbers in the data set itself. Okay. So first you can write the ADSL2 set ADSL1. Okay. So first you can retain two variables, line number and so page number. So this time giving as a P, variable number P. So 1. So once you are writing this one, so what happened here now? So ADSL2 here, line number was 1, page number also 1. Okay, so all the observations we have saved. So what is the next step I am doing here? LNT plus 1. So that what happened? So the line number was going to iterate like so 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 like this. So what I do here, so I am giving LNT equal to 0, pH equal to 1. So now what happened? So here you can see LNT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to. So how many observations are there? 116 up to it was going to iterate. So the P variable is 1. Okay. So once it reaches to the line was reaches to the 20 lines, if it is reaches, okay. So then what I do here, okay. So again this pay variable, so I am adding the plus 1. Okay, so it is 1 2 3 4 5 like that it is going to iterate, right? So once it reaches to the 20 lines, so I am adding the plus 1 to the p variable, and that time again the LNT will starts from the 1. Okay, so like that I just return the loop. So what happened now here? So every 20 lines, for example, first 20 lines, so the p variable is 1. So the next 20 variables, 20 observations, so the p variable is 2, and the next 20, it is a 3, it is a 4, like that, So 20 lines, it will create one unique number. Okay, so that number we are going to use into the proc report at first variable, and that variable we are not printing. That variable you can use as a page break. P divided by page. Okay, so now you can able see variable P is not working, ADSL1. So we are using ADSL2 dataset, right? Now you can see bottom line also was printed 20 lines. Okay, So I'll check why it is happening like this. Let me close once, open the program once again. So if you understand one listing, so you are able to generate, so the upcoming listings also you can easily handle out. Okay. So the bottom line was automatically created, but still, if you are not adding this one, so before running the program, just close the output and again you have to run the bottom line.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm new to this listing process, and I have a quick question that is there a particular reason to follow a set format? Is it for the company, or is it a requirement by CDISC for submission?
Yes, so listing should be RTF style and specified by the client format. Okay, so this RTF we have to produce as per the client requirement, because the client having so all his products the same format. Okay, so this one above line and below line should be present. Okay, so here, so 1 minute, just adding this line. So why it is not resolving, so I don't know. So if you added the dotted lines, so dotted lines, but bottom line was printed. Okay, so without adding, but if you are not adding this dots also, why it is? I'm not facing
Maybe
this issue
the
here.
style, whatever you have added in that style itself, it is there.
No. Because so we are giving the manual line here. So here also if we are giving the manual line without giving, so it won't printing. But if you are giving, that was going to print in a next line. Okay, I'll check this one, why the bottom line is extra, this was printing, but the remaining everything same. So program wise it is fine. So I'll try with some style statement here. Okay, so let me see. Line @1 and so cap symbol, output width equal to 100%, border top width equal to 0.5 pt, ODS escape char equal to this cap symbol. Now it's fine. So now it's fine. You can see just use the same thing, instead of drawing manual line, so you can use the syntax. Okay, So you can use the syntax to get the proper line. Okay, so no need to, so again and again, so we no need to adjust. Simply you can use this, special syntax so that, so the line was perfectly fitted. So now you can see the line was perfectly fitted. So bottom line of each page, top line of each page was exactly, fitted. Okay. So this is the listing we provided. This is the mark shell they give, right? So exactly similar with the data. Okay. So what we do is here, so simply we can add this special syntaxes to reserved as a line, but be careful, we have to write this escape char equal to this cap symbol, otherwise it won't reserved as a line. So before page and after page, the page handling of each and every 20 lines, so we can fit. So the 20 lines not only limited, so how many lines if you want to fit, you can fit. So for example, if you are giving like 25 lines, so up to maximum lines you can consider. Okay, 25 lines if we are giving, so is it fitted? 25 lines also fitted. Okay, and 28 you can try. 20 lines also fitted because the bottom line you are able to see in each page. And if you are trying with a 30 lines per a page, 30 lines also fitted. You will try with the 32 lines. 32 lines was not fitted because the bottom line is missing. So we can give 31 line and check. So like this, you can adjust the number of objects. 30 lines one fitted. If you are giving 32 lines, that is not fitted to each page. Okay. So each and every pages, top line should be present, bottom line should be present, and maximum number of observations you can include it to occupy the page. Okay. So around 4 pages, right? So here bottom you can see 4 of 4. Okay. So here also you can see automatically 4, and which day you are producing, that is a default, it was going to print. Okay. So this is for listing creation. So I'll explain once again. So first what we do, simple calling the libraries and access the data into the SAS environment by using the libname statement. So next thing is keeping the variables which are required for the listing. Next, how many lines you want to control into one page. So by using this statement, like, so once the 31 line was reached, so we are creating the page numbers like p variable. So 31 lines, we created one unique number for this variable. After that one, we need the client related RTF style. So we are calling the macro. This macro either provided a client or the company will provide you. So no issues. So calling that macro. Otherwise, this type of macros is available in the Google as well. You can copy paste, or you can call them also fine. So this macro you can call for the RTF style, the client expectation. So the titles you can mention, footnote we can mention. The orientation of this RTF file is landscape. So we need to resolve as a bottom line and a top line. So use the escape char equal to cap symbol, so that only the special syntax is going to reserved as a line. So where to save this file and which style you are using RTF style by calling this macro. Okay, so our styles.test was created, right? So you can use that one. And after that one, write the proc report data set and mention the variable and define each and every variable with the label and cell weight, and above one line and below one line break the variables which we created for the pagination, and close everything. Then you can run and produce the output with the data. So this is the mock. So this is with the data we created exactly equal to the mock shell, and titles for footnotes was exactly printed, the data was printed, etc. We need to check. Okay, so anybody having any doubts, you can ask me now. So this is
With
the
the date,
first. Yeah.
the date, the correct date is it? Did you copy the date or you use today's date?
No. Here you can see the date and time will automatically handle in the real time. So this was, so because we are using some pirated version SAS, right? So that date was printed. Okay. So no need to worry about the data and page number. So in a genuine SAS, licensed SAS, that was reserved as the date and time exactly when you are running. So that date and time it will print. Okay.
Sure, thank you.
This is a pirated one, right? So it was printed in a long back 2014, like which we are, installing the dates as, so that date it was printing. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Sir, when we are including style macro, again, why we are saying style equal to specifically styles.test?
Because while, running this one template was created. Okay, so that template is, this is the template, so that was we are using for the style. So if we are simply calling, so there is no use, right? So it was created but we haven't used that one, so we are using this one, then only this RTF was style was going to change. Okay, so this is a macro, so that macro having that style, so that style was generated while running this macro. The style, this styles that test was created while running this RTF style macro. So now we are applying that into the style statement so that this RTF file is going to change. Otherwise this RTF file is default style it was produced. Okay.
Okay, but
Well, what if they?
you know that this is to be test or something. It is there in that macro.
Yeah, so here you can see, go to this one, a macro folder, and this RTF file. Okay, so here you can see they mentioned define styles dot tiles dot test is there. Okay, so this was there, so this you can use here. Okay, open the macro and see, so which is what is created by this one, so that you can add here. Okay.
Okay.
What if the sponsor or the CRO wants you to generate a macro by yourself?
So in that cases, so the company, the CRO having so many projects we already done, so many styles of RTF we have generated, right? So anything you can take from there. Otherwise, in the Google, so many templates are available. So like this RTF style macros are available. You can use one of them and you can, produce RTF in that format and telling that to the client. So this is the format we have. So is it okay for you? Means so they will confirm. So if they are okay, so we use that entire, all the outputs in a same style. Okay. Otherwise, we can ask the client. So the client specific anything there for other product, because one client is there like BMS or Amgen or any Roche. So the entire projects they are maintaining one standard, that RTF style, one standards only they maintain. So they are using one RTF style macro. So they are, entire project they are maintaining one type of output. So they will provide you that macro, so we can use that macro to apply your project's outputs as well. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. So any syntax or any keyword, if you are facing challenges, so what you do, search in the Google and learn that one, because in the base and advances you are so you miss some keywords learning or something. So what you do, so whenever you see something like titles and footnotes or ODS, just learn in the SAS by the keyword in the Google. Why? Because so you are going to learn so many things in upcoming as well, because in the real time also whenever you see in other programmer you find some new things, so that time you need to be learn those as well. So you don't know when it is going to helpful. So sometimes you are going to debug other programmers program as well, so you need to aware of some keywords. If you don't know something, so just learn by yourself from now onwards, because everything so I'll explain you so as much as I can. But any new thing, any new keyword or anything new to you, so you learn with the examples by yourself. That is so improving your SAS technical skills as well. Okay, so please practice this listing, because so most of the listings and tables we are following the similar type of steps only. So that is why if you understand the one listing completely, so you are able to produce the listing by yourself in the sense, so that is easy for you in upcoming classes, you can understand easily. Okay, yeah.
Sure. For line 32 and 33,
Hmm.
LNT, is it your own acronym, or we can look it up online? Because so I was thinking you could do some commenting, to assist us a little bit. If not, so we can look it up somewhere else to know exactly what LNT means, and exactly I know the 31 to 35 is explains itself what the reason why you use LNT and what it means is a little confusing.
So LNT nothing, but just I'm creating the line number. Okay, so line number purpose, I just given the short name as LNT, line number. So page number purpose, so I just given as a P. So you can give any name as your convenient. So my convenient is line number, I am giving LNT. So page number I am giving P. Okay, so why I am not giving page? Because again here one page is there. So to to so not communicate with the page and p. So if you are writing again page, so you are going to confuse. To avoid that one, so line number purpose I just given a short name as LNT. So page number purpose I given the variable name as p. Okay, so here line number, so first steps are it is iterating one by one. So once it reaches to the 31 line, so what I commanding, so again you will start with the line from the 1, and so once it reaches to the 31 line, so the P already 1 is there, right? So again it will 2. Then again when loop will start again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 31. So that time what is the P value 2 is there, right? Again it will convert into the 3, and line number again it will starts with the 1. So here you can see the ADSL2. Here you can see, so loop was going like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to once 31 reaches, so it will going to the 2. Again line number was started with 1. So again it was loop was going to iterate. So once it reaches to the 31 line, so again it is plus 1, 2 is converting into 3, LNT was starts with 1, like that. So no need to confuse in this. So it is applicable to most of the tables and listing. So if you understand this one, so the page number you can handle easily. Okay.
So it is an accumulator, and P is accumulator on each page.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Shiva, is there a particular reason for selecting a particular format or style for the listing by the client?
Yes, so this client, this particular client, so this is client name is like Vand or something. So they are expecting this format. So that is why. So we are generating the same format. Okay. So most of the content, most of the companies or clients, they are expecting only this, not default style. So just so little bit changes in RTF style macro. So using that one, so they will provide you directly. You can add that a thing here. So otherwise, some standard macros are there. So if you calling that macro, automatically in that standard macro, this RTF style, everything was handled. You can just simply calling that macro and write the proc report. So that will take care by the RTF styles. Okay. So if your company is not providing standard macro, so this is a way to do. So you can take the ask RTF styles from the client or company, and you can do. Okay.
Hi, sir. Those variables are company will provide. Otherwise, we have to select like safety population.
So this is statistician preparing the mock. So nowadays the statistician was annotating with the red color. If in case the stats will not provided this red color variable annotation, so you need to check and search where these variables are there in the ADaM dataset, and you have to use that variable by yourself. Okay. So big clients, they are providing the annotation clearly. So Amgen, Roche, or BMS, or any other clients, they will provide you clearly. So which variable need to be considered for which variable. Okay. So that is easy for programmers to handling easily. Otherwise, you need to check and search and use those variables. Okay, go and check with the ADaM datasets and where it is. So initially, yes, by search it is difficult for first time programmers, but later if you are working on 1 year, so you can easily find so where it is there. So because so you are daily you are sitting around 8 to 10 hours in the SAS and looking the variable names and data set, so you can easily recognize where the variables are there in which data set. Okay.
So, is there any particular reason why you started from tables and not from
Yeah,
SDTM?
because so previous batches we started SDTM and they are not going to understand anything because you people are just learn your base and advanced SAS. So what are the procedures if you are using? So if you are implementing those procedures, you can easily understand. As well as listings are little bit easy compared to the tables, ADAMs and SDTM and ADA. So if you started this one, so you are now easily familiar with the process, then gradually I increase the complexity so that you are into way into the smooth into the project. So if you directly starts with the SDTM, so you people are not understanding anything. Okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah. So now no worry, at the end of the training, so I'm going to cover everything what I promised. Okay. So even the
So how do we start practicing this one? How do we start practicing this one then?
So here you can see the plan is like this: first listing, next tables, next figures, next ADAMs and SDTM and other topics. Okay. Yeah.
I
So
mean,
even
practicing from
you
yeah.
are not expecting a complete project from the client. Sometimes what they do, they directly provide you the ADAM datasets and the requirement is only listing. So that time so you have to work on directly the listings. So directly you can access and you can write the listing programming itself. So sometimes not we are getting complete project, we are getting the patches of work as well also from the client. Okay.
Mhm. Right. Thank you.
When we are practicing in this listing, where are we supposed to get this data?
So I'll upload everything into your folder, so you can access
Okay.
from that folder the data sets and the so the documents etc. Okay, and you can take
Okay.
from there and you can practice. Okay.
Okay. From today onwards, it will be available, right?
Yes, so this class recording once after this class after 1 hour, so I'll upload everything so you can take from there.
Okay. Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, where is the folder again? How do we access the folder for this class?
So ask Balu. So I am placing into your this drive. I think CD's 84th batch. So I already uploaded the demo class and the material. Okay. So you can ask Balu to provide the access for this folder, 84th batch. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So there
Okay,
I
no
will
problem. Thank
provide
you.
everything. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Please, could you put this code you've written? Could you put it in there, not just as a video, but this file? Save that for us, so we'll have a template which we can print and take with us where we're going.
Mm. So means what you are, so can you repeat? Yeah.
I was just saying that could you save this as a
Yes.
maybe a file or a template? Not just the video that we have to watch, but something that we could print out and take with us.
Yeah, I'll save everything so you can take and you can practice. So just what you people do, just in your PC, so you create the same folder structure and do the same thing what we done. So just so in my case, in the G drive I created this folder, right? So you also do the same thing and create the subfolder and so practice in this way because real-time project folders are also like this. So I'll save my code as well as template everything into your shared drive folder. You can take from there and practice. Okay.
Okay.
So I know, yes, first time it is little bit difficult, I know, but so once you started one step and other step, so because so this is the work only we are going to do in our real time. Okay, so you are learning base and advanced has so many procedures. All the procedures may or may not useful for your listing, but so this is the work we are going to do. So the client given the listing work, so you have to write the programming and generate the listing with the data and provided for the review as well as submit to the US FDR and other regulatory. Okay, so just try to learn each and every step has some important. So that is why. So just go and carefully. So step by step you can understand, you can implement and produce your output by yourself. Okay. So any challenges if you are facing, so definitely we'll discuss in the next class. So and we will do one more listing in tomorrow's class. Okay. Yeah. Meanwhile, just practice so that you will get more and more doubt. So all the doubts I will clarify in the tomorrow's class. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah. Somebody, yes, tell me.
Good morning, sir. Actually, on behalf of my husband, I joined here for the class.
Okay.
Actually, he had a question like he completed his M pharmacy with pharmacology in 2008
Okay.
and wanted to know like which is better now to do either SAS or CDM or pharmacovigilance, because right now we are in Canada.
So SAS is the best career because CDM and I don't know the other department having compared to the SAS they have less salaries. But if you learn the
Okay.
SAS, you have good packages and good career as well. Okay, because
Okay.
nowadays so many projects related to COVID-19, oncology, and other therapeutic area we have plenty of projects with the client, and this is the great career. Even I have 12 plus years work experience, so even still
Yes, sir.
so it is a demanding course. Okay, so okay, the SAS is the best career. So just learn the SAS and focus at least 3 to 4 months while learning.
Okay.
So after that one, so around 1 year you may struggle like little bit because if you are putting some fake experience, so you may struggle
Yes,
little
sir.
bit. So after that one, okay, it's going fine only because if you learn, if you have a strong, SAS knowledge, so easily you can survive in the industry. Okay, so with my training session, so you will expose it to the real-time projects as well, so no issues. So try
Okay.
learn this one, what are the course I provided to you, so please focus on this one. So SAS is the best career. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you guys, we'll meet you tomorrow same time. Bye everybody, have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah,
Good
very
morning,
good.
sir.
Yeah, good morning, Shiva.
Yeah, very good morning all. Yeah. So today we are going to see this 3 adverse event related listing. How to write a one programming to handle this 3 listing, and as well as how to generate if the data is having the 0 observations. Okay, if after filtering the main condition, if we are having the 0 observation, in that cases how to generate that type of listing. Okay, so the data set is a blank means how to handle, how to represent in the output if the data, if it is a no data now there in the data set after applying the condition. So I will show that one. So 3 listing 2 2 2 3 2 4. Okay, let me open the 3 shells. So this is 16 to 2 2. This is 16 to 2 3, and this is 16 to 2 4. Okay, so these 4 listings, these 3 listings are there. So here the main condition was given. So here the condition is AESCR equal to Y for this one AESCR equal to Y and AE out equal to fatal. So this one is A term not equal to missing. So these are the main criteria. So after applying this criteria, if anything, if no subject is there, how to display that type of output in RTF file. Okay, so we'll go by one. So first we can see the 16222 serious adverse events which leading to the death. Okay, so we can open the programs. You can take the reference. So this also I am going to create 3 listings separate first. After that one I'll show so how to combine or how to mix up all the 3 listings in one program and how to generate the 3 outputs in a different outputs. Okay, so here just I'm saving. This is a listing 8, right? So listing 8. So _1 I am giving. Okay, yeah. So individual listings I am creating now. So the first thing is here you need to take the information from which data set. You can all the 3 data sets have similar information, only the condition is changing. So they are asking us to take from the adverse event, that is analysis adverse event ADAE data set. They want to pick all this information. Okay, so annotation was given to one output, but that is equal to all the outputs are same variables. Okay, so you can take any this annotation for standard for all 3 listings. So data A1 set ADaM dot ADAE. Okay, so now you have to filter the condition. If the condition is what? Adverse event seriousness equal to Y and adverse event out equal to fatal. So by applying this condition, what are the subjects we are going to get? Serious adverse events which are leading to the death due to this adverse event. That type of subjects records they want to include in this listing. So what is the condition to apply that serious adverse event leading to death? So this is a serious adverse event variable equal to Y and death related variable this one AE outcome equal to death. So if you are applying this condition, so that you will get the subject who are having the adverse events and who are having the death. Okay, so if you are directly copy paste, sometimes it may happen. So just yeah, so now you can see one observation was there in the data set. Okay, so one subject is there having the death. Okay, this subject having the death. Okay, so it's fine. So for example, one more data set here, you can see ADAE underscore old data set. Okay, so for example, if the data is like this, one subject is there. If the data set is like this, okay, ADAE underscore old. So that time 0 observations. Okay, so there is no observation. Okay, so for example, if your data set is like this, one observation is there, so that observation you can print into the RTF file, that is no issue. If data is like this cases, how to print? So if you can see the data set having zero observation. If you open the work library data set also, it is a zero observation. So how can we print this if the data set is like this? Okay, so what I do, so if it is a zero observation, how to write a code, I'll show you. So first we can figure it out how many observations are there in the data set. Anyway, it's showing the log having zero observation, but we need to convert them into the macro variable. Okay, that macro variable will help us to detect whether the data set having the zero observations are more than zero observations. So for that purpose, what I do, simply I write proc SQL no print. I'm just counting number of subjects present in the data set. Select count of number of observations. Okay, so I'm creating a macro variable by using into class method. So the macro variable name I am giving NBR, number of observations, from which data set? AE1 data set. Okay, so just checking whether what is the macro variable reserved. So if you are running this one, so now what is the NBR? Value is 0 only, right? So AE dataset, AE1 dataset have 0 observation. So you want to create the 0 as a macro variable, you can write select count star into the NBR from AE dataset, that is a 0 observation. Okay, so once you decided, okay, this dataset having the 0 observation, so what I do is here, simply we can write the titles and footnotes and proc report according to the 0 observation way. Okay, so how to write that one? So simply you can call the RTF style of macro. After that one, titles and footnotes. So what is the title here? This one. Okay. So what is the output here? So this is listing, right? And output. So L underscore 16222. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes, fine. So, but we don't have any observations are in the present in the data set. So that is the purpose. We don't have, we have 0 observations in the data set. So we created one dummy data set for proc report purpose. So if we have a 0 observations, sorry, we can create one dummy data set, that is here. So same name. So what is the name here? AE1, right? So AE1 name. Okay, same name you can create, and you can create one variable that you can write at a no observations. Okay, just create one dummy data set and replace this data set. Okay, so this data set now 0 observations. Okay, so now what I do here, so simply I replace the data set, same data set into no observations. Now you can see there is a no observations column related variable we have added, right? So now you can write the proc report section. Okay, so AE1 and what is the variable we only having text. Okay, next you can define this one. Missing, so 99 you can give, and above one line, below one line you can give. So above not required, below only it's fine. It is no observations only, right? After that one you can close. Now you can see, so no observations. If you want to print this no observation in the center, mm, center, so no observations we are getting in a center. Okay, if the data set don't have any observations or data set having the zero observations, in that cases your output is going to report in this way. Okay, so if the data set have zero observations, so don't think that we are not going to print anything. So we have to report, so until the time of deliverable, so we are once what are the data we are getting in the data. So after applying this condition, there is no subject, so that is why we are displaying this listing as no observations. Okay, so for example, in case if we have an observation, so how to handle in these cases? If it is a no observation, we are handling in this case. If we have an observation, how to handle? Okay, so this is an old data set if you are using, so it is fine. So if it is a new data set, how to handle, like one observation is there, so how to report that observation if we have an one observation is there for the same condition. Okay, so what I do here, so I'm creating one more program.
Yeah, Shiva, I have a quick question.
Yeah,
So when we print no observations,
yeah,
do we not need the headers like view subject ID and
no read, no
other?
read, no read. Simply we can print as a no observations. No need to print any columns or any header names. Okay,
Okay.
so here the first one is, so no observations. So now I am going to use one more data set, that is ADAE dataset. Old we are using that containing zero observations. If you use ADAE, so if the condition met and one observation is there, so how to generate that type of listing? Okay, so that we can give 8_1_1 same program other. So just apply the condition. Okay, so here ADAE dataset if you are taking. Okay, So after applying this latest data set, so we have one observation is there. Okay, so we have one observation is there. So one subject was died during the clinical trial for this adverse event. Okay, so how to represent this one observation in the output? So simply first you can count. So we go to the same process. Okay, we go just count how many observations are there. Simply if you run and check. So now one observation is there, a log showing this data set having one observation is there. Okay, so after that one we can call the include and RTF style and this one. Okay, same thing. So now the proc report is different for this one, and we are not going to create the dummy observations, because if it is a zero observation, then only this no observation data set is dummy and we can overlapping the previous data set. But in case here, so we are not. So in these cases, so we can give the page number for this one observations, because in future we are going to get, so more numbers, right? So for example, if one, okay, fine. If we have a more observations, so that time also page number is required, right? So we are already handling the page numbers in previous listings. So this is a page number. So before that one, so we have to do one more thing. So we have to keep what are the variables are required for this one. Keep the first variable is what? USUBJID, right? And second variable is what? AE term and AE bodices or AE SOC and AE decode. These three variables, they want to concatenate it together with the slash, and they want to display all the information into this column. So that is why I am creating a new variable. Okay, so term, SOC and decode. Okay, you can give any name, no issues. Catex of this three variable with the slash. So first variable is AE term, AE bodices, AE decode. So these three variables concatenated together and create this variable TBD. Okay, so here they are asking like that only. So AE term, either AE bodices or AE SOC. So we have AE bodices, so we can use this variable, and AE decode. These three variables concatenated together and form this data. Next, these were start date, end date, seriousness, action taken, relationship, outcome. So these are the variables. So directly you can copy and paste it here. Action taken, rel, and outcome. Now you can see only the variables which are useful for our listing. So those only I have filtered. So everything was in a character. Okay. So now I am adding the page numbers also. Why page numbers? If it have one observation, it's fine. In future we may get, so more observations. So for that purpose, I just, giving the same name.
Shiva, I have a question, please.
Yeah.
In this case now, where you have an observation, So if you don't apply the proxy, what will happen?
No issues. Just finding how many observations I'm checking. So for that purpose, I am creating this macro variable. So what is the use? I will tell you, because whenever we macrotize the programming, so that time we need to figure it out whether the data set have zero observation, the data set have more than zero observation. So that time this macro variable helpful. So for that purpose, I created this one. So if you are not adding this one at this step, no issue. But in future, so whenever we macrotize, so that time I will tell you. So what is the exactly use of this, the importance of this step? Okay. So right now, just remember. So once you created this data set, how many observations are there in the data set? We can figure it out by using this step. Okay. Yeah. So by using this step, so we will find. Okay. So one observation is there in this data set. Okay, after that one we are assigning the page numbers. So 10 pages, 10 lines per page. Okay, so 10 lines per page is also we given. So next we can write the proc report section. So proc report section, so we will write. So because it is observation is there, so AE1. So what are the variables? So these variables we are going to include. So P and U subject ID. So here P is order and subject number. You can check how it is subject dot number. Okay, so around 15 I'm giving. So next, yeah. So this label is adverse event primary system organic. The first line, and the second line cause and preferred term. Okay, so this is a lengthy string, right? So I am giving around 30. So next one AESTDTC. So start date and time. So go to the next line, start date and time. So how much length I am giving? Around 10. Okay. So next end date. So end date and time. Okay. Next AESCR. Serious event. So serious event. I'm giving 6. You can also give randomly. After that one you can adjust. Okay. And the next one is, what is the next one?
Please, why again do we use order for the first one?
Order. Okay, this one. Because
Yes.
subject has multiple records, so we need to display only one time, right? For example, you subject has 5 AEs. So in the output, so we are going to display only that subject in one time, and the records are yesterday. So I have shown you. So one listing, you can see the output. So here you can see this 104003 have two records. One is a neutrophil, another one is a leukocyte. So if you want to group and if you want to print 003 first and 004, so order option will give. So order option what they do, so it will group as well as it will sort. Okay, that is the purpose I use the order here. So that so one subject has multiple AE, so that subject will print only one time, and the next time gap is there. So that gap belongs to the above subject only, right? So the order will group the observations as well as sorting the according to the data. Okay, so for the purpose I use order reuse subject.
Sir, but how we will know to which to order, which columns to order and which columns to group?
No, if you can,
There is a
give,
little
give the
confusion.
give the order, automatically it will group and order. So order is the best option than group. So no need to give anywhere group. So if you want to give the group, so just simply give the order. So it will do the grouping as well as sorting. Okay.
Yeah, understood, sir. But for other columns, we are not giving
Yeah.
order, right?
So for
So for
example,
which
order
columns?
the first column you can give the order. So if you think that second column also necessary, for example here. So here the first column having multiple records. So you can give the first column is order. Second column also having the same information. Okay. So for example here, so 101 is there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So 101 same. For example, here some XX is there. Okay. So fine. So next 101 same subject having. So YY information is there. So in that cases, only this first column you can give the order, so that it will print only one time. Okay. So for example, here this column also having the same XXX. Okay. So same information there, but here third column is different for this one. Okay. So adverse event is 2012, 2 and 1, and this one is same information, but the date is different. 2012, and here 2 and 2. So in that cases, this variable also you can use the order, so that it will print like this. Okay. So just check, so this variable and this variable and is same, and the third variable is different. First two variable you can apply the order. So first variable is the same, and second variable itself different. Only first variable you can give the order. Okay.
Okay, so we need to look at the data
So
after printing, then we can decide.
first we can give first use of JD order, and remaining no need to give any order. Once output was generated, you thought that a second variable also having the same information for the same subject, so you can give order that time here. Okay.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So it's just like if we have usage ID in the variables, we just kind of asking it to order by usage ID, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good now. Thank you.
So
Sir, but here we already know that we have only one observation. Still, we have to put that order.
Because so in future data, so we are going to get more observations or more data, right? So at the present data we have one subject. So after 1 week or 1 month refreshment, so if the 10 subjects are 10 records are there, so that time so you no need to update your coding, right? So if you are writing a dynamic way,
So for future purpose, we are writing.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So AESCR we have defined. Next variable is, what is the AESCR after ASN action taken? So action taken, where is the action taken? The label is action taken. This is 8. This is 8. Next variable is ARL and AOut. So ARL nothing but relationship to the study track. So relationship to study track. So 2 in the next line, study track in the another line. So 2 split character, relationship, split character, 2 split character, study track. So relationship to the study track, so I am giving around 10. Next last column is A out. Outcome. Outcome 10 10. Okay, so fine. Next, before and after and page break. So close. Before one line, after one line, page and close. So this is AE1. Okay. So now you can see. So that one observation was printed in this way. Okay. So now how to write one code to handle these two situations. Okay, so one is for zero observation data set and another one is this data set. So how to handle? So how to handle these two into one macrotized programming, whether if it is having the zero observation. Just think that so today data set is, the data set name is ADAE old. Okay, so present data set is ADAE. So yesterday the data set name is ADAE underscore old. So the current data set name is ADA. Okay, so what we do here, so here, so how the data will come? So first it will ADA old, next ADA data set. So to understanding for better, what I do here. So for example, so yesterday, so we are running the programming. So this is the yesterday's one. So what I do, so just cut it and so I am saving to another folder. So this is the yesterday data. So that data set name is ADAE only, right? So the data set ADAE only, yesterday data. So yesterday we are running the code. So that ADAE having zero observations with the death subjects. Okay. So what I do here, so here if you are running, so one create the new program, just copy this entire thing. Okay, so just save it as listing 8 underscore just actual. Okay, so while running this one, so only you can see ADA data set only, so that having the zero observation. Okay, so now you can macrotize the code. So we don't know whether the zero observations are we are getting or one observations we are getting. So we are feel that so 18.9, so we are running the code. Okay, so just create the macro programming macro. So the macro name is like serious adverse event. So how many places we are going to change? So there is no place, just simply right now you can give this thing only macro. Okay, so once you run this one, what happened? So with the ADAE data set, so 0 observations are there. Okay, so yesterday 0 observations are there in the data set. So if you run this macro, so it's showing 0. So here, so this step no need for this one. Why? Because so if it is having the more than one observation cases only we are doing. So here the main condition I am writing here. So if ampersand NBR greater than 0 only, the below steps should executed, right? So here if data set having above 0 observation, then only below steps executed. Okay, so this was happen only in case if you are dealing with the macro, so that time should be macro variable is required, otherwise so we can't directly write this open code in the data step level. So if it's in the macro, so we have to write this type of code. In this type of code we need one macro variable, so for that purpose we are creating the macro variable whether the data set having the 0 observations are greater than 0 observations. Okay, so now we have 0 observation, so that we are not applying this condition and this condition, etc. So we don't want to apply entire condition. So where we are going to apply, so once it was ended, okay, everything was done. So here you can write, so end, then if ampersand NBR equal to 0, so then do. Okay, so what we do, so if it is a 0 observation, so we are handling. So 0 observation time, what we do, so we have to create this dummy data set and this proc report will use now. Okay, so just end and MEND macro was ending. Okay, so you can carefully observe. So if it is a 0 observation cases, we are creating the dummy data set, and the dummy data set we are printing by using the proc report. Okay, so in case if the data set having the 1 observations are greater than 0 observation, we are handling the page number and we are writing the proc report in a different way. Okay, so if it is a 0 observation, so it was going to print. If it is a 1 observation, it was going to print. So here the macro is SAE. So simply you can call that macro. Okay, so now we can see now at present data, so we have 0 observation. So our output is expecting to print something. No output destination is active. So what we done wrong? Okay, so here it is a no observation cases. We written the proc report, but we have forgot to give this thing. So now you can see no observation was printed. Okay, so no observation was printed. Yesterday data. So the data is refreshing. The data is refreshing. Now you can give this name as old. Okay. So again, the actual data set was refreshed with the today data, and here they place it with this data set with the today's date. So yesterday we don't have any observations, so now it was replaced with the today's data set ADAE, so that have one observation. So if you are running the same programming, now you can see one observation was printed. So one programming, two situations it will work. So if it is a zero observations report, proc report, and the condition will print. So if the one observation is there, so that one observation will print by using one dynamic code. So if you are writing your code in this dynamic way, so whenever every time no need to check the data set whether that have a zero observation but have a more than one observation. So here this step will completely decide whether after applying the condition whether it has a zero observations or it have a more than one observation. So if the data is refreshing also, so automatically it will check, okay, so this data is having how many observations. If it is a zero observations cases, one proc report. If it is a greater than zero observation cases, other proc report will print. Okay, if it is zero observation, no observation steps will be executed, and this titles and footnotes and this proc report will print. If it is a one observations are greater than zero observation, so automatically a page number was created, so this proc report will created. Okay, so this is a way to handle whether the data set having the zero observation, whether the data set having more observations. Okay, so
Yeah, Shiva, I have a question, please.
yeah.
For a programmer, for a SAS programmer, on his local computer, this may be great and fine for him to display like this. But let's say, how do you present this to your manager to look up? Since you're going to have to break up the different data sets so that you can make it generate the data set you want. I mean, the listing you want. So how do you send somebody this code to use on their own computer? So they have to also have those two data sets and do what you did to make them display that way, right?
No. What I am trying to tell here, so daily, for example, data set is refreshing. Only you can see only one data set, here in the ADaM data set. Okay, so don't think that two data sets are present. So this data set won't present. Only one data set is present always in this library. So that data set only we use. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell is this data set yesterday, so we don't have any observation, but today, so we have one observation with the criteria. So yesterday, if you are returning the one code, and today you are applying the same conditions to the data set, it should be work. Otherwise, so what happens? So at initial stages of clinical trial starting, so most of the time zero observations. So later the data is updating, so we may get the subject with suited criteria. So initially we are writing the code, so that code might be fitted for the latest data. So if you are writing in this way, so even the data set having the zero observation, data set having the one observation, it will suitable. That is what I am telling. So don't think that these two data sets are going to be there in the data set. Only one data set always you can see, that ADAE. So that ADAE you can use always. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So then they will provide the information saying that the data may change.
Yes,
How will we,
because,
for everything we need to do
yes,
these things.
if it is, study is ongoing, still the clinical trial is ongoing. So we are working on that project. So every time the data will change. For example, 50 subject data they provided. So next week they may provide 60 subject data because the trial is still ongoing. So if it is a completed study, the data won't change. But if the study is ongoing cases, so the parallelly the clinical trial is going on, the analysis also going on. Every time the data might added, some adverse event is added, some data might be changed, so the structure is same, the variable names and everything same, but the data, adding the data and changing the data may happen. So that time you have to refresh your codes and to update the outputs. Okay.
Sir, if
So
that
whenever it is in the trial phase, we need to always use this method. Right, sir?
Yes. So even every time you can use this method. This method you can use. So if even the data changing also, that time no need to check the code once again. Simply you can run and develop the output. Okay.
Okay. Sir, in this type of cases, writing order in defining variables, every time we should writing order would be better, right?
Yes.
Because in future, if there is like in 79, if there are few more observations added, and if we don't have order, it can create confusion later.
Yes, exactly. So order if you are giving, that's good. So by using this one programming, so I am going to handle the remaining two listings also. So I'll show you here. So this is a step. This is the output we are handling now, right? So here, if we are going to handle 16223 serious adverse event, so how to generate this output by using this code? So I'll tell you. So here, so what are the changes we need for this listing? So the second listing. So first one is only the statement of condition, right? So condition we are going to change. So this condition we are going to change. So what I do here, so I just cut it and paste it. Okay. So this is a condition we are using for this 16222. 16223, this is the condition AESCR equal to Y. So AESCR equal to Y is this condition. So condition places I am creating one macro variable. Okay. So ampersand V1. So here, so V1 equal to, okay. So second change where here the output title. Okay. So this is the ampersand V2 and this is the ampersand V3. So extension also we need, right? So next one here also here ampersand V2 and this was the ampersand V3. Okay. So here V1, V2, V3, right? So V2 equal to V3 equal. Okay. So now I am calling the first program. I am calling the first table. The first table is this one 16222. Okay. This program you can call. So what is the V1 equal to and V2 equal to and V3 equal to. Okay. So what is the V1 for the first listing? So the condition. So this is the condition, right? So simply you can add %str to mask the special character. So because there is a quotations, right? So to avoid the special character, I use the str. So what is the V2? The title. So title is this title. And what is the V3? The extension, right? So extension is listing underscore 16 underscore 2 underscore 2 underscore 2. Okay. So this is the first listing. If you are calling, so automatically it will check whether it has a 0 observations or greater than 0 observation and whatever it may be. So it will print. So if you are running this one entire thing, so this one observation is there that was printed like this. So next, so second listing is this one 1622223. So just calling the same criteria. So one program only. So here only the condition is this one, and the title is 16223, this one, and here's true. Okay, so if you are running this one, so output having 3 observations containing serious adverse event related subject. So all the 3 subjects were here, you can see. So here you can see COVID-19 pneumonia infection and infestation. So same thing is there. Second, so first subject having this one, second subject having this, third subject having this. So these are the 3 serious adverse events of these subjects. Okay. So next, one more listing is 16224. So they want to print all the adverse events. Okay. So just copy this and paste it here. 16224, and the title is, this is the title. So same structure, if the different conditions are there, so you can use. So the condition is AE term not equal to missing, not equal to missing. So if you are calling this one, so see number of subjects, so increase. So here page number also we handle, right? So automatically it will handle, and all the information of all the subjects adverse event information was printed in this way. So now we return one code to handle the 3 outputs, as well as if it in case 0 observations are then the data set also it will handle by using this program. Okay, so 3 outputs as well as 0 observations also we handle. If unfortunately if any other output we are calling and that output having the 0 observation, so automatically it is going to resolve as this one, and this output no observation information was printed into that output. Okay, so this is the way to create a dynamic code. If you are writing in this way, no need to check anything. If the data is updated also, simply you can rerun and check the outputs, whether if it is a observation proc report printed, if it is a zero observation proc report was printed. So by using this logics, okay, so by first you can count number of observations present in the data set. After that one you can apply that macro variable, so which report was to be printed. Okay, yeah, so we are handling 3 outputs by using this program along with the 0 observation if it is there in the data. Yeah, so anybody having any doubt on this, you can ask me now.
So if we are using one data set with multiple different options, then we need to go ahead with this kind of.
Yes, so same structure is there, 3 output, but only the condition is different. If the variables are different, so we can't macrotize, right? So
Right.
they will tell you, so if multiple outputs are there, replicated outputs, so they will tell you try to macrodize the program. It is easy to as also to macrodize the program. If you run, automatically 3 outputs were generated, and whenever you want to update anything for the 3 outputs, no need to open 3 programs and outputs. Simply if you are updating something in the program, that will impact of all the 3 outputs. Okay.
Okay.
V1, V2, V3, it can be anything, right?
Yeah, it can
It
be.
doesn't have to be clear.
So just for understanding purpose, variable 1, variable 2, variable 3. You can use anything.
All right. Thank you.
Sir, by looking at the data, how you looking at the columns, you are able to decide we need to concatenate these things.
No, here you can see clearly they mentioned here. So here adverse event. So this is only one column. Okay, this is only one column. So in this one column they mention adverse event / primary system marker class / preferred term. 3 variables concatenation 2 times, right? So that 3 variables only I concatenate and display here. Okay. Yeah. adverse event term, bodies is decode. 3 variable concatenated with the slash. That's it. They are asking clearly here. Right?
So whenever there is a slash, that means almost another variable is.
Here you can see this, this is the first column, this is second column, this is third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth columns. Okay. So this is the entire thing is nothing but one column only. Okay.
Okay.
So there that or means slash.
No. If this variable is not available, so you can use this variable. That is what they are trying to tell. Okay. So some study
Okay, so
data
any
set,
of the two.
any. If this variable is not there cases, you use this variable. But in study, this variable is there. So we use concatenated this variable, and this variable. So in case this variable not variable, you can use the AES version. Okay.
Okay.
So when we are ordering, there is no need to no need of sort statement, right, sir? Then.
No need, because order will automatically do the group as well as sorting. Okay.
Okay. Because in yesterday's class, we are doing the sorting.
Do the sorting also, no issues. If you are getting any warning or error like by variable not sorted like that, so you need to sort. Otherwise, so the proc report section, the order statement, it will sort the variable. Okay.
Okay.
So yesterday
at the data set, if if they mention any condition, then we need to apply that. Otherwise, we need to check the heading and we need to decide whether we need to apply the condition or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. In yesterday's listing, I had a few questions. Like first thing, when I was trying to run the program without giving style statement in the proc report, style output width equal to 100%. Even if we don't give that, the program runs fine. So what is the exact purpose of that style
So
statement?
sometimes if it is working fine, no issue. But sometimes in the real-time genuine SAS versions, it will give us some issues with the 100% width. So that is the purpose I am giving the style equal to output. Some here if you are headline head skip also used to draw line, but here it won't work. So I tried. So that is why we are giving manual line. So but headline head skip if you are applying, so automatically it will draw a line, but it won't work in this the pirated SAS. So sometimes so with or without also, so that not impacting your output. But so if it is any impact, you can observe. So try to apply this one style equal to 100%. Okay.
Okay, if it is not working, we can add this statement.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. One more thing, like yesterday when I was executing that, like individually I can create the listing, but when I'm doing that macro, there is some error message. Not error message, it is not executing, but at the same time I'm not getting any error or warning in log as well.
So that time we need to check this open and closing brackets carefully. So if you one open closing or bracket not giving properly, so even that won't giving error or warning anything, but still it is not executing. That time please close the session and reopen the session. Don't try to run and run. Even if you are correcting the thing, so run and run also it won't work. So open and close the session and try to look carefully how many open brackets, how many closed brackets are there. So if you are not giving properly, so you won't find even where it is. Okay, which place the error and warning happen. So whenever you try to debug any macrotize program, so the macro debugging options, right? Options, M error, M print, M logic, and symbol gen. So try to write this one. So this sometimes it will give you a proper explanation what is going on and what is the error, what is the warning, what's happening within the macro. You can find in the log window. Okay. So try to this one. So but before that one, close the session if you are not able to run the macro, and check carefully so whether how many open brackets are there exactly equal close brackets are there or not. So most of the time this is a issue was happening to the macros, so even we can't find this in log window. Okay.
Yes, that was my issue, that before in base SAS we could easily find out the error in log.
Yeah, so here,
Here,
so it is
yes,
a little bit
understood.
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. So ideally, you mean even after correction, we should close and
Yes.
again open it
Again,
again.
yes.
Yeah. So I think that will give answer. Correct. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir, if we need to have, if the data set or the things we need to apply is more, what I mean to say is, if in the mock shell,
Mm,
if the columns are more,
mm,
and if those columns are not fitting in one line,
mm.
then how we can do that,
So
sir?
try to fit into one line. If still not having, for example, here 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 is there, so we can fit. If it is 15 is there, so what we do? So first 8 lines we have to put one page. Second 7 lines we have to put the second page. But what common variable use of JD, right? That use of JD was going to print into the 2 pages. So that time we have to write one simple here ID. So if you are writing ID like this, so what happened? This use of JID was printed in first page, as well as second page also use of JID was printed, because we know we need to know which observations, which this observation belong to the which subject. So for example here you can see, so first page all this information is there, second page two variables are there, so that time subject information to be printed and the next extra two variables were printed. Total three columns should be printed in the second page. All these columns are in the first page, so that we can understand if we go to the second page and look, okay, so these two extra variables are belongs to this subject. Okay, so try to, most of the times we are trying to fit into one page. In case not possible, so we split that into the two pages, and the second page we need to represent the first variable as subject ID, then we print that extra two variables. For that purpose we use the id statement, so that this variable was printed first page as well as second page. Okay.
Yeah. Can you show a simple example how we can do that?
Here you can see, for example, is this listing file. So if you people have any observations, okay, so I'll write one code, don't disturb this code, and so data some x, so data test. Okay, so x equal to 1 and y equal to 2, z equal to 3, a equal to 1. So these variables are there, for example. Okay, so so it might not split the next pages by using this one, but I'll show you. Oh, sorry.
Semicolon after 1 is missing.
Yes. Okay, so fine. So we'll write a proc report. Okay. X, Y, Z, A, and B. Okay. So define X. Okay. So for example, if you occupy 50% of this one, and second variable is y. So this is around 40. This is around 49. So what happened? These two variables only occupy the first page. So if you want to give these three variables also into this second page, okay. ZAB. So for example, first initially we thought that all the variables I am going to fit in one page. So 5 variables. So 20 I am giving. Okay. So first we want to fit one page. After that one we'll see. So how to split into the two pages.
Okay, sir.
So 20, and here 19. Total 99, right? So 19. Okay. So just now let this all this thing. Yeah. Sorry. So here x, y, z and y, y, y. So this is A and this is B and this is Z. So now you can see, so 5 variables are there. This is fitted in one page. Okay. So for example, only three variables are fitted in one page, and these 2 variables they want to go into the next page. Okay. So that time, for example, so this was 40. So 40. So this also 40. So 40. Here itself 80 was done, and here 19. So total 99 itself it was gone. So we'll see now. So here one x y was printed and z a y b was go to the next line. Okay. So here where it is going to the next line, but so if you are using real time SAS, it is go to the next page. Okay. So it is go to the next page. So that time also, if you want to print this x variable into the next page, so this x variable, if you are giving the id here, okay. So what happened? So here x was printed first page and second page, and yz was printed in the first page, and ab was printed in the second page along with the x. Okay. So why? Because we are printing this x variable first and second, because it is a subject number. So whenever it goes to the next page, so this ab information belongs to the which subject we don't know, right? So that is why x variable was printed second page as well. So like this, we can handle if more than, more variables are not fitted in one page. Some variable you want to split into the second page. So that time the subject variable has to be printed first page and second page cases. So we are going to write the ID keyword to which variables you want to print along with the first and second page. That variable you can mention the ID statement. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shiva, we have combined three into one. Can we macrotize if the columns are different, like use subject ID and 8 columns are there?
So
If
that
the
is,
columns
instead
are
of,
the same for all,
yes, if the columns are same, so that is very easy. If the columns are different and still you want to macrotize, so rather than that one, create another new program is better, easy way to handle. Because, so if we are, handling two programs with the different names, it's fine. So if the variables are same cases, most of the time we prefer macrotize the program. Okay.
okay.
Sir, when we are macrotizing the program, we should take care of head node separately, or how we should manage that head node, because it will be the common one, right?
Yeah, it is a common. So you can write, all the programs you can mention to produce what
At
are
the
the,
same time.
yes, same time you can produce all three outputs. You can mention the purpose. Okay.
Okay, only in purpose we should modify
Yeah.
accordingly.
So
Rest all.
anyway, program name is one only for the three listings. So just purpose, you can write all the what are the programs you are going to handle this one. So you can mention all the programs. Okay.
Okay, yes. And one more doubt I had in yesterday's listing means that biochemistry and hematology.
Yeah.
If you can open that mock shell, I will ask. Yeah, 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like here in this mock shell, date time they are using ADTM.
Yeah.
We used ADTM. That is okay. But in other mock shell in hematology, they have not mentioned ADTM.
Okay. So here,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is, yeah.
So
And
here,
we have used ADTM while creating the macro.
so they forgot to mention because so both so here we can see date and time. Okay.
Yeah.
So only date.
That's what was.
So yes, if the
Because in
date and
ADT only date is there.
yeah. So ADTM, if the date and time variable not cases only ADT we use. Okay, if the date and time variable is there, definitely ADTM will use. They forgot to mention.
Okay. Okay. The same goes with this test in test also PARAM.
Yes.
Here it is mentioned PRAM and there both are mentioned.
Yeah,
So
because
it is just
so
forgotten or
no.
yeah.
Just it is forgot because so both are same type of listing. So they annotated one completely, and so they're telling that take that reference of this biochemistry output for this hematology as well.
Hematology as well.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, no problem because I was thinking that the same it was for visit also. That a visit N was not mentioned in other one. So how we will know that which to take and which
No.
not to
So
take
if we are
exactly?
going to macrotize, so they also so annotated one listing perfectly, and they tell to the programmer, please follow this annotation for this two listings. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in one they will define everything properly. Other one we should take accordingly to match the macro.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you guys. Just practice the listing what I explained. So still you people having any doubts, so we will discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. So during while please practice all the listings what I provided. These are the very important listing. So if you understanding these listings, we are able to create any type of listing. Okay. Yeah. So we'll meet you tomorrow, guys. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm confused about the class schedule for people that live in the Eastern time zone. Is it Monday through Friday for us?
It is, yes, Tuesday to Saturday for Indian time. What I mentioned here, Tuesday to, so here, Tuesday to Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 6 a.m. IST. Indian time, I'm telling. Just convert to your time zone. Okay?
Okay. All
Can
right, no
I
problem.
mention? Can I say something to you to her, please, Shiva, if you don't mind?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I think we're on some time zone. So we'll start this class by 8:30 p.m. I live in Atlanta, so that same time is 6 a.m. with Shiva. So today is Tuesday already with Shiva. This is 8:30 p.m. In Eastern time. So it is 8:30 p.m. for us Monday to Friday.
Okay, 8:30 for us Monday through Friday. Okay.
Yes.
And another question I have is that I don't know if the class still has like a WhatsApp group. I'm still unable. I had asked. I WhatsApp I'm still not in the class group. So
No, they have created one WhatsApp group. Please ask Balu or Great Talent people to add.
I did, and I wish they would be responsive, but they're not. Like, I'm so sorry. They're just not very responsive. I had asked, and no response. I was confused about the time schedule today. I asked yesterday if we were having class today, and nobody responded to me. So,
Oh. So just ping to me, so I'll forward your message to them, so that so they will add your number. So anybody having the same issue, just forward to me as well as them. So already some students are there in the 84th batch WhatsApp group. So you can also
we don't have it. I don't even know. I don't even know it exists. I'm just hearing it the first time right now. So and Shiva, the phone number you gave us it does not work for WhatsApp, because I've sent you text chats from WhatsApp from the phone number you gave us. It does not. I don't get a response from you.
Okay, so did you use the same number? So this is my number. And this is a Balu, or this is the Balu number.
Balu response. Balu response sometimes.
Okay.
I had a question I wanted to ask you to help me verify my code. But again, I couldn't reach you, so I had to get with Balu, and Balu said I should send you email, I should reach out to you, and I did. Nothing happened. And
okay, so most of the times,
so
we will discuss in a class only that whatever the doubts you people have. So that is easy to us to and still having any issues with this time zone or etc. So just reach out to them only, so they will. So just I'm a trainer, so they will inform to me to take the class or not to take class. So what I do is, so okay, I'll follow up again to the people, so to resolve your queries. Okay.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, also please try to upload class early, because we will be waiting till evening.
Yeah, actually, what happened? So that was moved to and wrong folder. So later I realized,
okay,
and get back to that.
no problem. But then we keep on waiting till class comes.
Yeah, so it will take around 1 hour time to convert this into your required format. So after 1 hour, definitely I'll check and upload. Okay.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, very good morning. Huh? Okay, so as per the plan, so yesterday, so we have done this table, right? Today we are going to see this demographic related table. Okay. So this demographic related 1415, and the table number they have given tab_4. Okay, so we'll start programming. Here you can see the table what they are asking: subject demographics, okay, safety population in this height, weight, BMI. Okay, so height and weight and BMI. So three variable summary statistics like n, mean, SD, median, standard deviation, and so mean, minimum, maximum. This type of statistics they want to display in this list, in this table. Okay, so height variable summary statistics treatment wise they want to display, and weight variable summary statistics treatment wise means treatment A how much what are the statistics, and B what are the statistics, and total what are the statistics they want to display. Height, weight, BMI. Okay, so now how to write a code to get this one in as expected by the statistician. Okay, so first anyway, so you can see the first one is header part. The header part showing A treatment capital N count, B treatment capital N count, and all capital N count. So they are expecting for the safety population subject. So yesterday table also safety population and the capital and count we have derived, right? Same way here also safety population subjects we can take from the ADSL and we have to display in this place. Okay. So I'll take a reference of yesterday's code. TAB 4_1. Okay. So just run. The description you can change by yourself. Okay. And first thing is capital and count we need to derive from the ADSL safety population subjects. Okay, same thing. Okay, up to here you can simply copy the thing and paste it here, because there also safety population capital and count we have derived. Here also safety population subject capital and count we have to derive. Okay, so now you can see 43 and 86 subjects we are so created as a macro variable. Why we created the macro variable? So whenever we run the proc report section of this output, so that time so we have to resolve here in this place, so that it will display the number in the output window. Okay, so output of RTF. So next, coming to the body part, so just copy this part, because this information also you will get from the ADSL only. So because height, weight, BMI related, right? So what is the height variable, what is the weight variable, what is the BMI variable? Just you can go and check with. So you people already done one listing, that is height, weight, BMI of demographic related listing, right? So in that you have already known what is the height, what is the weight, what is the BMI. Okay, so here you can see this is the BMI and this is the baseline height, next one weight and BMI. So this is a weight. So here you can see the label baseline weight. Okay, so weight and BMI. Height, weight, BMI. So now you can see the ADSL2 data set. So here each and every subject, what is the height, what is the weight, what is the BMI. You can see the labels like this. So baseline BMI, baseline height, baseline weight. So this is a subject and this is a treatment. Okay. So now yesterday, so we have used proc SQL to get the count, but whenever we need a summary statistics like in mean median, you people already learn some procedures in your base and advanced SAS. Whenever you want intermediate statistics, what are the procedures we use? Either proc means, either proc summary, proc univariate, proc tabulate. So many procedures are there to get the summary statistics. Okay, so here I am using proc summary procedure to get the summary statistics of height, weight and BMI variables. Okay, so to get summary stats, proc summary data equal to ADSL2 so class variables are TRT01A. So var variable is first one is we starts with the height. So height variable. Okay. output out equal to ADSL summary statistics of height. Okay. So what are the statistics? N, we need n equal to underscore n, mean equal to underscore mean, median equal to underscore median, and standard deviation equal to standard deviation, minimum equal to underscore minimum, maximum equal to underscore maximum. Okay. So now you can see while running this code of proc summary, so you are getting so ADSL underscore summary height. So many combinations we are getting. So that combination, both are missing combination. So the numeric version is missing and character version is missing. So you are getting count. So numeric version is missing, character version is available. So numeric version is available, character version is missing. So both the numeric version of the treatment and character version is available. So to no need all the combination, only we need one combination. So for that purpose, you can write n way option so that it will give you appropriated combination. Both what are the class variables are there? So both are not missing combination. So now these three records are only we needed. In this, you will see n, mean, median, standard deviation, minimum and maximum values of height variable treatment wise we are getting. Okay, so first treatment, second treatment, third treatment. So 43 subjects and 86 subjects total summary statistics of height variable we are getting. Okay, so next, so once we got this one, so you can write here height. Okay, height related statistics. Next, what are the decimals? Here you can see so many decimals we are getting. Here you can see standard deviation. We have 10.83811, so many decimals, right? So after decimal point, we have so many values are there. After dot, we have so many values are there. But as per the shell, what they are expecting, so n, they don't want to any decimal. Mean, after decimal, one value. So standard deviation after decimal, only two values. And here minimum, median, after decimal, one value. And minimum and maximum, they don't want to display the decimal, only the integer values they want to display. Okay, standard deviation after decimal, two values. So mean and median after decimal, only one value. Okay, so to get the decimal precision, decimal adjustment as per mock. So data, okay. So I'm creating the character version of these values so that easy to handle the decimals. Okay, so first n is there, so I am creating character version of n. Okay, simply I am so removing the trailing and leading spaces if any, and convert the value for that. Okay, next minimum and maximum also they don't want any decimals, right? So n they don't want a decimals, and minimum and maximum also they don't want to any decimal. So minimum equal to, so what is the minimum? Yeah, the minimum, and maximum. Okay, so maximum also they don't want any decimals. So only 4 dot. So next median and so mean and median, so they are expecting one decimal. Okay, so C mean 1 decimal. So 5.1. So that is 1 decimal. 1 decimal we are displaying, and the median 1 decimal. Okay. Next is standard deviation. Two decimals. Okay. So whenever you are increasing the decimal, integer part also increasing, so that so you get a proper alignment. Okay. So I just converted them into character version of required variable. So here these are the variables. Cn, C minimum, C maximum, mean has 1 decimal, median has 1 decimal, and standard deviation you can see the 2 decimal. So this is actual value. So this is what is the we created as per the monk, how many decimal they want to display, 2 decimal. Okay. So once we got this one, so we need to transpose the data set as per the mock shell. The treatment should be transpose data equal to okay treatment, and what are the variables? Cn, C minimum, C maximum, C mean, C median, C standard deviation. Now we can see. So here, okay. So n mean median statistics are in one column. As per the work, n mean median statistics in one column. So first treatment, second treatment, and all treatment. So we are getting one different column. First treatment, second treatment, and third treatment in one column of height variable. So if you see underscore name underscore having like short forms, but they are expecting the full column, full text like minimum, maximum, median. So they are expecting complete full text. So we can modify according to the table. Okay. So the rows text adjust as per mock. Okay. So if underscore name underscore equal to, so the first one, so we have to display the order also in this way. So first n, next mean, next standard deviation, like that only we have to maintain the order. So for that purpose, what I do here, so I am creating the new variable. Okay. So that variable name I am giving as statistics, right? Okay. So as per this one, and I am giving the order. Why? Because so whenever you want to sort, so use this variable so that you will get the same order. If you are directly using this variable, alphabetical order wise displayment happen. So to avoid that one, so we need to give numbering. So n1 mean, second is the third. So if you give numbering like that, so that variable if you are sort, the same order you will display in the output. Okay. So name 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So second one is mean. So you will see the mean. So how to display the mean? So mean like this. And the second, right? Second. So what is the third one? Standard deviation. So how to display this one? SD. So which place? Which row? Third. So next fourth one is a median. So this one is a fourth. And next fifth one is minimum and maximum. So minimum, fifth one, and the maximum. So this is a sixth one. So if you are giving like this, so you will give the length statement of newly created variable. Okay. So now you can see. So here n, mean, minimum, maximum is there. So if you sort this variable, automatically this will get as per the mark. So just I am sorting the data set, proc sort by OD. So now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So n means standard deviation, median, minimum, and maximum. Same order. Okay, n means standard deviation. So same order we have to display. So if you directly use this variable in the by statement or a proc sort statement by statement, it will go alphabetical order way. So if you use this variable, so this is automatically sorted and we have to display as per the statistician order. Okay. So but still we have, so one thing is missing, that is this label. So this is height related thing, right? So we need to add this label it above of this table. In the sense, the first row we have to add. So for that purpose, what I do here, so I am creating the label data set, label height data set. Okay. So data label height. Okay, so just I'm creating the label and start equal to, so what is the start? Height into centimeter. Okay. So already OD was one we given. So we want to display this height label at the top. So that is why I just given as a OD equal to 0. Just create this data set. In this data set, what there? Height and 0. Now we are set this data set to this main data set. So just do this thing. So you can give the 4, set the label data set along with the height data set. Okay. And now you can see the final data set of height ADSL sum hit 4. Height 4. So now you can see height and in mean median statistics and first treatment, second treatment, third treatments count. Now this first part was created, right? Height related summary statistics was created, and here these are the statistics. We are good to go to display this one. So this variable is not needed because that is a temporarily created variable, right? So we can draw from this variable. Here itself we can draw. So this is the first variable. So this is the order of this variable, and this is the first treatment, second treatment, third treatment of height. Okay. So how to create a then weight variable summary statistics. Okay, so weight variable is there, BMI variable also there. So either you can copy the entire thing and you can modify, either you can macrotize the thing and you can modify. Okay, so what we do is, so we can do the some macrotizing of this one, because here we are using height, so we are getting the height related data set. If you are passing the weight, so weight related summary statistics. Okay, so to get this one, so only three variables, right? So 3 times copy, it's fine, but it is more than 3, so we just need to the macrotize the programming. Okay, so now what I do is here, just I copy the entire thing and paste it into separate window. Okay, so now we are going to work on the weight variable. Okay, so weight variable summary statistics. So the data set is same, the variable name is, this is the weight variable. Okay, so just work in the separate windows. After that one you can copy. So weight variable you can replace, and here where the height is there, okay, so just replace it as weight. Okay, first you call and get the summary statistics, and after that one, so this weight variable, so where the height is there, so I just replace it as weight. Next, this one is the same, and transpose procedure also same. And after that one, so this is also same, and this label you can change it as weight in kgs. Okay, so the final data set, ADSL summary weight 4. So now you can see this is a weight related summary statistics data set. Okay, so what I do here, so just copy the entire thing and paste it here. So first one is a height, next one is a weight related. Okay, so this data set, final data set is there, so I am giving the variable name, the data set name is height, so this data set name is weight. Okay, so now if you call this one, so this is a height related summary statistics, so this is a weight related summary statistics. Okay, now BMI, so BMI, so what is the BMI variable? So this is the BMI variable. So BMI variable. So where the weight is there, so I just replace it as BMI. Okay, so that data sets are not overlapping. So everything same. So just the label you can change, and the final data set you can give the BMI. Okay, so once it done, just copy this thing and you can paste it here. Okay, so now you can see height, weight, BMI, 3 data sets were created. Okay, so now you set all the 3 data set together, data final, set, height, weight, so BMI, run. Yeah, so now you can see the final data set. So the first section is height, second section is weight, third section is BMI. Okay, so we have to display the height related all the content in the first place, weight related all the content in the second place, BMI related all the content in the third place. So if you are directly sorting this variable also, 0, this 0 will come here and this 0 will come here. So to avoid that one, what I do is, so complete height I am giving 1 number, weight I am giving 2 number, BMI I am giving 3 number. Okay, so here, so let me try one thing. So I don't know is it working or not. Just I am checking. It's not working. So where I am giving here, so where the height is here, and here itself I am giving one number, that is main order. Okay, so main order 1 for the height and main order 2 for the weight and main order 3 for the BMI. Okay, now you can see the final data set. So the height related all the content I am giving 1. So within the 1, so this is the order 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And weight is the 2 number. Second, we have to display all the content of it. So the order you can see 0, 1, 2, 3 within the 2. So we have to. So first sort this one, next sort variable this one. So first height wise it will sort. So within the height, so this order will follow. Okay. So once the final data set is ready, so we just follow the yesterday's program as it is. So include and this content of proc report also, see everything same. You just copy and paste it here. Okay. So the table number we need to change. And this is DAB4 underscore 1. And this output is 1415. And here the final data set is final. And the variable names, so 1 to 3 common, and here first one is a main OD, OD and start. Okay, so main OD, OD and start. Okay, so this main OD and OD both are just sorting purpose. And the start is a category. Okay, so next first statement, second statement, third statement, before line and after line, and close. Okay. You can see now, you can see the height related, weight related, and BMI related. And height, weight, they are given some space. Okay, so to get the space after height and after weight and after BMI, so you just write one thing like compute before of each and every this main order. Just give one line space. Okay. one space you can give before each and every section. Okay, so now you can see the height. So we have space, weight we have space, and BMI also we have space. Now you see the statistics of height, summary statistics, weight summary statistics, and BMI summary statistics, and the Kaplan count also reserved, and the standard deviation is 2 decimal, and mean and median is 1 decimal, and the minimum maximum no decimals, and the alignment also it should be in a proper way. Okay, yeah. So you people having any doubt on this table, you can ask me the previous or this table. I'll explain.
Sir, in yesterday's class.
Yeah, one by one. Yeah, yesterday class.
Okay. In yesterday's class, we had counted percentage as well, but today we didn't count percentage.
No, this is the summary
And
statistic.
yesterday it was not mentioned, no? That
No.
percentage.
It was mentioned. It was mentioned. If it is see the mock shells, whenever we have an open and closing bracket in that, if there is thing, so we have to do the summary percentage calculations and display here.
Okay.
So, but whenever you see the mock shell of this one, so there is no open and closing bracket, right? So simply summary statistics. In this, what are the variables you are using? Those are continuous variable. So these three variables are continuous variable. Continuous variables we are going to summary statistics. Whenever we do the categorical variable, so that time counts and percentages we do generally. Okay.
Okay. So if it is opening and closing bracket, that by default means percentage.
Yes. So most of the times it is percentage. If you are still confusing, so ask the statistician. So they will add one footnote like, so this is a footnote. They will add into the footnote. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one.
Yeah, Shiva, we have used a proc summary. You mentioned there are other procedures that can be used. What are they?
So you can use proc means or proc univariate, proc tabulate. So any procedure you can use to get the summary statistics.
Okay.
Okay, you people are learn proc means and proc univariate in your base and advanced. So you try with the proc means if you want. Okay, so proc summary is a simple procedure. So class var statement only we can use. So that is why I just use a proc summary to get the summary statistics easy. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
In yesterday's class, when we are selecting the variable for the header part and body part, I'm little confused. What variables actually we are selecting?
So
Can you?
header part, always this header part treatment variable we are selecting. Even this table or this table, so header part always we are taking only the treatment variable. Okay, so this treatment variables only we do. This treatment variable only we are using this frequency and getting the count. So that counts only we use. Always any table, any therapeutic, any project. So header part always we are taking from the ADSL, that to treatment variables we are using. So here the body part, so what are the information they want into this body part, what are the variables they required, so that variable we are choosing from the specified data set. Here the ADSL and today also, so this information also we are getting, this body part information also we are getting from the ADSL only. So that may happen. Header part always ADSL, body part depending upon the table. So demographic table we are creating, right? So height, weight, BMI variables we are found in the ADSL only. So that is why, so we are keeping the variables which are required, height, weight, BMI. So yesterday table we need, so this variable. Okay, so as per the mock randomization population and EOSTT discontinuation reason, these variables are required for this body part of this table. So that is why I keep those variables in this body part data set. Okay.
Okay.
Regarding the listings, last listing, no, I was trying to execute the program, but it was not working. I tried in a lot of ways, so if you can just look into code, it will be helpful.
So what is the error you are getting? Any error?
A lot of errors in the log. I couldn't make out actually how. And when I'm comparing with your code, it is almost the same. Maybe some minor issue. I don't know.
Okay. So if nobody having any doubt, so I'll,
Yeah, that's
ask,
why I was waiting to ask this. Yeah.
you can share your screen. Okay. So anybody having any doubt, otherwise, she will share the screen. Yeah. Okay. I'll give control. You can share.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me. Yeah, can you please speak little bit loud so I can't hear?
Okay, sir. After creating that height variable,
Hmm.
today's class,
Okay.
BMI and weight, but can you use that macro variables?
Yeah. So you can
Not
macrotize.
simple.
You can, so you
Which
can,
processor?
pardon?
Apt. Which processor is apt? So like copy pasting this one.
Okay.
You can macrotize them and
Yeah.
calling the macro variables.
Yeah, so here which part is same, so you can keep it as it is. Where we are changing, so that time you can add one macro variable and you can do. So for example, this section is there. So this section. So
Yes,
for
sir.
the height and weight variable, so what are the way changes? So this is the one change. So you can give ampersand one here, and everything was same. So here you can add ampersand. So V2. Okay. So and you can close the macro. So this is the ampersand V3, the final data set. Okay. So now you can add the macro here. Okay. So macro. So macro name is start like that. So three variables like V1 equal to V2 equal to V3 equal to, okay, three macro variables. So you can end up the macro. So whenever you are calling the start macro for the height, so what are the variables are there? V1, so V2 and V3. Okay. So if you are giving in this way, so you can get the first one. Next, height, weight, BMI. Three times if you are calling, three data sets were created. So you can use that also. Otherwise, you can three only, right? So you can copy paste also, no issue. If it is more than 3 or 5 to 10 variable summary statistics needed, so definitely you just macrotize the code and you can call the information so that so 10 times if you are called 10 variable information, you are getting 10 data set. Okay.
That's why I'm asking for this one macro necessary or not.
Yeah, that is your choice.
As in
That is, so if you want to
yes.
copy paste, you can copy paste. If you want to macrotize, you can macrotize. No issues.
It will decrease the length of the program.
Yeah, so if it is, so it is somewhat lengthy code, right? So if you macrotize, so little bit the length was decreased. So that is up to your choice, So if it is more length also, nobody will ask why the lengthy code is written. So everybody is looking the output. Okay.
Output. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. You want to share the screen? Someone? Can you please talk?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so your name is?
Novina.
Okay. 1 minute, I'll give control to you. Make as a presenter. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the code.
Okay. So, okay, ADaM and V1, V2 and V3. Okay, go down ampersand V1. Okay, go to the down. Ampersand V2, yes, greater than 0. Okay, go down. Percentage include and go down. Go down. Fine, everything fine. Go down. Yeah. So, okay. Go down. Yeah. Little bit. Okay. Go down. Everything fine. Okay. And equal. Go down. Equal to 0. Calling the macro. Okay. RTF style. Okay. Go down. Yeah. Ampersand with 3. Next observations. Go down. Okay. Go down. Yeah. So M and okay. Fine. So go down. V1 equal to 1 minute. V1 percentage is equal to y and to open and closing V2, open and close V3, open and close and close. Okay, so run the first section condition, the first table.
Only first table.
Yeah, so entire thing up to so
Whole program you
yeah,
mean, no?
yes.
Yes. So after doing that, if I check log,
No output destination or active or
here also.
So just run the first program, that is first table. So clear the log once.
Okay, just a second. Control. Okay.
Now just
And run only this condition.
yes, that
first.
yeah.
Okay.
Go to the log and we will so expected open parenthesis up from macro function. Something was okay. Go to the program. Okay, so condition v1 equal to percentage str. What is this?
Same, I was trying to work out yesterday. I couldn't find any.
Okay.
I don't know what is the error. It's line by line also I compared with your code, but still I'm not finding what is the issue.
Okay, so go to the log once again.
Yeah.
Go up. This is the only thing you are getting.
And
Right?
now we clear the log. No?
Okay. Expected open parenthesis after macro function name not found.
And many times I saved the program, closed and reopened SAS like that. So still it is same.
Okay, so just one statement you write at the macro option symbol gen print. So those you can write. Go to the top.
I had written, yeah, see, it is already there.
Okay, so just run from here to that first program. So from here to
From options to.
yeah. Yeah, so up to here. Just clear the log and run.
Okay.
Now you open. In character percentage include statement will not be except there is a syntax error.
And somewhere that string missing, something like that error was also there.
Where
I couldn't. It was coming yesterday. I don't know. It is not there today.
So this RTF template, you placed in the right folder, right? So because incorrect.
Yeah. Only change what I had done just to see is I had changed the split character here as this. Does it make difference?
No, that will not impact.
Yeah.
No issues. Okay.
Yeah, that was the only change. And the output folder I had kept separate, like practice output folder. There I am keeping. That's the only difference. Otherwise, the same thing I'm following.
Why this? So percentage include. So we are calling the macro, right? So RTF template, not document. So you need to call the macro programming, right? Percentage include, and this RTF template, not docs. So we are calling the SAS program, right here. So whatever program, if you see this one, right? So RTF rtf.sas you need to call. So just open where you are stored that macro.
Yeah, just a second.
I have an observation there, Shiva, if I can ask on line 127 of her code. If you may, I may share that. I'm just wondering why on that line 127 of her code.
Let me just open the code.
Just here.
Close it.
Yeah.
On line 127. Yeah. Yeah. Why is her after desktop practice output? Is it possible to have not to have gaps on names like that? Would that help?
Okay, so you're telling that folder name should not having any gap, right?
I'm thinking so, yes.
So first we will try this one. Okay, percentage include, just mention the program name instead of this document name.
Yeah, I will show you where my document is.
So no document, macro. So this is SAS file, right? This RTF. So just mention this, copy that path and rtf.sas you mentioned.
Copy path.
And percentage include places. So double quotation only you will give.
Yeah.
Remove that thing, edocs. Extra, yeah.
Yeah.
So where there is 2 times you are calling the percentage include, right? So just make sure that.
So now is it okay?
Is it fine? Just copy this entire code like percentage include. And one more place.
Now one more time it is there.
Yeah. So there also you just replace. Go up.
Up.
Yeah, here. No. Here.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. So now try with these ones.
And run.
Just save and open once again because already macro was executed wrong way, right?
Yeah.
Just open the SAS once again. Run more.
Yes.
Yeah, now it is executed, right? It's fine.
Yeah, now it is
the issue with the percentage include only. So you are calling some document, but you are not calling the macro. So that is why it is giving the issue. Yeah.
Okay. So, but with that one error in log, why it was showing so many errors?
It is macro. Once a step was aborted, then the next steps also it is showing error because the required information was not available, right? So if it is even the process also, one data step is getting error, the below steps also, so many errors you are going to get due to that error. Okay. So that is why whenever you check the log, so go in the top from the bottom, you want to check. So where the first error will come. So focus on that one. Next, go to the next steps. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
The issue with some of us on EST timeline is just that, for instance, myself, I don't know if somebody else is like that. We work, morning till evening, and then we do the class every day. So we have almost no time to practice except weekend, and so and then by the weekend is we already have 5 classes piled up. 5 days of work of classes piled up to catch up, and I tell you, the weekend is not enough. It's a lot of work, but we have to keep trying. Do you have any suggestions?
So actually, so my slot was like this only. So what you do, so you have to, we don't have a time in the during the weekdays, so just try to make to practice everything in the weekends. But you don't know, so this is not much complex because I am covering only one table or one listing per a day. So even if it is have a weekend, so you can make cover because if you understand this concept, so this is not much time to take practice, I think. Okay, so try to adjust yourself, yeah. Because so I have only this slot, so this is the morning time for me, so after that I am also going to office, right? Yeah. Okay.
Sir, one question.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, as you said that for header part we have to take it always from the ADSL dataset, right?
Yes.
So that applies to only the tables,
Yes.
or because for listings we
No,
it was mentioned.
listings with there is no capital N count, right? So that is why, so we are not taking where the capital N count or big N count is there. So that time we are taking the counts from the ADSL. Okay, tables only.
Okay,
Yeah, tables
only
only.
tables. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for listing we used ADLB and
Yeah,
others also.
so that there is
Okay.
no listing, just display the information of the data set. Here we are calculating the counts and percentages, right?
Count percentage. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Just practice these two tables along with the listing. So we'll meet you tomorrow with one more table discussion. Okay. Bye everybody. Have a nice day.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
sir.
sir.
Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning all. So are you able to see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So I muted, everybody, so to avoid the disturbances. So whenever you have any doubt, please raise your hand. Just I'll unmute and the time you can ask. Otherwise, you can wait until the class completed so that I will give some time to ask you all your queries. If anything urgent during the class, it is urgent. Please raise your hand so that so I can know. So I'll unmute and at that time you can talk. Okay. Yeah. So as per the schedule today, I'm going to explain the table TAB 5_1 in today's class. Okay. So this was done disposition, demographic, AE and vital signs. These four tables are done, right? So today one more demographic table. So that is 1416. I am going to explain in today's class. Okay. So let me open the mock shell. Okay, so this is the mock as given by the statistician. So we have to create this table. Okay, so what is this table they are asking? They are asking the table demographics, that is nothing but sex and race related counts and percentage statistics they want to be populate in this. Okay, so here gender, sex, male and female counts and percentages for each treatment, including the all treatment, and race also. What are the races we have? So all the races they want to populate it, treatment wise counts and percentages. Okay, so how can we start this program? So go to the programs. Okay, so we'll take a first program as a reference. So we'll take the headers as well as this library. You can save it. Just calling the libraries. Okay.
So now the header part. What is the header part? Always we are taking from the ADSL and which population they want to be included. Only that population subjects only we are enter into this table. Okay, here what is the table? Safety population table only they are asking. So that too, A treatment, B treatment, as all treatment capital and count they required. Okay, so like first table. So same safety population, all treatment we needed. So that is why I just copy this code up to the macro variables where we created that. Up to here we just copied and rerun here. Okay. So same safety population, all treatment. Here you can see 43, 43, 86 total subjects of safety population. So we are including in this table. Okay. So next coming to the body part. Just copy this content. That is nothing but all treatment include what are the variables are needed for this body part of the tables we are going to include. So here these not required. So what are the variables are required here? Sex and race. Okay, sex and race. You can include these two variables. Any variables are needed apart from this one, so we can also include it. So there is a numeric version of here you can go and see the ADSL. This is a sex variable, and here they mentioned sex n, nothing but numeric version of the sex n also there. So for the sorting purpose, whenever you want to sort this male and female, so if you directly using this one, so it is going alphabetical order wise, F goes first and M goes last. To avoid this one, they created one numeric version variable, always male they want to print in the output in the first position, female they want to print in the second position, right? Male first and female second. So to create this order, they have given one numeric version variable section. So this order we have to follow. In the same way, race and also they have given some order. So we have to follow that order only to display while this race information. Okay, so 3 is this one and 5 is this one. Okay, so here sex, section, and race and race. Up to here, these variables I assume they are useful for our table. So you just include, and here you run, go to the work library, and you see here. Okay, so this is the information we are going to use for our table. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. So now, so we can use to getting the counts. First one. So up to now, so we use SQL to get the count, right? So now I am going to use some proc frequency to how to get the count, because you can learn so different procedures, because you don't know, you are not going to write a scratch programming. Sometimes you have to update the other programmer's code as well. So in that cases, so if some other programmer written in SQL, so you are able to update his program as well. And whenever you don't know the proc frequency related information, so sometimes if you are working on the frequency procedure, so that time you are in a trouble. So to avoid that one while learning itself, so whenever it is a chance is there, so use the multiple procedure to get the same type of counts. Okay. So previously I used the SQL. Now I am using the frequency to get this count. Okay. So that is up to you. So which procedure you convenient you can use, but while learning stage you can use multiple procedures so that you can improve your SAS technical skills as well. Okay. So getting the counts. Okay. Proc freq data equal to ADSL2. Okay. Tables. Treatment. Okay. And variable name is sex, right? Numeric version, character version, So what is the so I'm giving the data set name is gender1. Okay, so here you can see male 18 for first treatment, female 25 for the first treatment, 23 male, 20 male for second, total 41 male and 45 female. Total 86, right? We have total 86. Perfect. Okay. So what are the default percentage we will get by using this percentage, this procedure? So you can ignore because we are manually calculating, right? So that is why I just drop this percentage. Okay, fine. Yeah, tell me. Somebody raise your hand.
Sir, instead of taking TRT01AN and TRT01A both, instead of two in between the two, can't we take only one and do that?
Yeah, you can. You can use a numeric version also. Use 5. Okay, but so you just know. Okay, what is one? What is one? Okay, so that is the purpose I use. So even if you are using one variable instead of these two also, you are getting the same counts. Okay.
Okay, even that is the case, same with the 6 and
Yes.
6n.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So next, coming to this, some customization needed. Why? Because here the data set showing what M and F, but in output they are expecting male and female. Okay, like that they are expecting. So what I do here, data gen2 set gender1 data set. Okay, so for example, if sex equal to male, then so I'm creating one variable that is male. I'm creating a new variable as per the mock. Okay, so I'm giving some order. So already we have order variable, right? So section is the order given, right? So as I into this one, so main order equal to 1 because sex information we are going to display first position, right? So whenever you create some new variable, so assign the length so that avoid the truncation issues. So now you can see the starts male and female. The order I given male 1, female 2 because just I copied this variable to this variable. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so main order, this whole section, sex information, we are giving the first order to display the first section. Gender is the first section, race is the second section, right? Yeah. So now coming to the counts for sex, gender. Now I am going to get the counts for race. Okay, same thing here, ration and race 1. Okay, here. So black or African American, white. So only 2 categories are there in the race. but they are expecting Asian also, black or African American, white. So black or African American, white is there. So right now data we don't have any Asian. So how to get that one? Yeah, tell me. Somebody raise hand.
I was wondering why you did not drop the count you did not rename the count to for each case rename it to race one or to sex one, the count variable.
Race one. Count variable. What are you?
Yes. Why didn't you rename it to race one or sex one?
No need, no need, you know. So just count variable, you can keep it as it is. So that, you know. So if needed, you can rename it if you want. Otherwise, you know, you can keep it as it is, count variable only. Okay. So if it is not necessary to rename, because you know, so as per our convenience, either you can rename this variable, either you can keep it as count variable also, no issues. So if you want to rename it as small n, right? So just we are, you know, creating the n. So for that purpose, if you want to rename also, you can rename. Okay. So rename equal to this count variable, we can rename it as small n. So now the count we can, you know, rename it as small n counts. Okay. So you can rename both the things here. So we are going to set these two data set, right? So small n count, that is a capital N count. So here raise one, small n count. Fine. So but here in the data set, so we have only a black or African information and white information there. There is no Asian information. So in that cases, this Asian we have to display as 0, 0. So how to display, I'll tell you. So first we will get this one, and after that one, so we need, you know, so to create the races, 3 races they are asking. Okay, Asian, black or African and white. 3 races they are asking. So for that purpose, what I do here, so customization we needed. So before that one, we need to add this dummy. This Asian we have to add the dummy. Okay. So up here, our data we have Asian, black or African or white, right? So but you know, as per the shell, so they are expecting Asian also along with this one. So but the right now data we don't have. So here 3, 5 is there. The numbers. So here data dummy. Okay. So do. So already numbers are there. 3 and 5 is there. So I'll give 1. Ration equal to 1, comma 3, comma 5. So already 3, 5 there. 3, 5 there. I just given 1. Okay. So output and run. So 1, 3, 5 I just, you know, created. So along with the what? So this race one. So here these two variables you included. Okay. So now you can see each and every treatment 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 5, 2 times it was printed. So here now you can see the first treatment. So we have 1 and second treatment ration only 5 we are getting, right? Where we done mistake? Do end output. So we need each treatment and we need 135. So total 6 observations. So first treatment only 5 we are getting, right? 2. Why it is getting 2 times?
You don't have ProQSQL command, I think.
No, let me check this one.
Don't you need to mention ProQSQL?
No, just I'm creating the dummy for each treatment. This 135. Okay, somewhere we done mistake. Do no, wait, let me check this race one. Okay, understand. So we need to take the unique treatments first, because how many treatments are there? We need to take the unique treatment. Procs are data equal to, so this data set, okay. So out equal to unique treatment we have to take, okay. So node key by, so treatment information you have to take in the by variable. So run, okay. So in this, keep these 2 variables in the unique treatment. So unique treatments you have to take, then apply the node key first, okay. So unique treatments are there. So 3 treatments are there. Now we are adding the treatments here, the data set. Num, okay. Do end output. Yeah. So now dummy. So each treatment we have 3. So first treatment 135 races we assigned. Second treatment 135 races assigned. All treatment also we have assigned 135 races. So all treatment, all combinations we created one dummy data set, because the first one, the race one, the Asian was not there in the data. So 35 is there in the data, right? So race one, so if you look at carefully, so 35 only they read the data, so one is not there. That is, this Asian region was not there. To for that purpose, I added the dummy for first create the dummy data set. So later, so I'll tell you how to get the zero counts. Okay, give me a few seconds. I'll back. Yeah. So now we have all the combinations we are getting into the dummy data set. So each treatment, first race and second and third, three races are there. So now I am merging with this main data set. Okay. So how to merge? So data race 2. So merge race 1 and this dummy. By what? This treatment. Okay. So treatment as well as race set. So total race 2 has, now you can see, so wherever the 1 is there, so the count is missing, right? So wherever the 1 is there, count is missing. So if it is a race n equal to 1, so it is count equal to n equal to missing. So wherever the missings are there, we are replacing with the 0. So if it is a race n equal to 1, then race equal to what? Asian, right? So we added the Asian. If n equal to dot and n equal to 0. Now you can see, so as per the data, so we don't have any Asian subject, so that is why we added 0. So in future the Asian will come, automatically the count only project. So we are replacing the data set, dummy data set, overlapping to the main data set. So if the race region is there, so that is as it is. If the race region is not there cases only, so it will get a zeros, like, so if it is a missing, then only we replace with as a 0. Okay. So like this, so we do. So we do some customization needed by this data set. So like this, here, race 2, race 3. Okay. So if it is a race equal to first one, Asian. So Asian as it is, right? Asian. First one, Asian. Then start equal to Asian. If race equal to black or African American, start variable, so like this they want to display black or African American. And if it is a race equal to white, then you have to display it as white. Okay, so OD is race and main order equal to 2. Second section we are going to display, right? So second section we have to display. Okay, so now you can see the race 3 information. So here start variable, so this is a count variable, this is a, within this one Asian we have to display first, next black or next white. So main order equal to 2. Okay, so treatment wise, we set these two data set, race and sex data set together. So data final data set. So set gender 2 data set as well as race 3 data set. Okay. Now you can see the final data set. So here this is the information male and female and black or African. So what are the variables are needed? So we can keep other variables you can draw from the data set. Sex and sex not required, race and race not required. So you can drop Anyway, we created new variable, right? So no need this variables. Final. So now these are the treatment. So this is a count. This is a statistics. So statistics order we created. So this is a main order. So main order, within the main order, this order we have to use so that automatically it will sort. Okay. So just use that sort. First one main order. Within that one order. You can see male first, female later. Okay. So Asian first, black or African second, white is third. Okay. So they are not asking only the counts. So they required what? Counts as well as percentages. So how to do the percentages? So we already know. So we have begin count data set is there. So this containing begin. So now we are getting the small n. Small n divided by begin into 100. It will give you the percentages. So how we calculated the percentages here in the first table. So simply you can merge these two data set and small n divided by capital N into 100, which will give you the percentage, right? So percentages calculation. Okay. So percentage calculations how do? So simply we can sort your data set treatment wise and merge with the bigger count and small n divided by capital N into 100 create the variable. So that variable you can mention here. Okay. So PCT data set. Now you are getting the GRP. Yeah, tell me. Somebody having some doubt.
Can you merge by using proc SQL?
No, I'm not using proc SQL. Simply merge statement. So you can use if you are expert in SQL. So just use SQL also. Left join, right join, inner joins are there, right? So you can use any program. No issues. Okay.
Can
Yeah. So PCT dataset now we have a counts and percentage related variable we are getting. Okay. So now we are going to transpose the dataset as per our requirement. Okay. So same transpose method you can use and you just paste it here. So var equal to group 1 only, id equal to treatment. By variables are what? So here by variables, so this one main OD and OD. Okay, so you can use these two variables. You can use these two variables. So PCT1, we have main order, and functions. But we need that starts also, right? So we can mention start. So here OD is there, male and female Asian is there. But we need this gender as well. Okay. So gender and sex also we need it. Okay. So what I do here, so first data set, we have to add the gender. So during the customization itself, okay. So category equal to, so this is the race, right? So race. And here the category is, and this category is gender. Okay. So now in the transpose, you can mention that category variable. You can see the now. So main order, this is a gender, this is a race. Gender in a lower case. So PCT1 data set, now you can see this is a main order, gender and race. Within the order, male, female is there. So race, we have Asian, black or African, white. So you can see here. So this is a 0 counts and this is the counts for first treatment, second treatment and all treatment. Okay. So now what we do here, so we are just calling the run macro. So if it is a missing there, you can apply this missings also, no issues. And after that one, you can write the proc report section. So the table is 1416. And here this one is the 5_1 and this is the 1416. And what are the variables are needed? MEN, main odd and odd. Main odd and category odd. Next stat. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 is a comma. You can define each and everything. So I just copy entire thing and paste it here because it looks some similar, right? So here 1, 2, 3 treatments are similar. So the main order, no need to display, and OD also no need to display. Okay, the stat we have to display. So start we have to display it as statistics, right? And one more thing is category here. So category, so label is category. So category I am giving 10%, and this one I'll give 29%. And OD statistics 1, 2, 3 treatments and above line and below line. Now we will check how the output is going to produce. Now you can see the gender was printing 2 times and race also printing 3 times. To avoid that one, what we do, simply we can add here order. Okay. Yeah, here gender male, female and Asian, black or African. So we need to give some space between the gender and race to to avoid this. So look, so what I do here, simply I added one space before compute, before the main OD, one space end cup. Now you can see differentiation there. Gender, race, one space is given, and you can see the counts. Once 41 plus 45, total 86 subjects are there. 84 plus 2, total 86 subjects. So if this Asian region was not there in the present data, but in future it will get. But if the statistician want, so if the data is not there, still they want to display. So that time we have to create the dummy and we can add. So in future if it is come, so automatically the counts was populated instead of 0. Okay. So what we do, so we created all treatment dummy and overlap to the main data set. If the category is project, it will display the counts. Otherwise, it will display the 0 counts. Okay. So like that you can handle. If something like if they are mentioning more than 3, so that you can add in the dummy. So display those categories as 0. Okay. So male first, female second. So if you're directly using without giving the section variable order, so female go to the first and male go to the latter. But as per the Moxel, they want to display male first, female latter, and this order only we have to follow. You can see the counts.
A treatment, B treatment, and 43, 43 ATC. So you can calculate these two counts is equal to the uh, total count. Otherwise, if anything was less than 43, so we need to check what happened to the subject, why the information related to gender for the subject was missing. Okay. So let me once again explain to you. So first I'll take the capital N count regarding the capital N count macro variable conversation. So I just taken from the ADSL data safety population, added the all treatment rate, do the three macro variables. Later coming to the body part information related to sex and race information you will get from the ADSL only. So that is why I used same ADSL and added all treatment and getting the counts by using the SQL method. So by using some customization as per the mock shell, so I created male and female related to the start variable and the gender section, right? So that's why I'm giving one, and the sorting purpose we use as the section variable assigned to the OD. So same thing we repeated for the race, but the race we have only two categories, but they are asking three categories. So what I do, so I created the dummy of three categories for each treatment and overlap into the main data set. Whenever we have a missing, so I just assign the count as 0. Okay. So then we can customize as per the mock shell. So Asian, African, what the case, prop case or smaller case or big case, what they are expecting as per that one. We added the new variable, and this is a second order, create the data set. So both the data set we can set together. After that one we do a percentage calculation. So I just merge with the big and count related data set, and small n divided by capital N into 100, it will give you the percentages. The percentages how they are want to expected to display. So I created a variable to make the variable ready to display. Okay. After that one transpose the data set to convert your treatment variables into the column. Like, and if any missing values are there, so we just replace with the 0. After that one column statement, we mentioned all the variables which we need to display. And here first statement, so big n count, we resolve that macro to resolve the number. Okay. So if you need a space between the two sections, you just added one line space before each and every main section. Okay, that is category section. Okay. Yeah. So anybody having any doubt or previous, you can ask me now.
So I have a quick question regarding how to figure out which data set to use. So on the yes.
Here you can see the variables I mentioned, sex and race, right? So these variables mainly demographic all related variables you will get from the ADSL only. Okay. So if you are confusing, just go and check with the data set. So you will find this information. The first and main data set, always you look in the ADSL is the first preference. Later you will check other data set. If the information there in the ADSL, you can take from the ADSL. Okay. So some information only specific to some data sets only. Okay. Yesterday we have derived adverse event, right? So adverse event. So ADAE. So AE. So to know these names, simply you can go to the documents which I upload. In that there is a SDTM implementation guide, that is IG. So go to this implementation guide. Okay. Just go to the so first pages itself. Okay. So here they mentioned some short name. Here you can see AE. AE nothing but adverse event. Okay. So ADAE nothing but ADaM dataset, adverse event dataset. LB nothing but ADaM dataset, laboratory. ADSL nothing but ADaM dataset, subject level dataset. VS nothing but vital set. You can find the short names here. So most of the time we use this terminology only for to add the dataset names. Okay. So that so demographic DM is there. So in the ADaM dataset, we are creating ADSL instead of ADDM. Okay. So you can first check with the ADSL. If you are not finding, just go to the ADA. For example, you can see here ADA. So you are searching one variable like this one. So variable is there. So not there. So if you go and check with this one, yes, it is there. Okay, so like that you can check and you can finalize, you can use the data set in the TFL's purpose. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
In future, if Asian race is or some other race is added, we are not mentioning any condition, right, sir?
Yes, so
how
here
it will
automatically, for example, once you get the count, so here you can see these two counts are there, these two counts are not impacting while merging with the dummy, right? So same way if the Asian will come, so Asian counts also not impacting. So we are overlapping our dummy treatments to race one. Okay, so if already race counts are there, so that is as it is. If any new category is there, that count only we make it as a 0. Okay, so nothing happen. So if future if you are getting the race counts also, so no issue. So it will get same count as per the data. So dummy where, so if the counts were not appearing this one, so in that cases only we are giving the missing values to 0. So once it was race 2, so counts are not their cases only. So Asian was not their cases only. Asian is populated. Asian is there, so the counts was not affected. Okay, if the data having the Asian, so the Asian counts only displayed instead of 0. Okay.
okay. So, sir, in real time, we always calculate percentage like this because we need to merge with the begin.
Yes, we have to
That
do
is
the
the
calculation.
reason.
Yes, that is why small n divided by capital N into 100. So for the purpose, so always we use this procedure only to calculate. So the procedure might different, but the logic is this one. So somebody using some SQL, somebody using some other procedure, but this is the simplest use of data steps to calculate the percentage. Simple, small n divided by capital N. So nothing will happen. So exactly appropriated counts will produce.
Okay. Sir, from the previous tables, actually, when we are writing select begin into begin 1 and begin 2, so we are mentioning the ranges, right? So begin 1 to begin 2, but only 2 are there. So can we write comma? Because when I tried like that, it is not working. Is there any other way around, or this is the only way we need to follow, even though it is 1 or 2 variables?
Here you are talking about this one.
Yes, sir.
So here.
No, sir. In the 44 section, instead of mentioning the ranges,
okay,
if we have only 2 variables, can we mention comma and can we do that? I tried like that, but it's
into
not
class
working.
method, I know. So you are going to do. So otherwise, one more thing is like this also you can write, but so if it is begin into begin 1 from this one where so TRT01 is. So now the macro variable begin 1 created. So if you want to begin 2 only, so you can write like this. Okay, so separate sections you can write.
Okay.
Okay, so like that also you can create each and every, this one related count, it will go to the here. Okay, like this also you can write. Okay, instead of like directly, so you can also write like this. But so we can't give our commas because that is syntax error. Okay.
Okay. Sir, here it is must that here, even if we are writing like this using where and select, we need to mention the colon. Whenever we are using the into class, it's must that we should mention the colon.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, okay, guys, practice these, tables. These are the most important tables which I am explaining because every, section I am taking one table and explain to you. So once you done these tables, you are able to create any type of table because I am so hardly, so what type of tables you are there in the clinical study, either counts and percentage, either summary statistics, either some different tables like adverse events, vital signs tables. Okay. So if you know this table, you can able to do any type of table while looking the table itself. Either they will ask a counts and percentage or they ask a summary statistics. Okay, so if you know this logic, so you can able to do any type of tables. Okay, please practice this table so that it is useful to for cracking the interviews as well as once you done and joining the company also. If they are there any tables, you can easily done with this knowledge. Okay, so that is why I'm telling practice is main. So without practice while looking it's so simple and easy, but whenever you start practicing by your own without seeing the code, so that time you will get so many doubts. Okay, so that is why I'm suggest you to practice well. Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
in table 7_1, that vital sign table we had done.
Okay.
In that, for visit, there is we used a visit and an a visit variable, but there is also other variable visit and visit now.
So
It
that
looks
is
same like
yes,
same.
so AI visit nothing but analysis visit. So whenever you are using, so that type of confusion is there. So just check the labels, which one having the analysis in the label. So that variable you can use. So here you can see the ADaM, ADVS. Okay, so I want to see the show visit, visit num, a visit. A visitor. Okay, so these two variables are there. Look at the labels once. Okay, so which one used for analysis? So you can use that analysis variable for the TFLs. Okay, if you have confusion, so the direct variable is there. Direct you can use. If you have confusion with this one, so which one having the analysis? So that you can use for your TFLs. Okay.
Okay, so always we should use that analysis variable.
Yeah, analysis. If it is their analysis, if the so direct variable is there, so directly you can use. Okay.
Okay, so here instead of analysis, if we use the direct variable, is it okay or no?
No, if the information is same, so that is not impacting. But information is different, so that time table will problem, right? So if visit information there in four variables, so which we need to take? So which one having the analysis? That variable you can take because in the ADaM data sets they created that variables for only specifically TFL purpose only. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So I have a question regarding that same this code. I didn't see that when we merged the final data set, unless I'm mistaken, I didn't see why we didn't merge with big N over here. Because I know in previous code we merged with
so this one
big N for the yes.
So here they are not asking any statistic and percentage here in the table 7_1. So they simply want to display they simply did want to display the statistics and they don't want to ask any capital and count or treatment wise capital and count like this. Okay, they are not asking this section in this table, right? So that is why we are not merging and we are not done any percentage calculations in this table. Okay.
Okay, so if we don't merge with big N, then can we still define it in like the progress under the prog report section? I think that was the confusing part because we didn't merge it because it's not part of the final data set.
Yeah.
And
So
then when we were
yeah, that is why I'm not calculating any big N count here. And so here also we are not mentioning anywhere, right? So capital N count here. So
okay, yeah.
nowhere capital N count, so no needed. If needed only you created the macro variable and use those macro variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. And then is there Can I share my screen?
So what is that? You tell me.
Yeah, so I did this. I'm just running into issue for this table. My output is just looking like weird to me, and I tried to fix it and I couldn't fix it. So I was wondering if you can just take a look at it and see what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, so let me check. Once all members questions done, so I'll give a chance to share your screen. Okay. So anybody
Okay.
having any other doubts?
Sir, in the same table, when I'm trying to adjust the line below the observed for the end, mean, median, all those things, is there any way can we give some percentage to that whole observed thing, or
No,
just we need to adjust with the line itself manually?
manually you can adjust the line. This one. Okay. Observed cases. So up to what extent you need, just draw that line in manually only. Okay.
Okay, I tried that, but little bit it is missing. Is it okay, right, sir?
Yeah, it's okay. Accept. So they just want to so draw a line below the observed. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, in table 6_1, when we were selecting variables for body part calculation, we had used that ADaM variable. But I think it is just for our understanding
Yes.
you had added, right?
Yes, understandable.
It was not, it was not need of that
No.
mock shell.
Yes, because so ADaM just I want to show you. So based upon the ADaM only, this terms they provided the medical team. So that is why
Yes.
ADaM not equal to missing and these are missing. That time we added as a uncoded. Okay, so that is the
Uncoded.
purpose.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just want to show this variable, not using to any table. Okay.
Okay. And this prop case and
So this also
upcase we
client
need.
specific. If client is asking they want to display, then we do. Otherwise, so no need
We
to.
can continue with the same one.
Yes, just
Whatever
comment
is.
it there and you can use as per the data. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Sir,
yeah.
sir, is there any way to check whether the report we have created is with the proper data or not? How we can check simply? Because after listening to your class, I tried creating on my own few things. The pattern looks same, but in one table the data is not coming properly. So again, I rechecked and I corrected it. But is there any other way? Just to apply the condition and we need to check, or how?
So you can write some patch of code if you want, like so here we return the proc frequency, right? So gender one data set you will get. So just write this statement and just check. Okay. So here the counts we are getting, right? So just check these counts are populated exactly. Populated here or not. 18, 23, 41. So 18, 23, 41. Like that, so you can write some patches of code if you want. And you can, check with the output counts whether it is matching or not. Okay. So anyway, so validation programmer also available to check your count. So if you done mistakes, he will figure it out. Okay. Yeah, somebody wants to share the screen. Can you please talk?
Yeah, it's me.
1 minute. Your name? Here.
Ru.
Just share your hand so that it is easy for me. Okay, Madhu CDISC 84, right? Is it?
Yes. No, it's Ru. ROU.
Okay. Okay, share your screen. Okay, so you adjust the cell width of things. Okay, so up to 99 only you have to adjust. So you can count here. So first one 20, 23, so 43. So 3, 5, 5, 5. All you are giving 5. Okay, so how much it is? So mhm. So 20 plus 23, so 43, 46, 46. So how much it is, So instead of giving all fives, so in my program, how much I gave? 1 minute. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So 30, 30, 60. Go up. Sixty, 80, 93 only, right? Okay. Okay. Can you please, instead of 5, make it a 3 for everything? Yeah, just adjust the cell width. Instead of that one, visit, you can make it as, something like, so TRT01A, so make it a 10, and this one is 13 you can make. So TRT01A, so instead of 20, you give just, 10. Hello, the screen freeze. Hello. Are you able to hear my voice, everybody?
Yes, sir. She's typing the percentage.
No.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, but screen was freezed, and so instead of the 20, so make it a 10.
She made visit as 10, sir, instead of treatment. And also median, these things, 3%.
Yeah, but I can't. Okay. Yeah, just run once. So just adjust the cell width so that it was going to fit into one page. Okay, keep it as it is and just run now. Did you close the out? No, you are getting in one page. So so still okay. So that is median. So increase a little bit cell width of median so that so median will into one line. Okay. So median, how much you given? So median you will give 3, right? So just give the 5. Okay, so you will get a problem. So here change from baseline median also, just give the file. Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, guys, practice this section. We'll meet you tomorrow class with one more table discussion. Okay. Bye,
Sir,
everybody.
can you
Yeah.
give some homework for
Thank
us?
you.
So homework is, so just practice this table without seeing my code. That is the, your homework. Okay. So if you are seeing my code and practice, that is, so, okay, first time is okay. Second time, what you do, just open the Mox line, write your own code with an empty editor window. So produce the output. Okay. So that is what the homework. Okay. So just practice this table. So if it is any chance, I'll give some homework in tomorrow's class. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
In
Thank you.
real time, these will be the only formats, output for, formats for the tables and listings.
Because so these are the unique templates. Okay, based upon this unique. So some replicates are there, like same code. So changing the population, changing so minor conditions. So many outputs are there. But these are the unique concept. If you know learning this one, you are able to easily do the other outputs. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day. We'll meet you
Thank you,
next
sir.
class.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, all.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
sir.
sir.
You're welcome. How are you
Good
doing?
morning, sir.
Yeah, a very good morning. Okay. So this table also done, right? Okay. Today we are going to see this table. One minute. Okay. So 14.1.12 table today we are going to see. So this is a normal, not safety table. So this is the efficacy table. Okay. So efficacy tables are nothing, you know, so like this efficacy table containing the p-value are 95% confidence interval related information. Okay. So here you can see the p-value. So probability value related information. So they are including in this table. So this type of table generally we can call it as efficacy table. So previously we already generated all the safety tables, right? Safety population related. So here they are not mentioning any population related either, So they mentioned other population apart from the safety population. So here any table containing the p-value or this 95% CI information, this table generally we can call it as efficacy tables. Okay. So efficacy tables, how to generate it. So what are the procedures we are going to write our by own. So what are the methods or procedures given by the statistician to generate this type of table? We'll see step by step. Okay. So the title itself showing summary of hospitalization due to COVID-19 symptoms with a 2x2 condensed table. Okay. So the main variable here they are using ADSL hospital related variable flag already present in the ADSL. That variable they are going to use for this table. Okay. So first here also we read capital N count for the tafenoquine as well as placebo. That is drug A and drug B. Capital N counts are required. So we are not going to mention any population. So this is the efficacy table, right? So wherever we have used TRT01A in the safety population, here we are going to use planned treatment instead of the actual treatment. Okay. So I'll take a reference of one program. So here the capital N counts we are using the okay. So here safety population flag we are using for the table because the title showing they want to include only the safety population. Here there is no population they mentioned, right? So in the title they simply given the title but they don't want to mention any population. So in these cases it's not needed. And here so wherever the actual treatments are used TRT01A and TRT01EN, so if it is not a safety table, so you can use the planned treatment instead of the actual treatment. Okay. Okay. So might be missing something out there. So anyway, we are going to get the capital N count for the tafenoquine and placebo. So here you can mention. Okay. So what is the actual treatment? What is the planned treatment? So what is the difference between these two populations? So planned treatment nothing but which was the plan to give a treatment to the subject. Actual treatment nothing but what actually the subject was taken the treatment during the trial. For example, here so on before starting the clinical trial, so they are planning to give okay they planning to give 101 subject. Okay. So they are planning to give a drug. Okay. So 102 drug. So they are planning to give B drug, and 103 drug. So they planning to give a drug. Okay. So what happened in the during the so the clinical trial ongoing. Okay, the subject is taking a drug, but what happened? The B subject was don't want to take a drug, so he want to withdraw from the study. Okay, so they don't want to continue the study, so he want to withdraw from the study and he left from the CRO. So that time what happened? So this is missing. Actually, they planned to give B drug, but the subject was not taking any drug, so that is the actual treatment issue. Sometimes what happened? So they planned to give A drug. Due to oversight, the doctor was given B drug. So in that cases, what happened? Planned treatment was A, but actual treatment was B.
So this type of scenarios will happen if the study is going separate way. But everything goes fine, and the study was executed as per the plan. So that time the plan treatment and actual treatment both are same. Okay. So if it is not cases, if these cases are there, so that time the plan treatment and actual treatment might be different. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So give me 5 seconds. I'll back. Yes. Okay. So next, now we are going to calculate the capital N count. Okay. Simply we can copy this code, paste it here. Begin. So first one 43, second one also 43. Next, we convert them into the macro variables to use whenever the proc report we use the capital N count. Okay. So 43 macro variables were created and keep aside. Then we go to the body part of the table. So body part of the table, use this one. Okay. And here no need because it is a efficacy tables. Okay. So here wherever the actual treatment is plan treatment we use, and what is the main variable here to calculate your hospitalization related variables, so they want to use. Okay. Yeah. So here ADSL2 having the subject, so treatment also required because so we are going to calculate the treatment, right? So if TRT01P not equal to this. Okay. So here yes response are given. So remaining blank responses we can consider as no response. Okay. So here I just written if equal to missing, then the flag is no. Okay. Yes, no responses we have provided. So here which one is missing? So I just consider as no. So which one already there as y? So we can consider that is a y. So next, so first thing what they want to here.
I have a question, please.
Yeah, yeah.
So why you're changing the empty missing flags to no? Is that a standard or is it what you chose to do?
Yes, because so whenever we do some 95% CI calculations or p-value related stuff, so yes or no responses, two responses is there because 2 by 2 condensed table, right? So yes response is already there, so other response is missing. So so the missing, so I just consider as a no, so that so this variable has two responses, yes responses, no responses. Okay, so that is why I make it as a missing into the no n response. Okay.
So for the programming convenience, did we change it to n, or in the
No.
actual scenario also can a
Yeah.
null be changed to n?
Yes, so there is only yes is there. There is no responses. Okay. So and
Yeah.
here, so whenever we are going to derive this two, so that time if it is only one responses, this was giving a error messages. Okay, so that is why I just change into the no, so that that variable has two types of responses: yes responses, no responses. So that that procedure will applicable to this type of observations. Okay. Yeah. Here the
Sir,
first.
other than yes and no,
Hmm.
will there be any missing possible?
No, here this variable was derived only. Yes responses they given. So no responses
That's
we
why.
just as it. That's it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So n percentages, nothing but counts and percentages they want to show in a first row. Okay. So the Tafinoquin, how many counts and percentages, placebo, how many counts and percentages of this variable related as responses. Okay. So I just using some SQL to get the count. Okay. Simple SQL. Create table count as select directly you can mention distinct use subject ID as Marlin, comma TRT01P profit data set ADSL2 data set. Okay, so we are calculating so treatment wise TRT01PN TRT01 ordered by say. So yes, no responses. Yes, how many subjects? No, how many subjects we are going to calculate. Okay. So now we can see. So Tafinoquin, no responses, 8 subject. Tafinoquin, yes responses, 35 subject. Placebo, no responses, 7. Placebo, yes responses, 36. Okay. Yes, somebody raise hand. Any doubts?
Sorry, it was it was up already, so I already asked my question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so yes, no responses we'll get. So now we are getting the counts. We need the percentages as well for this one because they are expecting the first row is count along with the percentages. Okay. So how to get the percentages? So we simply merge with the begin data set. Okay. And we do the percentage calculations in this way. Right. So just sort the data set treatment wise and begin count and this one. So wherever the actual treatments are there, so we just replace with the planned treatment. Okay. Final CD PCT. So now PCT data set. So the GRP1 variable having the counts along with the percentages. Okay. So here PCT dataset having the yes no responses, but the first row what they are expecting n percentages nothing but only yes responses per counts and percentages only they are expecting in this. Okay. So we have yes and no both responses are there. They want to show yes responses. Even any table. So if they mentioned only one row, the counts and percentage, that means so yes responses we are going to display. Okay. So here, so data PC2 PCT only Y responses set this PCT. Okay. So if the variable equal to Y responses only, so we can take into the consideration to display the values into the table. Okay. Only yes. Okay. So 35, 36. So and so we transpose the data set. Okay. So ID and ID is the treatment planned and here GRP1. Okay. You can see. So first treatment counts in percentages, second treatment counts in percentages. So now we frame like this. So first treatment, second treatment, and first column is statistics. Okay. So I created one data set for the first row. So first row. So first column is, what is the first column? In percentages. And second column is first statement. And third column is second treatment. Okay. So I am giving order equal to 1. Okay. So I am framing one data set for the first row. So here you can see the first column C1 in percentage, C2, C3 and order equal to 1. So I'm providing the length C1, C2, C3, 200. Okay. So first column, second column, third column and order, first order of first row we have created. That is fine. Okay. So next coming to the 95% CI hospitalization rate. Okay. So whenever some statistical procedure is involved, so that patch of code was provided by the statistician, because we know the procedures for the proc means, proc frequency, etc. But so as a statistical programmer, we are not aware and we are not going to decide some efficacy related coding and efficacy related methods and efficacy related models. So whenever the statistician creating the mock-shell or whenever writing this SAP, so the statistician included the procedures which you are going to use to get the p-value and 95% CI. Okay, so that patch of code, whenever we are deriving this thing, so the starts will help you to get the values by which procedure you are going to use. So that procedure they will provide you. So if through emails or through sometimes they mentioned in the SAP, sometimes they mentioned in the mock shell itself. So what is the procedure we are going to use for to get the 95% CI? Okay, so here so they are using, okay, simple proc frequency procedure only, but some keywords they will add. Okay, so data equal to, so whenever we are going to get this 95% CI, so that time it should be two responses should be there. Okay, so here you can see the PCT data set. So we have a yes no responses should be there, then only this procedure the 95% CI will get. Okay, so yes and no responses, two type of responses should be present. Okay, so that is why we created this PCT dataset. After that one, Y responses we are displaying in the first row, but this dataset we can use for this 95% CA. Okay, so PCT dataset by variable is treatment wise. Okay, so tables, the hospitalization related variable. So the yes no response containing variable is there, right? So that variable versus that variable. So binomial. Okay. So just run and see. So if you run this one, so here log was clear. But whenever we want to see what are the backend data sets were created, so we will write ODS trace on ODS trace up. So if you are writing ODS trace and trace up, so what are the backend data sets were created, so we'll know. So here you can see what are the backend data sets created: binomial test, binomial, one-way frequency. So this type of data sets were created in this data set. So there is no binomial CLS. Okay, so some more keywords they were added here. So binomial. Okay, so this syntax will provided. So level equal to y and exact method. So something closing bracket must say. So here binomial confidence limits. Okay, binomial confidence limit 95% of confidence interval limits. So they want to extract in this. Okay. So here, so this data set you can pull out from the backend data set to our work library. How to get this backend data set to the work library? Simply we can write here ODS. So output. So the name. Okay, so backend data set name. So what is the name you want to give into the work library? CA. Okay, anything you can give. So if you run this one, so here the CI dataset, confidence interval datasets were created. Coupler, Pearson, exact method they use. So first treatment. So this is a lower confidence limit. This is a upper confidence limit. Okay. So the two information was we are getting. So it is in a numeric version variable. So we just convert them into the character for our convenience. Okay. So once we get the data, so this patch of code will given by the starts if you are asking. So because the binomial and exact method related stuff we haven't learn in our base and advanced. So anyway, base and advanced SAS and whoever SAS programmer, so they learn basic related statistical procedures. But these are the models which they will use for the 95% CI and so the p-value related stuff. So the statistician might aware of which model is fit for the which data. So that is why in each and every team a statistician is available to creating the mock and writing the SAP and providing the efficacy related stuff to the program, so that we can so we can generate the table as per their convenient, okay, as per their so mark shell we can arrange the numbers and we can produce the safety purpose related information. So we already know, so we can generate, but in our coming to the efficacy related thing, so the stats help might be needed to get the so the values which model we are going to use and which backend data set containing which information. Okay, we don't know. Even ODS trace and trace stuff we can write. So many backend data sets were created. Each and every data set we can't check, right? So the stats will tell you which data set containing the confidence limit, which data set containing the p-value. So once the values were identified, so after that one we can customize ourselves to display the numbers as per the mock shells. Okay. So data CI1.
So the
Yeah.
sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
no.
So the regular output statement in the proc free, it will not work in this case. Right?
Yeah, this one. If we are running this one, so no data sets were created, right? So we are not giving any out statement or anything.
Right.
So
Right.
back. Yeah.
Can we include the output statement instead of using ODS output?
Because so many data sets were created here. Out if you write, so all the information was created in one data set, so that might not helpful. So because we are aiming to produce a 95% confidence limit interval related information, right? So that data set backend which created, so that we can take out and we can work on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So I am creating the confidence limit variable. Okay, so how they want to display, open bracket, here you can see open bracket, lower value, comma, upper value and closing bracket. So strip off, put off the lower value, so up to how many decimals they want to give, 2 decimals. Okay, so 5.2 decimals I am giving, and here comma. Okay, so upper value. Yeah. So no closing bracket, right? So lower value, comma, upper value, open and closing bracket. Okay. So fine. And after that one, you just transpose the thing. Why? Because we need to display the treatments in a column wise, right? So CI1, CI2, this is CI. So first one and second one. Okay. So we just customize as per our thing. So second row, I'm creating a separate data set. Okay. CI2. So second row we are creating. So 95% hospitalization rate. So second treatment, first treatment and second treatment, these are the values. Okay. I think, okay. Yeah. So next coming to the third one. Third one is a p-value. So p-value related information. So same thing. So p-value also. So they provided, but no. So by using this procedure, okay. So some more information they added. So proc frequency here. So they mentioned like this treatment versus hospitalization. So they use the chi-square method to get the p-value related stuff. Okay. So here they mention so weight variable count, small n count. Okay. And ODS trace on ODS trace on. So by putting this one here, you can see the Fisher exact method. It's there, right? So in this Fisher exact method, so you will find the p-value related information. Okay. So here ODS output Fisher exact equal to the p-value here. You can see so many values are there. In this, which one we need to consider as the p-value? So this means 6 rows are there, 6 values are there. So in this XPT underscore fish, this information also told by the statistician, no worry. So which row we need to consider? XPT underscore fish, where equal to name one variable, name one only, right? So name one variable equal to XPT underscore fish. So this row we have to use this nth value, so we can take as a p-value consideration. Okay. You can take so this value, so p-value data set and p-value 1 we can give, and p-val equal to strip of put of so numeric value convert into the character. So up to how many decimals they want to display? 4 decimals. Okay. So 6.4 we can use. Okay. So next transpose this one, p-value 1, p-value 2 and this p-value. PCT at okay, so this p-value was, so we will get, so placebo versus, tafenoquine, only the p-value, only one value we are going to get. So that value we can display under this one. Okay. So for that purpose, no ID. P-value 2, so only the value we are getting call one. You can frame third row
Okay, so third row and this p-value 2 and here the p-value, and C1 is, what is the p-value? Call 1, right? There C3 not there, order equal to, so third row. So p-value, so we will get the p-value difference between the actual value, actual treatment versus placebo. Placebo p1, right? So but they want to display that value under the first treatment, that is tafenoquine under only we are going to display. Okay, so fine. So C2 and this one. So now what we do, simply we can set these 3 rows into one data set. Okay, so data, so final set underscore 1 underscore 2 underscore 3. So the final data set now you can see, so n percentages 95% CI p-value. So here this values are 35 and this one. Okay, so I think so the weight variable has to add this as well. I forgot here. GHT, right? So here we added, right? So counts here also we just add. Yeah, so now we can see the values difference in, for because 35 this counts is 36, so 95% CIA 0.67 to 0.92, 0.69 to 0.93. Okay, so the count here you can see they will use some weight variable to count. Already PCT variable we are count, right? So this count is there, right? So based upon this count, the 95% confidence limit was calculated, and this whenever we are using one data set and binomial option, so that time it should be have two responses, yes and no responses should be present, then only this binomial will work. Okay, so that is the purpose we are including the yes and no responses. Some values initial data set itself, so yes values are there, all the missing values are there. So for our so for this, to get this procedure, to use this binomial procedure, so I make it as a no responses, all the missing values. Okay, yeah. So anyway, in the first row, so we are going to display the S count, and second row, third row, we needed two types of responses. Yes and no responses needed to get the p values, to get the 95% CI. Okay, so once we get the final data set, what we do, simply we can write the proc report section to display all this information according to the mock shell. Okay, so all the information was there, right? So if you can see first row, second row, third row. So first column, second column, third column, and the order also we have given. So now we simply call the this one and all these things like other tables, and here the third title, okay. So next proc report, and this one is C1, C2, C3, ORD, and C1, C2, C3. Okay, so next define. C1 is the population. Here C1 is the what? Statistics. Okay, fine. So this is the C1. So drug A. So in place of drug A, tafenoquine. In case of second drug, placebo. Okay. So and above one line and below one line. It is final data. Okay. So now we can run the program and see.
Why is C1 defined twice?
Is it okay? Oh, it is C1, it is C2, sorry, and it is C3. Yeah, so now you can see the tafenoquine 43 and the statistics, placebo 43 and the statistics. Okay, statistics outputs are not lengthy one. So but at the content they provided like p-value 95%. So as a statistical programmer we need help, so this patch of code they will provide. So which data set you need to consider, which procedure you use, so which keywords we are going to use to get the particular statistic. After that one, so we do our customization code and we display as per the mock shells. Okay, so here also 95% CI and p-value, any other statistical related information they want to show as a show in a statistical output. So so they know the procedure, but so we can handle as per the mock shell, like how to display and how many decimals and the orders and report as a programmer. So we know. Okay, so they know how to get that value, but how to display the value. So they'll ask star programmer to display the values. Okay, so by working with them, so we will get a knowledge on the statistics. Like, so sometimes so every time, so they may use xpt underscore fish, and here you can see p-value, they are footnote, they mentioned fisher exact method. So we will use the fisher exact method only, right? Fisher exact method only we use to get the p-value. Okay, p-value data set. So if you use the xpt fisher exact method, so always they prefer xpt underscore fish. Okay, so if you working with them 4 or 5 studies, after that one same model same studies are there, so always they use fisher exact method. So based upon the data and based upon the model, they will they will decide the model and the data as well as the study design. So they will propose a model. If the model was not fitted, they will change the model and they will tell you the programmer, so this is a model is not getting the exact result, so they will change the model sometimes. Okay, so most of the time the model was fixed, and they will provide us the model related information and the syntaxes, which data set containing 95% CI, which data set containing the p-value. So they will tell you through mail, either sometimes through in the SAP document itself, sometimes they documented or separate documents they mention some client. So what is the statistical procedure they use? So in the document you refer and you can apply your programmatical stuff and you can create the output as per the mock shell. Okay, so this is efficacy. So what I suggest, who are going with the below 3 place, please don't include any efficacy related information into your resume. Why? Because so whenever the resource was joined, whenever the candidate was joined in the company, so first 2 3 years they will give you training on the safety output, safety data set, because 80 to 90% of the project safety, the remaining 10 to 20% of the study might be so efficacy. Some of the projects, you cannot see any efficacy because phase 1 studies or something there. So they're completely, safety related information only they are expecting. So that is why first 1 to 3 years, so the resource was, trained on the safety. Once he is familiar with all the safety, so gradually they increases the workload of the complex to the resource. Okay, so that is why who are going with below 3 plus, no need to mention any efficacy related information into your resume. Even if you mentioned also, the interviewer may want to trust because so first 1 to 3 years, so everybody is working on the safety. Okay, so if you are want to go with about 3 plus experience, so this efficacy related tables also you need to understand and you can explain. So whenever they ask what type of efficacy table you done means, you can tell this type of table title line. So what are the procedures we use, so you can explain to them. Okay, so that is what my suggestion. If you want, you can go also. Okay, yeah. So anybody
Yeah, I have
having
a
any
question,
doubt?
please.
Yeah, tell me one by one.
Yeah, between lines 131 and 138. So
One.
I know our
Yeah.
experience now does not appear to be applying this efficacy table. I mean efficacy code for now. But between 135, 131, 138, which codes would they
So
will be given to us? I mean, given to the yes.
so this ODS trace and ODS trace of you are asking about, right?
Yes, are we getting everything from ODS, or only give us the proc freak and then till 137, and then we'll get the rest for ourselves?
So here this was, so want to see the backend data sets which are created. Okay, so if you are directly applying the proc frequency, what are the backend? This data set creation was we are not going to see in the, so if you directly apply this one, okay. So if you directly apply this one and if you write the output statement also, you won't get this information. So when you are going to get what are the data sets which are created, here you can see if you run this one. So here this data set was, you can able to see whenever you write only the ODS trace and ODS trace up. Otherwise you can't see this backend data set which you created. So you can't see. Okay. So that is the purpose we written here ODS trace and ODS trace up. Yeah. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, in table creation, we use chi-square, and in output, we are using Fisher exact. I don't know why like that.
Here you can see p-value related, so they use one keyword, so chi-square, and 95% CA they use binomial and exact method. So that is what I am telling. So based on the data, so they will decide the procedure. Even the chi-square we can't get the 95% CA. So by using this binomial exact method, so the p-value related data sets were not created. Okay, so that is why. So they so what are the keywords they want users? So we use those keywords. Then we will get the statistical information. So which related to the table. Okay. So all so one keyword itself, so we can't generated the multiple statistics, right? So each and every statistics they will separate one.
No, but with chi-square also, we usually do p-value, right?
Chi-square only we use to get the p-value, right? So here you can see the chi-square keyword we use and the p-value. So here the exact method they use to get the so binomial. So by using this one here binomial CLS only they produce. Okay, let me. ODS trace or ODS trace. Okay, so we use somewhere no print, so that is why it is not using. Yes, so if you have a confusion with, so you are able to produce the exact method by using exact method also p-value.
So you can ask statistician. So is this model is right, or so this way this proposal by starts only, right? So if we can have doubt, then we can discuss. Okay, no issues. And if you want to learn some efficacy related content, so reach out to them and ask, because he is also from the study, right? So they will tell you why only they propose this model only, why they can't, So we have so many models are there, ANOVA, ANCOVA, GLM, so many models are there to get the p-value. Why they only choose this one? So they will tell you based on the data, and so the study design. So they will decide at these models, and we use them. Okay. So you can discuss with the stars team to get the clarification.
Okay. Sir,
And
what
also
is the...
here,
Yeah, one by one.
Yeah, Kiran, continue.
and also the weight here, why we are using weight n, I don't understand.
So here this is a keyword. So based upon this weight of counts. Okay. So here PCT dataset having the counts, right? Yes count, no count. Based upon this count only, so the values, the 95% values are depending. Okay. So that is why they use this weight variable to counts also they consider to get the 95% CI and p-value related stuff. Okay. So go to the, so Google and, so just, get the example proc frequency weight variable. So you will get some examples. So try to understand, in the real time also, once you started, so many new keywords you can see. So that time you can learn those keywords also by your own. Okay. Yeah, here weight variable. So they are counting, they are considering the count as well, which we created. Yes, no responses are right. No counts and yes counts, they are taking into the consideration of this count. So that will affect the 95% CI values. So
is that weight variable a syntax, or
yes,
it is a variable?
so this is a keyword. Okay, this is a keyword like so tables and by how the keywords are there. So this is a one keyword. Okay, so this is not
It is
variable.
not a variable.
It is not a
It
variable.
is...
It is a keyword, and this related variable we are giving like how the by variable. So we are giving the variable name. So weight keyword. So n count variable. We just as a.
Okay. And when you are saying that statistician provide us the details which one to use, they just provide us this binomial and exact
No,
and chi-square,
they will
or they will provide some syntax.
entire code. If you are asking entire code, they will provide you. So if if we are familiar with the procedure, so they will ask, so they will document like usually, proc frequency, binomial, exact, and so they will write a descriptive manner sometimes, but most of the time they will provide you syntax itself to avoid the confusion. So they will tell you the complete syntax of this whole patch. Okay.
Yeah, so we will just copy paste that.
Yeah, copy paste, and so when we are getting any doubt or any errors we'll get, so we can reach out to them, because so they are not applying this patch of code on the data, right? So we only apply the data. So that time we might getting errors or something was happening. So we will clarify with them, and we can either they can change the model, either they can correct the syntax or something like that. Okay.
So normally in our day-to-day work, statistician will be around with us, working with us, I mean.
Yes, even one team is there. So in the team, statistician, is there, and the senior programmer there, and one manager also there to handling all the status and etc. Okay. So based upon the study length and duration, so number of resources were there. Like if it is a big project, 6 to 7 members are involved. If it is a small, below 4 to 5 members are involving in one project.
Please, can you explain again? Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Okay. If we are putting experience of 1 to 3 years, normally we will be in junior programmer category.
Not a junior, statistical 1 or 2 category you will get. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about line 110 about the lower and upper CL. How you got about them again? You have to go back to the outputs from the tables to see it, right?
Yeah, here what the data set you will get CI data set, right? In this CI, so you will see the lower value and upper value. So those are first treatment related. So as per the cell, you can see lower value, comma, upper value, open and close bracket they want to show. So that is why we converted them into the character and we created like this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, instead of column 1, directly can't we write statistics?
You can write, so I created
Like in
separate
previous
way.
programs, we are doing that, right?
Yeah, so you have to learn some different types of programs only. Don't stick to the one type of program. So that so whenever you want to update other programmers program, so you might write in a different way. You can understand that program as well and update, right? So if you stick to one program, so every time you don't get a chance to write a scratch coding. So sometimes you may work on other programmers in absence of him or some cases. Okay, so that time you need to understand his code, and that is why, so whenever you are practicing different types of programs, you have to use different. For example, the proc min, try with the proc univariate, proc template, or proc tablet. So many procedures are other also there, try to use them. Why? Because so whenever you are using multiple procedures on one requirement, so you will improve your SAS technical skills as well. Okay, so here what I do, so individual row wise I created one data set, so that you can set into the one data set. Okay. Yeah, so if you have any other thoughts, so try with that also, no issues. But everybody aim is to produce this output, with these values. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt from previous table.
Yeah, which table?
That is 14 point.
14 point.
Shift table. Shift table.
Table 8_1. Okay.
There, when we are considering BNR IND as missing, even ANR IND should be missing, right?
No. Baseline, if it is a missing, so individual visit wise, we can't expect missing. Okay. So for example,
because
yeah. So
because at the beginning itself, we don't know what is, whether it is normal or it's low or high.
For example,
how we can.
Here you can see. So RBC is there. So before taking the drug, so it is a missing. Okay. So but in the visit one, the RBC count was there. So that is a low value. So visit 2, it is a high value. Okay. So it might
but how you are taking it as low or high? Because the base value itself, we don't know whether it is anything.
Baseline, at the time of baseline visit, it is a missing. But what happened? So in the diagnostic center might be missing the value. So they are diagnosed, but the report so due to oversight, it was the value is there, but the reference range is showed as missing. Okay. So but next visit, the RBC counts was taken and sent to the diagnostic center, and they said it is a low value. So next visit, it is a high value. So in these cases, we investigate the data. So why it is missing? So what the data is provided, we do the statistics. We are not manipulating any data, right? So if the data itself missing at the baseline visit before taking the drug, so we can raise a query to the CDM department or data management department. So why this value is missing? So we can ask, but we're not forced to input the value. So they will check. Even the vendor provided, so it is a missing, so they can't also do anything. Okay, so if the diagnosis center itself showing some missing, so they also not doing anything, right? So if they ask them, and they will recheck if the value and the value is there, so they will replace. So how can they know? So based upon our table, so we will see, okay, missing to low. Okay, why it is missing? They will investigate. Okay, so why it is missing? Really, it is a missing, or due to oversight anything happen? So they will recheck their backend process and they will get a confirmation. Okay, in the data collection time itself, it is a missing. Nobody will do anything. So, but if it is any data entry missing or anything was happened, they will recorrect it. Okay.
Okay. Sir, in the body part calculation, we are doing TRT01A equal to 3, and we are taking that one directly as overall value.
Yeah.
Even we can take that overall value in the calculation of begin also, right, sir? Because
Yeah,
we are
you
doing
can,
all the
you
whole
can,
thing.
yes,
Yeah.
you can take, no worries. Output and TRT013, that is also total number. Directly being also total number only, right?
Right, yeah. So there is no need to consider all the TRT0A, AN 1 and 2.
Yeah, you can do that also. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So practice this table as well along with this, all the tables. So we will see the one more table, efficacy related table in tomorrow's class. Okay. Bye everybody. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Shiva.
Thank you, sir.
Hello everybody. Good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning all.
Morning.
Yeah. Okay. So let me open schedule. So today I'm going to show you the figures. Okay. Yeah. So how to create the generally, so real-time programmers, how they are creating the figures. Okay. So in case of tables and listings, so we have limited procedures. We can use the limited procedures to generate the tables and listings. Okay, like proc means, proc summary, proc frequency, proc invariant. So so limited number of procedures what we know. So by using those procedures we can able to generate the tables and listings. That is fine. But in case of figures, so there are so many lot of a lot of syntaxes are there, lot of keywords are there. So we can't remember, nobody not remembered all the syntaxes and all the keywords and each keyword what is the use and how to use that one, etc. So we can't. Okay, so then how to generate the figures as per the statistician requirement? So what is the technique? So generally the interview people also will test you how to generate the figures. Even the figures having the less percentages occupancy in any project. For example, a project is there. So some projects may or may not having the figures, and some projects have 1% or 2% of weightage in that project. Okay, so that we will get if we get a chance to work on. So most of the programs not get a chance to work on the figures. So but if you get a chance how to do, and in an interview also they will test you whether you written the scratch coding for the figures or any technique you use. So they are expecting, so nobody will write the scratch coding for figures because nobody will remember all the syntaxes, all the keywords, right? So I will tell you how to generate the figures in real-time programmers. If any figure was given, how to start and how to end, I'll show you in this class. Okay. Yeah. First of all, if any, for example, go to the mock shells and figures, and if they have assigned you one figure, okay. So they have assigned you this type of figure they want to create.
Okay, so first of all, carefully, first you can check, so what type of figure it is. Okay, so this is the figure. Okay, so distribution of hematology values by treatment. Okay, so this is related to some hematology values. Hematology in the sense laboratory data set we are using. So 1 minute, please. Yeah, sorry. So whenever somebody, statistician or somebody is assigned to work on one figure, just look at this one. Hardly so 2 to 3 variables we are using to generate any type of figure, because one is using for x-axis, this is slipping line, and one is the y-axis, that is one variable we are going to use y-axis, one variable we are going to use x-axis, another variable is like grouping variable, like so treatment wise, etc. So hardly 2 to 3 variables we are using to generate any type of figures. We are producing the this type of figures. Any figure, x-axis, y-axis, and grouping variable is common. Okay. So here, so first look at this picture. Okay. So they are expecting a hematology related this type of figure. So before that one, I just give one presentation related to how many types of figures. Okay. So generally, so many types of figures are there, but in the real time, so we have uses so some figures. Okay, so this type of figure generally we produce our real time day-to-day activities, like so many types are there, but in the clinical, most of the times we use this type of figure. One is a scattered plot, another one is a line plots or series plots. Third one is a box plot or whisker plot. Fourth one is ODDS ratio, Kaplan-Meier, histogram or bar chart. If anybody is asking, so you can tell these are the types of figures I know. So we are generated these types of figures. Okay. So what is a scattered plot? Scattered plot nothing but, so one is a x-axis, another one is a y-axis. So the values were plotted in the figure in a scattered way. Okay. So scattered plot is a type of graph which uses the values from two variables plotted in a Cartesian plane, like this. Here you can see. So current salary is y-axis, beginning salary is x-axis. So male and female grouping variable. So all the values were, so we can show in a scattered way in the Cartesian plane.
So the values were shown. So place is the female, blue color circle is the male values. Okay, like this we are showing this type of figures. We can consider as scattered plots. Okay, so next line plots. Here you can see the lines. Okay, so the dotted values were joined with a line. Okay, so this type of figures we can call it as line plots or series plot. Here also you can see the example proc plot they are using to create the line plot or series plot. Next you can see these are the box plots. Just now we have seen, so this is also a box plot. Okay, so whenever you want to show some summary statistics, okay, so that time this box plots generally they are using. Okay, so this box was showing here what is this value. So this is the outer area, this is the maximum value, this is the minimum value, this is a median, first quartile, third quartile, like that, so this box was representing what is this. Okay, so this type of box plots also we are going to generate. So whenever you want to show some 95% confidence interval p value related stuff in the figure, so that time generally we use the ODDS ratios plot. Okay, so Kaplan-Meier survival plot nothing but death analysis. How much time still the subject is going to survive. Okay, generally in the oncology studies, so survival rate is less. So because so the subjects are going to die. In this case, we are going to check how much time the subject is going to survive, how many days still the subject is alive by taking our treatment. Any lifespan was increasing by using our treatment. That type of analysis we can, using by using Kaplan-Meier survival curve. Okay, so some histograms. Okay, so sometimes so we use a histogram or plot to show the frequency of distribution of the data. So if you want to show, so that time histograms or plots we are using. So bar charts nothing but, so these are the bar charts. So whenever you want to show some values in a bars wise representation, so that time bar charts. So here also we use the proc algebra. So these are the figures generally we use. So remaining all some other types are there, but so these are the general and common procedures, common figures in our day-to-day activities we are using. Okay, here now coming to our part. So this is the box plot. So this hematology values, the value they want to represent y-axis, and the hematology related parameters they want to represent in a x-axis, and this red color and blue color, so they want to give a treatment y. Okay, we don't know anything, so we don't know the syntaxes and we don't know the procedures, nothing. Okay, but how to create these figures, because we have learned the tables and listing procedures only, but we don't know how to do this figures procedures. Okay, so simply we can take the help of Google to generate this type of figure. Okay, so just go to the Google and here you can write SAS graphs. Okay, so simply click on this one. So there is a gallery. Okay, graph sample gallery is there, right? So you can click on. Okay, so this is the official site of SAS. So here you can see so many procedures are there, more procedures are there, right? SG map, SG panel, SG plot, SG render, SG scatter, G bar line, G chart, so G map, G plot, so many procedures are there. So we can use any procedure, but most of the time we prefer SG plot. Why? Because this is a more advanced procedure compared to the G plot. So most of the things are automated in this SG plot. So we go generally SG plot. So the statistician won't suggest to the producer, so we can use any procedure. Their requirement is like that. So sometimes they are not providing the mark shell, they simply telling that, so I need y-axis this value, x-axis this value, and grouping this first, produce the bar charts or any other charts like that. They will mention sometime. If they specifically mentioned the mark shell, so that time the procedure you can choose by yourself. Okay, most of the times by using SG plot method we can handle 90% of the figures in a first time itself. Okay, so go to the proc ggplot procedure and look at the picture. Okay, so this type of figure already any example was given in the site, you can check. Okay, so box plot and hematology related. Okay, so this is also box plot. Okay, so cholesterol values and this age start. Okay, keep in mind. And here you can see this is a perfect figure. So the value is a y-axis, and here you can see some parameters are in x-axis. So drug type A and B there in a group wise. Okay, so distribution of Maxwell liver function. Okay, this is a perfect figure which is exactly suitable for our requirement. Okay, so y-axis, x-axis, grouping variable is there. So here also y-axis, x-axis, grouping variable is there. Okay, just click on the view code, open in a new tab. And here you can see the full code. So full code you can see, so they have created the data set, and so just copy this one and paste it here. Okay, which is the data set they are using? LF2 data set. Okay, so up to here you can run. Yeah. So how the LFT2 data set is there? So three variables, one is x-axis, one is y-axis, another one is a grouping. So this is a x-axis, this is a grouping variable, this is a y-axis. Okay, so three variables are there in the data set. So they are using these three variables by using the proc ggplot. So they get this figure. Okay, so by using this ggplot method, so this ggplot method, so they are getting that figure. So what we are going to do, so we have to do this in the similar way. Okay, so what they done, so we have to do with our actual data. Okay, so calling the ADaMs. Okay, just call the ADaMs. So after that one, which data set we are going to use? ADLB, because here they mentioned simply hematology related parameters values they want to use. Okay, so you can check this ADLB. So we have generated a listing and table also related to the hematology, right? Hematology and biochemistry. Here you can see the hematology related records you need to pick in that parameters they want to populate an x-axis. Okay, that is what we are doing. So parameter category is hematology and treatment not equal to missing records only we have to take into the consideration. Okay, so after that one, so what I do here, so the LFT2 dataset, how it is. Okay, so test is in a character, drug also character, value in a numeric. So the variable names also I am giving the same variable like example dataset. So test is the param CD, drug is the TRT01A, value is the aware value. Okay, so I am converting our data set into the same format of example data set, so that what we do, so in the next steps we don't need to change anything, simply we can pass this data set as exactly how the example programmer is doing. Okay, so now what I do, so I am creating the LB1 data set with the same variable names, how you can see here the example data set. So how the test drug values are there, so here also I am creating the test drug value with our data. So with our LB data set, so we use the same information, same variable name, same structure I am creating, so that what we do, so no need to do anything, simply what the procedure they have done. So I am also going to do the same thing. Okay, this one only. So title 1, title 2, and this is the same thing. And here you can write the ODS, and here so ODS graphs LB1. So the V box, x-axis, key legend, etc. Same thing. How they are, apply the code. Okay. So here this is a code, right? So V box, x-axis, key legend, how they are assigned. So same we can use. Okay. So we are using our data set, and if you run this one, so here, so this is a mark shell, and this is the output files created. So some truncation is happening in the title. So I don't know why it is. So we'll check this why it is truncation. Up to now you can see the data. So data was so each and every parameter. So as you expected. So values for y-axis, x-axis is the treatment. So drug type is uh, TQ and placebo. So here this is the figure we generated. If any modification is required, so now we can do the modification according to their requirement. But first time itself, 95% of the straightforward figure we can able to generate. If any the color modification or anything is needed, so we can check the reference program or reference figures how they are applied that thing. So we can do this. Does somebody raise hand? Just let me know. Tell me.
I see that is me. My question is this. So if we are asked the question about figures, so how it is done, are we going to explain about this Google stuff, or are we going to
Yes,
understand it
yes.
by ourselves?
So they are also expecting this answer only. Why? Because nobody is, remembering all the keywords or syntaxes. So everybody, so they're expecting a new technique. So most of the programmers are following the same way. Either they'll take a reference programming code, otherwise they will depending upon the internet source like Google or anything. Because so this is the official site of the SAS. So many examples are they will clearly mention. So we can take that code as a reference code to generate the this thing. Okay, so no issues because so they are expecting this answer only. Okay. So if you are telling that, so I return the scratch programming, then you are going to in a trouble. Okay. So they are expecting this answer only because everybody doing the same way, this way. Because so as a programmer, I follow this one. Okay. So I don't know the other programmers also. So most of the programmers not get a chance to work on the figures. You can ask your colleagues, anybody in the SaaS industry, ask figures generation. Most of the times either we can use a reference, either we can if you are starts with the scratch. So this is the best method and easy way to generate any type of figure. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So here one more thing, like so for example, if you want to learn this type of keywords, okay, here key legend is there, VBox is there, category is there, group is there. So if you want to learn each and every keyword use or anything, so what we do, simply we can check in the Google itself. Okay, so proc is gplot, that that keyword or anything you can type. So here SAS help center is there. So here you can see so many keywords are there. Pocket gplot you can see. Okay, so a gplot, so many keywords are there. Pocket gplot, style HR, band, block, bubble, density, so many is there. So in that you are clicking key legend. Okay, so if you click on the key legend, Again, so many under this key legend, so many the options like across, border, no border, down. So nobody will remember all these keywords or syntaxes, right? So that is why which one is using you. So you can type that keyword and you want to learn. Okay. So position, title, so legend options and so maker options. So many options and keywords are you can find proc ggplot or any other procedure which we use for these figures. Okay, so like this only we learn. So for example, v box is there. Okay, so you can see the v box statement. Okay, so v box statement, go and check with the v box. Under the v box, so many things are there again. Okay, so v box here, category, test, values, groups are there. So grouping is there. So how to use this grouping? Here you can see the group variable. So read this box and you can understand how to use the group and which variable we need to use the group variable. So likewise, so we can learn by ourselves. Nobody will teach about the figures because figure requirement is different. If you are study having the figures and your statistician suggest to give the figures assignment, so they will give enough time to produce that figure. Okay, so because so figures most of the times we will depending upon the reference resources like Google or any previous projects or any other documents which provided by the client, because client already generated any figures based upon the same requirement, so they will provide you the reference codes. We can use that one. Otherwise, if you are first time or scratch programming you needed, so you can go with this simple step like proc ggplot, this particular section you can go and you can work on this one. Definitely it is work out first time itself. 95% of straightforward listing. So some truncation was happening due to this you know issue with the SAS and this RTF file, but in real time, so this truncation won't happen. The standard macros will take care about this RTF file. So some settings we need to do before in this ODS graphs. Okay, here we don't have that setting, so that is why some truncation will happen. So no issue with that this title and etc truncation because we are generating the figure, right? So one more example, for example, if you want to check with any other, okay, so next figure you can see. So these are the example figures. Okay, here you can see highlighted a weight value on the graph. So here what they are expecting, weight value in a y-axis, age value in a x-axis, and type is treatment wise. Here also you can see highlighted a value on the graph. Okay, simply what you do, so go to this code. So here y and x is there, but in our code, so they are expecting weight value in a y-axis, x value in a age. Okay, so here you can see they given one example data set and they have created one template and they use the proc ggplot procedure to generate that figure. Okay, so now we are also doing the same thing. So we can take the ADSL because the weight variable was available in our each subject have the weight variable, one variable there in ADSL, right? So we can take. So here the example data set. So proc template they use and proc ggplot they are using. Now our programming starts from here. Okay. So here, so this is a data set. And this is a template they are using. So everything I just copied and pasting here. Okay. So this is the data set. So 1. So how the data is? X-axis is numeric, Y-axis is numeric, and this type is character version A and B. Okay. Okay, fine. And they use some template to give the symbols. Okay. So just I'm running this template as well. This template name is styles.symbols. Okay. So fine. Now coming to our real-time programming, means real-time data we are using as per the requirement what they are expecting, weight variable and y-axis, age variable and x-axis. So that is why we are keeping age variable and x-axis, weight variable and y-axis, type is statement. Why we given this variable name? Because the example data set given x, y type. The same variable names we are using here to create our data set in the same format like example data set. Okay. Yeah, sorry. So here once we run this one, so x-axis, y-axis and type. So where is the example data set? Here the example data set. The structure of our data set is exactly similar to the example data set, so that so we are not going to change in the proc ggplot level. So if you are with different variable name, the entire procedure we are going to change every time. So if you have the variable names and structure is similar to the example data set, directly also we can use the data set. Okay. So we created the data set and we are doing the same thing like thing. Okay. So path. Okay. So procedure I am not changing anything. Everything I am giving the same thing. So here the weight variable, age variable, and here PQ and placebo. So the weight variable information was plotted the graph in this way. So the analysis the starts will do as a programmer. So we generated the figures as per the requirement. Okay. Yeah, tell me.
Yes, sir. When we are doing this writing, like copying this code from Google, exactly how many steps? I mean, this title and all we are continuing the same the way we were using in listing and figures.
Yes, because so
Table.
RTF file only we are going to generate, right? So the titles and
Yeah.
footnotes the same way how we handle the outputs like tables and listings. So same way outputs, titles, and so this one RTF style of macro we can use everything
So,
same. Yeah. So only this
so
part
we don't have to write footnote for this one.
so if the mark shell they mentioned something footnote, so we can add the footnote. Otherwise, no need the footnote. If they are asking footnote, so you can write the footnote 1, footnote 2, up to 10 footnotes and 10 titles. Okay.
Yeah, but title in this second mock, there I cannot see any title. So from where did you bring the title?
Here you can see highlighted a weight value and the graph is there, right? So that is the title.
So that is just one.
Yeah, only one here output.
And title 1 and 2.
So title 1 and 2 was not printed, I think. Okay. So let me check. 1, 2, 3 was we have given, but that's why I'm telling some issue with this RTF file. So that is why it is not producing. Even the marker also, so they haven't asked anything. But here, okay, so only one title was
Actually, the
producing.
same title is present in proc sgplot. If you see, there is a title statement in proc sgplot.
Yeah. So let me comment this and we'll see once. But here they mention only title, not the title 1 or title 2. Let me see. Yeah, so now it is printed. Okay, so title 1, title 2, and title 3. If you want like this, so yes, here also in the figure 1 also they mentioned something like title. So no. Okay. Okay, first one is fine. COVID-19, this one is fine. So, but here, yes, you can remove this title if you want to print this title 1, title 2, title 3. No need to mention any title statement in the proc plot, so that so all the titles were printed accordingly. But here, still the title 3 has some truncation issues. So I am checking on this. What is the issue? So some this one, the graph settings we need to do before starting this one, that setups handled in the standard macro. No issues with this one title because this was not impacting any our data. Okay, so just the settings we need to change. So the real-time standard macro will take care of this RTF settings of the figure, so the title won't be truncating in that case. But you learn the process how we done. So our data set, our real-time project data, we have to reframe the structure as per the example data set structure, and we use the same procedures to generate the perfect figure, because SGPlot is an advanced method. If you see here, so the colors and this etc., they have given automatically, so no need to mention any color statement or any symbol statement. Nothing we can do, simply we can use the SGPlot. So they can defaultly they can create some different colors, different shapes, different structure. They can assign by themselves and produce. So here if you want to learn this series and scatter related keyword information, so what I told you, so just go to this platform.
Sir, regarding color also,
Yeah.
I have a question. The colors will be same as our mock shell, or we should find
No.
same colors as mock shell, or
No.
different colors are okay?
Different color, because so automatically it will give colors. So if the stars won't I want only this colors, I want only that color, in that cases only we can change the colors. Otherwise just so figures nothing but pictorial representation, but not in a specific colors, because here so TQ they given circle with the purple color plus placebo, so they are differentiating, that is fine. So if any statistician specifically ask only I want only this color, so that time you need to customize. So how to handle the colors, you can check in the statement, and that places you can add that color. That's otherwise what is the default color produced by the rocket plot is 99% is fine. Okay. So
Yeah, I have a question about the mock shell, Shiva.
yeah,
The mock shell graph looks different than the one from which you picked the code. The code has only a single line,
yeah,
where this has
here this is a mock shell. So they given so by using the other data, so they created some this mock shell. But our data, as per data, so we produce our figure. Okay, so that is the mock. So either so they use some data, or they can take from somewhere to show us this is a mock, this type of figure you are going to generate. So using the data is different, and so mark shell is different. Mark shell just for our understanding purpose, so they use some data, or they can take this figure from any other project. So just want to show you how the figure is, but I'm producing.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the mock shell is different from the SAS.com graph that we have taken the code from. So how do you know this this is the same as that one on the browser? I'm saying.
Oh, here this code you are talking about.
Yeah, this graph is looking different than the one that mock shell. Yeah.
Here you can see the title, you can see highlighted a value on a graph, because here the data is simple data only, so 1 2 3 lines are there, only 8 lines are there, so that is why, so only 8 dots it was populated. But the title you can see highlighted a value on a graph. Okay, so our title also same thing, highlighted a weight value on a graphs. Okay, so here only the 8 records are there, so that is why it's showing in this way. But in our data, so we have so much data. Okay, so much data is there. Okay, so much data is there. For example, if you are taking only 8 lines, okay, for example, figure
Okay.
2.
Sir, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but instead of this pre-coded program, can you show us how you are doing it? Because it is literally somewhat confusing.
Okay.
Yes, same. I wanted to ask that. Can you
Yeah.
start from beginning because it's
Because
confusing.
it's confusing. You are copying some code here and you're explaining
Yeah,
something here.
exactly where you are writing and where you are copying.
Yeah, what you are doing, what changes you are doing.
Okay.
We are
Okay.
not able to understand.
So this code only we are going to work on now. So for example, okay, so like how we created the tables listing. So the same way we started. So any one of the table I just taking. Okay. So title, part, and
And
library.
also how you are knowing, sir, which table to consider or which data set to consider for that table?
Yeah, so I'll tell you. So here this is the figure 2. Just I'm giving figure 2 underscore 1 name here. Okay. So first of all, just run this one. Okay. So this is the figures. So somebody is talking, called it as figures. Somebody is calling as a graphs. Okay. So both are same. So this is the highlighted a weight value. Okay. Yeah. So now first we identify the figure. Okay, so this is the figure is exactly suitable as per our mark shell. Okay, so we identify the figure and code. So what we do here, so this is the figure. So just execute this one in a separate window. Okay, so separate window you can execute that thing. So let me close all these things. Yeah, this also you can close. Yeah. So this is the example figure what we seen in the Google. Okay. So by running this one, so they are able to produce this figure. Okay. So now I am checking how the data set is there in their one. Okay. So simply you can run up to here and see the data set, which data set they are using. One data set using in the proc ggplot in their figure. So go to C and here. Okay, so they have 8 lines and here x-axis, y-axis and grouping variable. 3 variables are there, 1 variable and 2 variable in numeric, third variable in a character version variable. Okay, similar way we have to convert our data set in the same similar format. So for that purpose, so I am also going to create the same type of data set with our data. So as per the figure, you can see what are the variables are needed by using. So weight variable is y-axis, right? So age variable is x-axis, treatment variable in a grouping variable. So where we can found this variable, okay, you need to go and check in the data set itself. But as per our table and listing knowledge, so we have created the age variable in the ADSL. So we have created the ADSL data set also, right? So that time we derived the weight variable and so age variable is copying from the DM data set and including the ADSL. So if you are not able to find, go to check one by one data set in the ADaM level. Just simply you can go and check with the, here you can see ADAE. So age variable is needed and weight variable is needed. So age variable related, any variable is there. So yes, ADE also age variable is there. And here ADSL also age variable is there. But in the case of age and weight variable, both you can find in the ADSL. You can see, go to the ADSL spec and see. So there is one variable we have derived in the height weight BMI, right? So age weight variable was there in the baseline weight. So this variable we can use. If you are confusing with the variable identification, simply ask the statistician. But before asking the statistician, you are make sure that what you are expecting. Like so I am you know I am expecting this variable to use in this place, whether this is the right variable or not. Okay, so in that way you can approach. So please don't ask directly. So what is the variable we are to use in this place? So you first you check all the data sets and variables. So if you are a bit confusing with the variable, so I am thinking that this is the right variable to use here in this place, whether it is a right or any other variable is available to use. In that cases, starts will check and reply back to you. Okay, so okay, so because most of the times by experience itself you can get which variable is the right and which variable is wrong. So first you approach with your senior statistical programmer, uh, and if they are not, if they are not giving any answer, go to the starts approach. Okay, why? Because so in the 365 days you are continuously seeing the variables and data sets and outputs, so you can easily identify previously how we handle in that situation, or whenever it is age variable comes where you are taking the age information or weight information. So by experience you can easily understand, but in initial stage, by first 6 months or first 1 year, so confusing, everybody is confusing with the variable identification. So in that case, you can approach your principal programmers or senior programmers. In case if they are not helping, go to the starts for helping. But before that one, so you go with your answers, then they will clarify you. Okay. So here age and weight variable I am finding in the ADSL data set. So I am creating the ADSL data set in the similar structure of example. As per the example structure, so they have created the three variables. One is the x-axis, y-axis, and type. So x-axis variable, so what they are expecting as per the mock shell. Okay, x-axis they are expecting the age variable. Okay, so age variable I am giving x variable, and y-axis variable what they are expecting, so weight variable. Okay, so weight variable is, go to the ADSL and see the weight variable. So this is a baseline weight. So this variable you can use as a weight variable axis. And one more variable, so they are mentioned in the example, that is type. So type variable what they mentioned, treatment wise. Okay, so that is what they mentioned here, right? Treatment wise, TQ and placebo. So you can use actual treatment TRT01A. Okay, so keep the variables x, y, and type. Okay, so now our data set is similar to the example data set. So you can see, so x-axis, y-axis, and type. So they are expecting only two treatments available records only, right? So I am giving one condition. Okay.
Sir,
So,
because they have used type in their data set as character version, we are using TRT01A, correct?
because so the
If
type they are using to grouping the variable. Here you can see the output. So here type A and B, right? So in this place we are going to represent our treatments, right? So that is why
yes,
same variable name I am using for the TRT01A related information. Okay.
yeah, okay. So if they would have used type as a numeric version, we would have gone for TRT01AN.
AN, yes, exactly.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So once the data set is ready, so we are looking for the procedure. Okay. So what is the procedure they are using here? So here this is the procedure they are using. Okay. So same procedure, you can copy and paste it here. Okay. So no need to change except this data set name. So what is the data set we are using? And this title we know it because we are title giving a title 1 and title 2. So by using this procedure, we are able to produce the output. But this output we are going to print in the RTF file. So how the RTF file we are creating? So here RTF style of macro you can call, okay, and titles and footnotes, and this ODS RTF style. So we can copy the entire thing and paste it here, okay. Yeah, so title 1, title 2 same, and title 3 what they mentioned. This was not copied, so simply I copied from here. Hmm. So highlighted a weight value, okay, weight value on a graph, okay. So same, this footnote is not needed as per the shell, okay. So same thing, and this one ODS RTF file, and this one is a figure, right? So starts with F. And the number 1612, right? 1612. Now, and
Only the 4DS escape character, right?
no, escape character. So we are not giving any lines or anything, right? So no need this one. Okay. So now we can see. Yeah. So as per the data, okay. So we'll me check once again how it is. Anything we miss? The product timing or wrong. Okay. Figure 2. So any duplicates are in the data? No, I think.
Did we change x to y and y to x?
No. Okay. So just checking whether any values for having the duplicates. Just checking. Yeah. Here, yes. So some values are repeatedly there. So for example, here x, y type, all the values are similar. So that time, the graph is, again duplicating. So that is why I just deleted so anyway, we are using 3 variables. The 3 variables are similar. So that time, more than one record is there. So that time no need to reprint. For example, here if you sorted these 3 variables, okay. So here you can see something like, so the values are similar cases. So we can delete all the values are similar. So x value, y value and type is similar. So you can delete that type of values. Okay. So you can delete that type of values. How many values are there? So there is no zero observations. Okay. There is no duplicates. Now we are getting the perfect figure. So just I think sorting we haven't done. So sorting we have done. So sort the variables x-axis, y-axis and type y, and we are getting the figures in this way. So y-axis and x-axis. So if you want to give the labels, okay. So you can give the labels here itself. Label x. So age, and label y equal to weight. So here automatically, so if you are assigning the labels to the variable, they are printed in this y-axis and x-axis. Okay. So this is a way to create most of the figures. Okay. So anybody having any doubt on this figure? So I'll clarify now. So what you do? So you
Can we have?
yeah.
Can you just say how to change the color for any one of them? Just what kind of options we use?
Yeah. Okay. So here they haven't give any requirement like color. So we'll see any third figure we have that requirement. Let me check. Mhm. Any colors. Okay, group and treatment, lower and upper circle fill symbols. So you can check once. So always, figures are trial and error method only. So here you can see. So in the series statement, okay. So lineage color they will give, right. So blue pattern or yellow pattern. So like that, we have to follow. So if you want to blue color, so we use this one. So the example they have given. So they are giving some data. So you can working on this statement. So you will go through these sections, so how the examples are they are working, so carefully observe, so you will get idea, okay, which statement is giving the color, like that, so here what is the data set they are using. So if you are not getting any data set, so directly use the what are the variables they are using, and we can use this, otherwise you can go with this one. So searching is taking more time, and working is less time on the figures, because so many examples are we are going to check to handle the requirement. Okay, so some videos also available in the YouTube, so go to those also to get so color adjustment, SAS color separately by SG. So here,
Shiva, have you ever come across a situation where they asked you to change the colors?
yeah, so here you can see series x-axis y-axis. So series x-axis y-axis color is green. Okay, so just copy this code and we'll apply and check. Okay, so for example this one. Okay, so x-axis y-axis is a, so let me apply this thing and see how it is going to work on, because everything is trial and error. So let me check, just comment it. Okay. So it is not applying. So we need to work on. So already any figure has color requirement was applied. So go to that particular figure and see how where the colors were applied. So that same changes we have to do here as well. Okay. So that is the thing we are doing. So the figures. So if the color are applied, where it is applied and how the procedure, changing what is the syntax they have changed. So that places we can apply and we can check the color changes. Okay. Otherwise, Proc ggplot most of the times they have taken automatically the colors and symbols, etc. So we need to change color, symbols, etc. So for example, the next figure, you can see the symbol they mentioned like circle. Okay, so if you want to make the circle into some other, so go to the symbol option into the proc ggplot. So proc ggplot symbols. Okay, so here SAS help center. Go and check. So where it is symbol series statement market. So here maker and fill. So here one example they have given, color is yellow, color is red, like this. So we have to handle the colors. Okay, and so here what is this one? Symbol is circle. So where is the symbol? So directly I am putting. So here you can see the symbol statement. So these many symbols are there. So here if you are giving symbol circle, okay, circle, here this type of symbol you will get. If you want other one, arrow down, asterisk or circle fill, diamond, so these only we can give. So apart from this one, so other symbols are not allowed. Okay, so if you want to change within the symbols only. Okay, so if you are giving something like star or anything, so that won't print. So what are the symbols they mentioned here? So these only things. And here also some other if they are given some default thing, so we have to use within that one only. Okay, so out of the box, so in other field, so you won't give, like star is there, so star symbols you will get. But if you give some triangular, rectangle, any other, so if it is there, so it will print, otherwise so it won't print. Okay, it will give an error message like, so this was not as per syntax error, something like, it will give. Okay, so if the thing is there, so it will apply and you will change. Otherwise, so already any figure have that requirement is there, you can go and check with the example all the figures. Okay, so any color changes or another color field was applied, so what is the syntax they have updated, so that type of syntax you can add it into your program and do that changes. Okay, so this will take more time to under apply, but so definitely by taking all the references, then only we do work on. For example, here you can see height and weight is there, so sex is female and male. So go to this code and see how it is working. So any color changes are there in this, let me see. here color blue is black is there, so we can change here. Okay, blue black places we can apply our figure. So let me see here. Here, so they mentioned style equal to style start my style. So they already created some template. So in that they mentioned orange and purple color, and so they are using their styles. Okay, so what we use, so we use our styles.test, right, to produce our RTF file. So we can remove this style and we can apply their styles. Okay, where it is here. Okay, so let try this as well. So they have created some template. In the template, they have assigned the orange and purple colors. Okay, so if they are using this one, so they are going to get the results like this. So orange and purple lines are there. So the male and female, so they have created some more colors. Okay, so blue black pattern. So blue black pattern, so they have color. So if you want to change this color, you can apply the different colors here to if the statistician wants different color, so we can change the colors. Okay, so where the color
Okay.
section was applied, so the same section, the same syntax you can apply in your figure to change the colors. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more thing. You showed a PowerPoint presentation, types of figures. Is it possible to share that with us?
Yeah, already there in your document folder. If not, I'll place into your folder. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have it in the folder. What we have is different from this.
Okay. So what I suggest you to practice the different type of, for example, you can take this one height and weight variable there in our ADSL. So go to this and just practice, just working on this one. So any other, for example here, already their data height is weight is there, and for example, any other figure of HG plot. So if the data is there in the real time, AD will be there, VS is there, and uh, so many figures are there. Here you can see cholesterol age is there. Cholesterol we can get it from any of the lab parameters you can take from the lab and you can work on. And so these are the examples they given. So we have to apply this according to our real time data. So that is the main thing. Okay. So if here you can see distribution of blood pressure. So diastolic, systolic, anyway there in the vital signs, right? So you can take the vital sign data set and try to make this figure. So this already we done. Okay, some highlighted. So if specifically, so they are statistician want to use SG panel method to create the figure. So go to the SG panels also. They want to show the data in the panel wise. Okay. So that time you can use the SG panel method also. So systolic, diastolic, pulse rate. So each and every patient wise data. So they want to create some figures. Okay. Patient 1, patient 2, patient 3. Like that, each patient they want to show the diastolic, systolic values in a this way. So go to this code and see how they are handling the data. So sometimes they use directly some data sets which are from the SAS help data set. Okay, so they use some SAS help data set also. They used to produce this type of example figure. So that time you can use the SAS help dataset. How the structure is the SAS help dataset, we can convert. Otherwise, if they created the dataset, so you also create and see how the dataset was there. So how they are using and which procedure they are using SG panel. So what are the options they are using? Each and every option. So you can in detail you can check in this portal itself. So if you want to make any changes, so you can go through that particular keyword and see what is the use, how they are applying. If you are changing how it is impacting the figure, you can rerun multiple times and check, and then you can update. Otherwise, the straightforward figure also sometimes the starts accepting because so they want to see the the pictorial representation of the data, so they want to see. So they are not asking any color changes or width changes. So if any truncation was happening, they will ask, but they want to see. So most of the time, sometimes what they do, so they directly give this link and they will tell you, so we need this type of figure with our data, like that only. Sometimes they may ask, sometimes they will provide you the mock shell. So they are expecting, so the particular uh, requirement of the graph they will show you, and they will ask you only, I need these colors and these shapes. But most of the time, so they will give you some reference path, and as per the data, so please generate this type of figure, like that they will ask you. Okay.
Sir, every time we need to sort before generating this graph
Yeah,
in order
so
to.
if you are generating the graph, so x-axis wise, y-axis wise, if the data is not in the sorting, so you can sort only three variables, right? So x-axis, y-axis, and group.
Sir, always these three variables will be from same data set,
Yes.
right?
Most of the time, so we will get all the information from one data set.
Yeah, so we don't have to derive one from
No,
this, one from there. Like
because
no.
ADAMs are there to fulfill your requirement, right? So most of the all the
Actually,
data variables are there in the ADAM. So you can take one data set, not merging anything, because only three
oh,
variables anyway, grouping and x-axis, y-axis, we are getting from one data set itself. Okay.
one data set.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one more thing, orientation will be always landscape, or it can be
Yeah, most
in
of the
some
time, sometimes, so they may ask you portrait also. So portrait reports also there.
yeah.
So that time you have to change that into the portrait. So most of the times landscape, but sometimes the portrait reports also they are expecting. So that time now we are handling manually, right? So landscape or portrait. So
Yes.
all these
Mm.
sections are handled by the standard macros. How the RTF macro is there.
In
So
real time.
we have a report macro is there. That report macro will take care of titles and footnotes and orientation, etc. Everything. Okay.
Okay.
So my
Mm.
question is this: why are you using the same macro some RTF macro for tables and for listings and for figures?
Because
I thought they will give us different ones for each, for the tables, different ones for tables and figures. Maybe the same can work, but for figures, the same macro, the styles of text may not be applicable in this case. Don't you
no,
think so?
no, here you can see everything. So you should be same. So everything should be same. So what they are expecting, the RTF files only. Okay, so RTF requirement is same. But so tables and listings RTF file is same, but figure cases, yes, you still. So if they are expecting anything different way, so they might be changing the style. If they are figures are in a different styles they are using, the client, so we can use that style. Otherwise, so most of the times we follow the same RTF file requirement for the tables and listings and figures. Okay. So now this was not fitted, but if you are using the standard macro, exactly they are going to fit, like standard macro is handling all the outputs in a similar way. Okay. So so most of the times we use the same RTF style of macro for tables and listings, even figures too. If the client specifically tell I need a figure in a different way, so that time only we can change the styles. Otherwise, everything should be similar way. Okay.
Okay. So fine. So why did you add the title one and title two to the figure, but it was not listed, or it does not come up on the mock shell, but you have it, you added it to this to your own. Why?
I'm not getting, like, y axis.
No, the title one, title two, you have it on your own print your own item, but in the mock shell you don't have it. It's not presented there. Are you required to add your titles when you do your own?
Yeah, here you can
That's the
see
one. That's the
yes,
group
I
that
just added the titles and footnote by our mom, because so if the title 1, title 2, title 3 want to represent, so that time no need to add any title here, because here so they are mentioning only one title, but so we have to want to print the three titles, so that time you can add title 1 and title 2, title 3. So just for understanding purpose only. If you don't want all the three titles, only one title is required, so you can mention the title like this. Okay, so title like this, so only one title will print. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Shiva.
Yeah.
So the whole purpose sometimes is for the figure is to show the differences between the group sometimes, or longitudinal analysis. So do we have to show the p-values, or let's say the significance between the results?
Yeah.
Are those included these in the figures, and how it can be incorporated?
Yeah, here you can see some examples are there, p-value related or 95% CI information related figures are there. So that figure you can take as an example. Okay. So here any figure is there. So if you are not finding this one, so you can directly type your requirement. So here you can see lower carbon limit and upper carbon limit and weight percentages, etc. there, right? So you can take this figure. So this is the ODDS ratio related figure, right? So here, so ODDS ratio related figures, 95% and p-value related stuff we can represent by using this one. So you can take this figure as example, and you can see what are the data set they are using for this figure, this forest plot related figure. And you can, if you have a data like this, so you have to convert your data into this format and you do this one. Okay, so if you are not finding this one, so simply you can type your requirement proc plot p-value figures. Okay, figures examples. So many source we can find. So inserting p-value, how can we incorporate example? Okay, so some examples are there here. So somewhere you will find the reference code, so you can use the same data set what they are using, and how to incorporate the p-value or how to display the value, etc. Okay, so there's so many sources available, so you can use the source, and trial and error method we can do the figures. Okay, so because first time itself we are not getting the perfect figure, so go to and check the codes and results. Okay, so how this figure was generated by using, so here you can see they created one data set and they use. So once data we converted into the same format of this data set, then we can go with the other process. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, go to this. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So first try with any new. So what are the examples I explained? Just try with. Along with this one, try with one new example with our data sets. Okay, so you are able to get a confidence. So if anybody is asking in interview, so don't tell we write from the scratch coding. Now you will get an idea. So nobody will write the scratch coding, because nobody will remember all the syntaxes, all the keywords used, and where to use and what to use, right? So that is why you can tell. So we depending upon the Google codes to understand that one, and by using that codes we can able to generate any type of figures. Okay, so if any doubts or any modification is required, so that particular section where to modify it, we can check with uh, the SAS forum, and we can modify according to that one, and we can apply the remaining things like RTF style of macro, ODS, etc. we can apply as per the process. Like this way you have to tell. But in case of tables listing, we have not much procedures, right? So we have limited procedures, so we can remember those and we can generate. But in case of figure, so this is a main issue. So this will take, even the figure assignment will take more time, and so the one figure, if you are able to generate one week, the remaining replicate figures are you can easily, because only one condition change. So that is why they will give you more time if the figure is you are going to write from the scratch. If it is already repetitive or any codes are available, so they will give based upon the timelines. Okay, so all projects we are not expecting the figures, only few projects only having the figure, that to 5 to 10% of allocation there for figure. Tables are 100 there, so figure hardly 5 to 10 figures are there. Okay, so like that. Yeah, tell me what is your doubt.
So if they don't mention anything about which plot or which thing to use, we go for SGPlot and we will do that.
Yeah, so SGPlot or any, so other procedures also there. Just if you are not able to find, go to other procedures also. You will check. Otherwise, you can, type in the Google, so that related, by looking itself, you will get some idea about that figure, right? So that type of figures, anything there. So go to that one and see how the coding is there. Most of the time, syntax along with the codes are available in SAS blogs or SAS Institute. SAS related forums. So just understand figure. Okay, so if it is taking 1-2 hours also fine. First understand and the related figures, what is the example or how they generated. First understand, then you can focus on our data. Okay.
Okay.
So is SGPlot the most common
Yes.
figure that is used?
Yes, here you can see all of these figures we can able to generate by using SGPlot. You can see the example SGPlot. Here also box plot SGPlot, ODS also SGPlot, and histograms SGPlot, and bar charts also we can able to generate SGPlot. So that is why SGPlot is the right method to handle any clinical type of figures most of the time. But if you are not able to generate, so you can go with other process also. Okay. So like proc means univariate summary we can use to get the summary statistics in the similar way. So if you are not able to generate, so you can go for an alternate procedure also, no issues.
So among those 7, so which is the mostly used graph in
So
general?
that is based on project requirement. Okay, so the client want their so the data they want to show in a this scattered plot. So in projects they will so mix up plots also there. Okay, some they want to use scattered. So most of the times box plot they use for the summary statistics like n mean median statistics they want to show. So box plots are most commonly we use. So any frequency related like so age or sex or gender related statistics they want to see. So most of the time scattered plots or line plots or bar charts they will use. Okay.
If nobody had any doubts, just I want to ask few questions from the previous class.
Yeah, you can ask me now.
Okay. Sir, can you open ADVS mock shell specification? Not mock shell.
Yeah, tell me.
In that ABLFL, yeah, 36 one. When you go to the derivation part, can you click on that?
Okay.
So what is this R other thing?
So set last record before treatment last record. Okay, so I think so this is not there. Okay, this is copied from other projects, I hope. So this is a fine, right? So set to the Y record, which is latest before treatment or latest record. So that is what non-missing record of the so closest treatment, right? So that is what we did, right? So this
right.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Sir, ADY, can you open ADY?
Yeah, ADY. So ADY is common derivation. So your ADY greater than plus 1 we are adding. So same thing. So your date is greater than or equal to the treatment. We while
I
deriving the
think
ADY.
in
Yeah. So they just
ADLB, I think they just said that just to subtract ADT minus TRT, but there is no this greater than sign or
yeah.
this
So
condition not mentioned.
here this condition also similar to that condition. Okay. So here you can see ADY ADVS. So here you can see so ADT minus TRT SDT. So that is what we done here. Okay. So if it is a less than, so after that one, so ADT is greater than or equal to, we are adding the place one. So ADY is
Yeah.
greater than or equal to 0, then set ADY. So what they do here, so if you are getting the values equal to 0, so in that cases they are adding the place one. So if you are applying this condition also, this is the similar to this one. Okay, what they do is simply they are doing this one. Okay, and if the value we are getting, for example, this value and this date both are same. So what is the value we are getting here? 0, right? So if ADY equal to 0, so then ADY equal to ADY plus 1. Okay. So if you are applying this condition also similar to this condition only. Okay. So when we are adding the plus 1 here, if it is greater than or equal, so this is greater than or equal, right? Greater than or equal to 0. So they are adding the plus 1. Yeah.
My question is, if I think in one of the spec, I saw just only the first one, ADY equal to ADT minus TRT SDT. So we need to follow this one, or we need to
Oh, this is the general
whatever.
one. This is the general one. So wherever the ADY derivation is there, so we have to follow this only. Okay, because so always there is no day zero rule. Okay, so we can't expect any zero values for any calculations. Okay, so the date calculations or the day calculations. Okay, so as per the specification, if you are writing this condition or this condition, both are same. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when we are deriving null flag, so there is no need to apply the condition eval not equal to 0. Only for
null flag should be so populated so as per the requirement, but most of the time null flag should not be there for eval equal to missing records. Okay, so here null flag, yeah, here null flag is there. Yeah, so should be, yes, as you said, so null flag is, if it is there also. Okay, so whenever we are doing the table time, so that time so you are considering this null flag equal to y and eval not should be not missing only. But yes, so if the specification is not clear in that way, so you can hear, so they are not mentioning anything about the eval is missing or not. So simply mentioning ABLFL Y records and post baseline. So post baseline record eval equal to missing also they want to populate null flag equal to Y. But whenever considering the table, so that time anyway eval equal to missing, so we are not considering for that record into the analysis, right? So here they are not mentioning here anything about the eval missing or not missing, right? So we can now start to write more clear. So if we are considering the eval missing values also to populate the null flag, like that we can raise a question. So if it is yes, okay, we have to populate the flag equal to y even it is a missing also. Okay.
Okay. And also, sir, when we are transposing supplementary data set, we are using that ID var val, right, in order to generate the sequence.
Yes.
But here in this, those values are all missing. Is that fine?
So all missing also you can, so up to now what is the data set there, so that is has a missing value. But if the answer data set is updated, so that values we are going to get. Okay. So if you have a missing, so you can keep it as a missing. Later if it is changed, so automatically the value is going to populate, right? So until and unless database log, so you do the standard procedure you have to follow. So once the database is logged, still it is missing for all the values, so you can report to the CDM team. So all the missing values, no need that variable, right? So you can inform to them.
Okay. And one more thing, for ADTM variable derivation, there is no length mentioned in the spec actually.
Okay. So ADTM, the LB, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So
there is no length mentioned in the spec. That's fine. But if I go and check in the data set, the length mentioned is 8 characters. But whatever the data we are getting is more than 8 characters. But how it is fitting in that, I don't understand.
So 8 length is nothing but
ADTM.
ADTM. ADTM or this one, right? ADTM.
Yes.
So ADLB. So here, this is a numeric version. So 8 in the sense not only the 8 characters. Okay, so it may occupy some, so up to I think 20 characters, I hope. Okay, so not, so
That's numeric variable what
But
we are
12
applying
is
in
the
format.
best 12 we will say, right?
here 8 is nothing but only up to 8 characters or 8 digits only, not occupy. So this length is 8 up to I think 20 or something. So as you think, so character version. So if it is parquet is 200 means 200 letters it can occupy. But in case of numeric value, so 8 in the sense not 8 digits, I hope. Yeah. So in the base and advanced.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I think 8 is the maximum length for a numeric data, and the default one also.
Yeah, if we don't mention anything, 12, I think 12 is the maximum data.
No, a maximum of the numeric version variable length is 8, but it is occupy, not 8 digits. Okay, so here you can see how many digits we have. 2, 5, 9.
I think because we are applying format here, it is giving like we can put more values. That can be an explanation.
Yeah. So just
because we are applying format of like datetime 20 dots, so it is taking 20 character, 20 length of 20.
What you said, the number is only within 8 character, 8 digits. That is what telling, and we are applying the format. Okay, so just check with your base and advanced in books. So if it is a 8 length, so how many digits it can be? So what is the maximum values we can put into this value? So what your doubt is only 8 we are giving, but how it was displaying this many, right? So 8 in the sense not only 8 a character or 8 digits. So it is occupy up to, I don't know the exact number, but it can up to, so more than the 8 characters. Okay.
Sorry, just one question related to that. I think what we are seeing in the ADTM column, it is a formatted output, but internally it is stored as a number, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that number is only 8 digits in length.
Exactly. Yes, and then format comes into this way.
Okay.
Right. It is only for display purpose.
But in case of characters, how much length you are giving, that many letters only it occupy. Okay. Just revise your base and advance and
see what is the length and what is the numeric and how much the memory is there for that 8 length. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, I have one question
Yeah. Tell me.
from ADaM derivation,
Which
ADSL. When we are doing this ADSL,
1 minute.
when we are creating DS2,
Mm.
we are applying a condition where USTT is not equal to missing.
Yeah. UOSTT not equal to because
Yeah.
so we need only
So,
one record per subject, so that is why. So we applied the unnecessary records which are not there, the status. So I just deleted. Yeah.
okay, that is accepted. But if like before applying that condition, if we see there is USDT observation number 14, it is available. But when we do this USDT is not equal to missing, that observation will go. So if you can open.
Understand. Okay. Okay.
DS2. Yeah. In the end, we are applying that condition. Yes.
Yeah.
So if we don't apply that condition, that EOSDT.
Okay. This
It
date.
is you. Yeah. So that date, there is one very observation number 13. It doesn't have corresponding USTT.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, here observation number 13. It doesn't have corresponding USTT. So
that
in that case, we are putting USDT missing, not equal to missing. We will miss on to that observation, right? USDT observation number 13. That will be skipped because USDT is missing there.
So why it is going in a above record then? In that case, we have to create one more data set. In that case, 13 record, right?
Yeah, because that was giving me confusion.
Yeah, yeah. So here, end of the study, end of the treatment. Okay, so this date was populated to this record, but we are taking this is the condition, end of the treatment, end of the here you can see, no worry, because end of the study or early termination, the date was showing blank here itself, so they are not still populated. Okay, once so the data was so finalizing, so they are going to populate here as well when it was discontinued, so that time automatically populated, no issues. Right now still the study is ongoing, right? So that is why they haven't mentioned this one. Okay, so once the study was completed, database like, so either this was final date of the subject, so they will populate here. Okay, no worries.
Okay, so in that case,
yeah.
Sorry. So even if the subject is discontinued subject, still they'll populate the state?
Yeah. So because every all the subject study was completed, then they will update it. Okay, so what is the end of the study? Okay, so end of the treatment they have populated. Okay, the subject is discontinued. Okay, fine. So once the data was updated for all the subjects, so they populated to they will create in the raw data set like so all the subject, what is the end of the study date, so they will populate all the subject date when where the end of the study, when the end of the study of the subject, so they will populate all the dates. Okay, so that time automatically our data set we can refresh and we can populate the dates. Okay.
Okay.
So for completed
so completed, so they populated now. So the discontinuation, they populated all once the study was closed out, so they populate. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in that case, even if we miss on to that 13, it's not a problem.
Not a
Anyways, it
problem.
will update.
Automatically, once the database logged, so the dates were populated. If you run this one again, so the dates were populated. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So okay, guys. So we'll meet you in next class. So that is on Tuesday. Okay. So 24th we'll meet. Meanwhile, you can practice all the things. Bye, everybody. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, today we are going to see adverse event related ADaM dataset, how to create the adverse event related ADaM dataset. Okay, so here also we have to take the adverse event dataset, AE dot, as well as ADSL and some supplementary dataset related variables any required. So we can add those also. Okay, so first of all, so we can take the programming CM. Okay. Yeah. So I'm taking the, so libraries as well as this part. ADAE, that is nothing but adverse event related ADaM data sets. Okay. So what are the variables are required to included into this? So just simply copy all the variables and here you can paste. Just copy a notepad. So these many variables we are going to include it into this adverse event related data set. Okay. Yeah. So I make it as a macro variable so that whenever if you want to keep all the variables into one statement, simply we can call the macro variable so that it will resolve like previous how we handle same way. Okay. So next thing is the main data set and the supplementary data set and transpose and merge it to the main and supplementary and so merge it to the ADSL data set. Up to here you can copy because process is same like so main data set and supplementary data set transposed and merged with the ADSL data set as well as this data set. Okay, so what I do here, right, and everywhere, so where the CM is there, I just replace with the, so this is AE, right, AE. Okay, so now we can see the AE dataset we copied and supplementary AE dataset we are created as a sub AE and creating the AE sequence variable. After that one transpose the variable and merging with the supplementary dataset with the main dataset and create one dataset. After that one the main AE dataset we can merge it to the ADSL dataset to form the AE3 dataset. Okay. Yeah, everything is fine except one warning is we are getting that use of JD having different length. So that use of JD we can give as per the data. ADSL how much is there, so we can use that one. $200. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sir? The warning is not there now. So AE3 has these many variables. Now we can write one statement like keep equal to ampersand keep var dot. So we'll know how many variables still we need to be included into this data set. Okay. So these variable ASTDT, ASTDTM, ASTDY and end date related, severity related relationship, etc. variables. Okay. One minute. Yeah, sorry. Here you can see next AESCV. Okay, here you can see ASCV and ASCVN. Here, okay. So ASCV nothing but don't confuse with the AESCV is the adverse event severity variable. ASCV starts with the A, so that is analysis severity and analysis severity in a numeric version variable. Okay. So here already the variable is there, that is AESCV. So AE3 nothing but it is okay. So we are keeping right. Here you can see AESCV adverse event severity variable already present in the SDTM variables. Now they are expecting ASCV. Nothing but analysis severity variable and analysis severity numeric version variable. Okay, so directly we can't use this variable. So we just
So why did you go to AE3 to get it and not from AE?
So AE3 already all the variables are there from the AE2 nothing but, so AE2 coming from the AE1 only, right? So AE1 nothing but AE only. So what are the final data set we are So AE3 containing how many variables? From the main AE dataset, supplementary variables, and ADSL all combined together and form this dataset. So now we are going to work on from this. So once we gathered all the variables, then we go for the derived or other variables, what they are expecting. So we can go one by one. Okay. So AE3 there and AE1 also we have that variable is there. So anywhere you can derive, that is your issue. But what I do, so I gather all the copy variables together, then I started to deriving the new variables. Okay. So data AE4 set AE3. Okay. So as per the derivation, so what they mentioned here. So if adverse event is the mild, so here if AE dot, okay, so I just written here, if AE SCB equal to, so if it is a mild then do ASE equal to, they are expecting in a upper prop case, and ASEBN equal to, so one more variable below is there, right? So they want to give this also. Okay, so mild they want to give 1. Okay, so this is the logic. So they want to, if it is a mild, they want to create a analysis severity variable is a mild in a prop case, and 1 is the numeric version. If it is a moderate, moderate they want to give 2. If it is a severe, what is a severe number? 3. And if it is a life threatening, otherwise you can use else if also, no issues. So which one you comfort, you can use. Okay, so life threatening, how to give, this one is a life threatening, and it is a 4. Okay, so just give the length statement of newly created variable. So it is given 40. So let me check area. Okay, something AESV. Yeah, so A4, now we can check. So here this is a newly created variable. Okay, all the observations are completely filled. So there is no missing. So all the observations are, anything, something mild, moderate, or severe. Anyone, is there. So it's fine. So next variable is ARL and ARL. Okay, so same thing like this. If ARL equal to definitely related, then do ARL equal to definitely related, and ARLN equal to this one, sorry. So one is the definitely related. Okay, so definitely related. So as per the data, so we just as per the specification, we are mapping these variables. Okay, so next, probably related. So they want to give a probably related like this. Okay, so probably related, they want to give the number 2. And next, possibly related, uh, possibly related, They want to give the possibly related as 3. And next, unlikely related, is 4. And last one, not related, it is 5. Okay. So newly created variable you can mention here, and now you can run and see. Okay, so there is a close. Okay, every time we forgot to.
Two semicolon is missing, sir.
No, everything fine.
After then do, there should be semicolon.
Yes. Yeah. So E4, so we created ARL. Okay, so ARL also all the observations, without any truncation, it was populated perfectly. Okay, so next, one more variable, this one. Okay, rel group 1. So rel group 1, what they mentioned here, if ARL in 1, 2, 3, then this rel group, where is the rel group? Rel group equal to related else rel group equal to not related. They want to give this as 20. Okay, yeah. Now you can put keep where now. What is this invalid arguments? Yeah. Variable ARL is uninitialized. This was ARL then, right? No.
985, yes.
No, perfect. Okay. So still these variables we are going to derive. What is this AACN and AACN? One more variables. Okay. They want to give this one AACN in a AEACN in a uppercase. Okay. Okay. After that one, numbering. How they want to give the number variables. Set to the one when AE is equal to none. If ASN equal to none, then AACNN equal to 1. Yes, okay. Else if it is a interrupted, it is true. It is discontinued, it is 3. Not applicable 4. Unknown 5. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Almost all variables we done 51 variables. So these variables are pending. Okay. So AE4, let me check. Yeah. So all observations are available. But here, so only 4 was populated and this was dose not change. The AASN was not populated. Why? So here, as per the logics, the dose not change, they not there, right? None, interrupted, discontinuation, not applicable, unknown. Only these were mentioned in the specification file. As per the specification file only we done. So what I do, so I given the new number for this type of record. After that one, we will inform to the statistician. Okay, this is missing. So how which number we want to give? So we already given the 6 number. So whether you want to give any new separate number or whether you want to include any of this category. Okay, so we can discuss with the stars and inform to them and we can give the numbering. So up right now, so I am giving the 6 number and one more also missing. Drug withdrawn. So drug withdrawn also as per the specification they haven't give. So drug withdrawn and discontinuation both are looking same. Okay, so what I do here, so I am including in this only drug withdrawn or discontinuation. Okay, so if not cases, if they are not agreeing, so they will add a new category, otherwise we will give a new numbering. Okay, so right now, so we do like this and we can inform to the stars. Okay, yes, otherwise, some are missing, so we are not expecting anything missing, right? So if some category we are creating means all observations should be covered. Okay, as per now, so we covered everything, so, and we can inform to statistician I am creating a new number for this dose not changer, and I am considering drug withdrawn in the same category of discontinue. Please clarify. So if it is correct, otherwise suggest me how to proceed. Like that, you can drop a mail to statistician. They will respond. Okay, so whether they want to create this also into new numbering or this was we want to include anything, so they will tell you. Okay. Yeah, so right now, so these are the variables. Still, we need to be derived. Okay, so ASTDT, STDTM, and STDTM. So first 3 variables I am taking. Yeah. So data. So first one, start. Okay, start date related variables, right? So that is why I am putting start. Next AE4. So here I am keeping only few variables for our understanding purpose. After that one I remove all the variables. So I am keeping all the variables. AE, ST, DTC, only the variables I am keeping here. So we'll see how it is. So ST, so we have this type of observations are there in the AE, ST, DTC. Okay. So what I do here, so this is the variable there. So it containing some observations. We have date variable, some observations we have date and time variable is there. Okay. So what I do here, so I am separated out the date part and time part. Okay. So ST, okay. So time date part, scan of AEST DTC. Okay. So date part, and if you go the time part, so this is the date part and this is the time part. Okay. So as per this logic, so here they mentioned something like if the time is missing, so they want to set the 0 hours 01 minutes they want to be included. If the date part is there but time part is missing cases. Okay. So what I do here, so wherever the time part is missing, so I just replace with the 01. Okay. So if the time part is equal to missing and the date part is available, time part is missing. Okay. Then this time part they want to add the first minute of the day. The first minute of the day, nothing but this one is the first minute of the day, right? So we are handling the start date, right? Wherever we are handling the start date, so the date is, the time is missing, date is available. So first minute of the day, so they are and to add for this variable. Okay. Yeah, here 0101 we add. Okay. So now what we do here, so this date part is there, right? So I am going to divide this date part into three equal parts. That is year part, month part and day part. Okay. So year part, month part, day part I am going to break. So here you can see there is no partial dates are present here. Okay. So partial dates are not there. So we don't know whether we are writing the code right or wrong. So for that purpose, what I do here, so I am going to here any one observations. I just given a hard code for your understanding purpose. Okay. So if AEST DTC equal to, okay, this is just your understanding purpose. If the date is you are going to get like this, so whether our code is working properly or not. Okay. So now you can see one partial date is there. So why we are imputing the dates? So because if any partial dates are there, so make it as a complete date so that it will helpful to using into the analysis purpose. Okay. So now you can see the first variable is, first observation is partial date. Only the year part and month part is available. There is no date part is available. Okay. So now what I do here, so here only the year part and month part is there. So this all the remaining observations we have year part, month part and day part. So now we are going to create the three variables. That is one is the year part, start year equal to, so scan of first word. Okay.
So that too I need numeric version. Okay. So input test dot. Okay. So next start month, second word, and start day, third. Okay. So here you can see this one. Okay. So first one is the year part 2021. Next month part 4 and year part. So this we don't have year, right? So that is a day, right? So that is why we just put as a missing. So the remaining all the dates are there. So the dates are populated. Okay. So I divided this into 3 parts: year part, month part, and day part. Yeah, fine. So next, so as per the logic, so if you can see, if the date part ASTDTC, then convert to the SAS format. If the missing dates are there, how to handle this one? Okay. So first, if everything is there, okay, if this variable not equal to missing and month also not equal to missing and the day also not equal to missing, that means what? So if everything there, year part is there, month part is there, and day part is there, so that time, so we just concatenated all together in a MDY function. MDY nothing but month, date, and year. Okay. So month is month, day, year. Okay. So by using MDY function, so we can concatenate it all together. So here you can see this is, we are getting in a number. So we make it as a number to date 9. Okay. Just apply one format. Now you can see. Okay. So this is in a what? It is in a numeric version variable. Okay. So this is in a character version variable. So wherever the partial dates are there, so it is showing as a missing. The remaining all. So what are the day, year part, month part, day part is there. So we can concatenate it together so that so we'll get a complete value of numeric version variable. So what about this missing partial date? So as per the specification file, so what they mentioned, if the missing date values are there, if a day is missing and month and year is available, then make it as a 01. Okay, so 01 value they want to be included. Okay, so if the day is missing, so here if year is not equal to missing, month not equal to missing, the day equal to missing cases, they want to given 01 in these places. Okay. So 01 in these places they want to give. Okay. So now you can see. So now you can see the 1st April. So here 2021 April. So here as per the inputted value, so we included the 01 so that ST date is 1st April imputation was happened. So whenever the imputation was happening, so that time this imputation flag should be populated. So what we did, so we inputted the date, right? So that is by day. So if you are inputting the month and day, M. If it is inputting the year, month, day both, so Y should be populated. Okay. So which record we are doing this imputation, so that record we populated this one.
Okay, so that everybody can understand. Okay, this record, so date imputation was happening. So this is the value. Previously the date was missing in the data, so that they imputed the day. So that is why it getting so the D was flagging here to observe the. So this was the date variable. Date imputation was happen. Okay, so once it done, so you can convert them into AST DT M underscore character version. Okay, so put of this variable concatenated with, okay, and strip of where is the character. So this is a character version variable. So now you can see this variable having the character version. Just I'm creating date variable with the time variable. Okay, so now what they are expecting AST DTM in a date time numeric version variable. Okay, so it is there, that is numeric version variable they are expecting. So AST DTM equal to, so AST DTM equal to input of this character version variable, convert them into numeric version variable. So and apply the format date time 20 time. Okay, so now we have an AST DTM as per the what we are expecting. So one more variable AST DTM is done, and AST DT. So that is also just date part of DTM. Okay, now we can see, so AST DT and AST DTM. So after imputation. Okay, so now I am removing this keep statement, so that all variables we are going to include, and we can add keep equals to ampersand keep var dot. So here ST variable, only this variable are there. So in the ST data set, okay, so you can see along with this variable AST DTM and AST DT and AST DTF was populated. Okay, yeah. So this line I just given for your understanding purpose. I just hard coded to understand you better. So if the date it will come in future, so how the coding will handle. If we are keeping like this only, if the values are coming partial, it will handle definitely. Okay, so next variable is end date related variables. Same end date, and end date. So here also I am creating en set st. So keeping only ae en dtc variable. So here some are date variable, only the year part, month part and day part is there. Some observations are missing, some observations we have along with the date time part also available. Okay, so how to handle this one? In the same way how we handle this one, so same way here also. So first of all, just wherever the date part and time part, we can separate it out. Okay. So AE, ENDTC. So ST places you can replace with the ENDTC. So ST places you can replace EN. So wherever the time is missing and date is available, that places. So it is the last, right? So it is the last cases they want to include it 23:59, last minute of the day. Last minute of the day. So we just replace. Here you can see if the date is available, time is missing cases. So we just replace with the 23:59. Okay. 1 minute. So this is a EN, right? Yeah. So wherever the time is missing, so we just replace with the 23:59. Wherever the time is there, so we are keeping as it is. Okay. So now after that one, what we done here? So we just separate it out into three parts. Okay. So where the ST is there, so I just replace with the EN. EN dot EN dot EN dot. So here, this is the year part and this is a month part in numeric version. This is the day part in a numeric version. Okay. Yeah. So now, so after that what we did? So we apply the condition. If everything is fine, like end year is present and month is present and day is present. Okay. So then all together, month, day and year. Okay. Year and date. So year and date is a date line. So everything fine. So up to now data, so we don't have, but so you have to write a dynamic code. In future, you may get the data of the partial date, like so 2021 4 only if you are getting. So how to handle your code? Okay, so based upon the data, you don't write the logic, right? So we are predicting in future also. If you may get the partial date, your code should be ready to handle that as per the specification file. Okay, so now as for the specification file, if the day is missing, then last day of the value of the month. Okay, so last day of the month we need to put if, for example, the day is missing cases. But how to how we know? So the last day of the month. Okay, so for example, year part is present, month part is present, but the day part is missing. So in that cases, so they want to handle the last day of the month. So last day of the month. But so many complications are there. The January we have 31 and February we have 28 or 29 based on the leap year, and March it's 30. Like that, So 30, 31 and so leap years it means different. So how we know the last day of the month? Okay. So there is one line statement, so that so we can easily understand. So for example, your observation is like this: 2012. So March is there. So as per the rule, so if the day is missing, so we have to add the last day of the month. So March last day we need to add, right? So first what we have to do is, so in these scenarios, first we can strip the variable. So that variable is okay. So strip this variable, which one having the partial date. So this is a partial date, right? So we just concatenated with the 0 1. So that what happened once we when concatenated 0 1. So this value was converted to what? 0 3 and 0 1, right? So this is the actual value. So now what we do? So we added the 0 1. After that one, convert them into the numeric format. Okay. So input of, okay. So this is YYMMDD tender. Okay, so convert them into the numeric. So next line what we do? So same date you can write. So convert numeric. Okay, after converting numeric, this is the value. Then, okay, so I am going to use one function that is called intnx. Okay, intnx function. So in this function, I mentioned month. Okay, so month, how many months you want to increase? So I want to increase 1 month. Okay, so 1 month increment I do. Input into intnx month part. Okay, so I am increasing 1 month. So that what happened? This value is going to convert 2012, 04 and 01. Okay, by increasing 1 month. Okay, so next I have -1. So -1. This day -1, what happened? Previous month, last day only, right? So whether it is a 30 or 31st, whatever it may be. So we'll get the -1 in the nothing but. So this date -1 will give you the previous day month. Okay. So what is our aim? So this observation last day of the month. So now we are getting, right? So by using intnx function. Okay. So simply by using intnx function, we incrementing the month of the particular day, and -1 will give you the previous month of last day. Here. So there is no observations like that. So that is why we are not getting anything. So wherever you do like this handling, simply the flagging variable. Where is the flagging variable? ANDTTF. So we do the date imputation, right? So any record was applicable to this one. So automatically that population flag, the imputation flag is going to populate. So there is no record. So there is no record of partial date, right? So that is why it's showing as a missing only. Okay. So once done this derivation, okay. So we can do the same thing like this. So AENDTM. So end date and end date type AENTTM.
ENDTM end date, end date. Okay. Some missing values for invalid argument function. Okay. Here, if the date is not equal to missing and the time is not equal to missing, then only we can concatenate it together, right? Then this one. Okay. If let me check. Okay, end date is there and end time is there. Okay, so end date and time. What we done wrong? So end date not equal to missing, time not equal to missing. Okay. So this was populated. Now we converted them into numeric. Now converted into numeric. We can apply the format. Yeah, here this is a format we applied 2359 and etc. So now if not equal to missing, then okay. So now everything fine. So this is a date and time variable and this is only the date variable. So wherever the imputation rules apply, so that time if the record having that type of imputation, so this was the population, this flag was populated. Okay. So now I am removing this keep statement to include all the variables and here I am writing keep. Okay. Still three variables are there. One is ASTDY, AENDY and treatment emergent flag. Okay. So ASTDY, AENDY, how to do? So how we done here? ASTDT and ASTDY here, right? So we just copy the same thing. Both are, OCCDS structure, right? So the same way the derivation is same. Okay. So wherever the CM is there, so you can replace with AE and everything same. So you can see ASTDY and AENDY. Okay. So the derivation is same. Anywhere, so OCCDS data structure, if you want to derive, so this is the, so we already handled this thing into CM, right? So you can go and check once. Only one variable is pending, that is TRT EMFL. So study date derivation is nothing but your date is greater than or equal to the treatment start date. It should be adding the plus one. If it is a less than, so no need to add plus one, simply subtract your date minus treatment start date. Okay. So treatment emergent flag derivation here. So what is treatment emergent AE? So if any adverse event is happened after you are taking the treatment, so after the subject is taking the treatment, if any adverse event is happening, so that time, so they are flagging that adverse event as a treatment emergent AE. Due to the treatment, that adverse event was happened. Okay, so treatment emergent, the name itself showing the adverse event is emerged due to the treatment. So from the screening onwards, so many adverse event is of the subject is having, but all the adverse event is collected in adverse event form. But which adverse event has happened after the treatment taken, so those adverse event they flag into treatment emergent category. Okay, so here as per the logic, the adverse event is happening after the treatment. So your adverse event date is happening after the treatment start date. Okay, after on the same day also it was happening, adverse event is happening after or equal to the treatment start date. And so here the RFP and DTC. Okay, so this variable in a character version. So let me check the RFP and DTC how it is. Oh no. So RFP and DT nothing but end of the study. Okay, here. So date and time of end of the participation. So this variable having only the date information, and this is also in a character version. So whenever we do some mathematical calculation, that time we need what numeric version variable is required. Okay, so that is why I just created new variable. Okay, so yymmdd 10 dot. Okay, so if not equal to missing, then okay. So now treatment start date, between this treatment start date to end of the participation, then TRT EMFL equal to so y. One more condition also they have mentioned, so that is why I just do the do and one more condition they want to give the supplementary AE. So we already transposed, right, supplementary AE. So here what they mentioned, AE term. So here this was the AE term. If it is a S, then only, then also we can give as a flag equal to y. So if equal to y, then also we have to give the treatment emergent flag equal to y. Two conditions they mentioned. One is the your treatment start date to your end of the participation, your adverse event date is there. So you can give that adverse event as treatment emergent flag. Otherwise supplementary AE, so AE term observation also, if it is a y QL equal to y, so then also we can give as a y. So already we transpose the supplementary data set into as per our structure, right? So that time this qnum variable converted into the variable name. So this value equal to, so under this one, so directly we can use AE term t equal to y, then also treatment emergent equal to y. Okay, so after that one, so you just simply remove and see. So all the variables, 60 variables they are expecting, we have included that 60 variable at 26 observation as per the data. So once we done this one, what we do, apply the attribute section. So you can apply by your end. Okay, so then the finally AE, and this is a EN, right? Retain ampersand keep var dot.
and label is adverse event data set. So at the moment we have done 5, so including this ADA. So you can see study ID, subject in a sequence. Okay, so what are the order they mentioned? So we have given our same order. So yeah, so we altered one date, right? So this date, right? So I am removing the hard code date also, because so we are not going to change the data, right? This one for your understanding purpose I included this, but it is not required. Okay, so I am removing this hard code and running. Now you can see everything fine. So anywhere anything you can change. So all the date variables we have given the formats. Okay, so even it is a numeric also, it is a format. Okay, so no imputation was happening, because previously it was imputation because I just given the hard code of the data, but as per the data, so no observation at the moment, there is no imputation needed, but our code is ready for the imputation as well. If the date is coming in that way, so our code is working fine, and apply the imputation. So treatment emergent, all the observations are, all the A's are treatment emergent only. So no truncation was happening. All the variables as per the specification we have included and make it as the final data set. Okay. So this is the adverse event. So it is so little bit confusing, a few variables like so the last day of the month, and so these things. But if you go step by step, so this is not much complex. You can easily understand, because adverse event data set is the main data set of the safety concern, because so many adverse events if you are getting to your clinical trial, that means your drug is doing something, and so due to that many adverse events, sometimes the study was terminated, because subject safety is our first concern. If we are getting more adverse event, significant number of adverse event if we are getting, and that too, so those are serious, the client or the regulatory was terminating that project. Okay, so that is why every therapeutic area you can see the adverse event data set. So most of the derivations are straightforward and common. So some imputation rules and some derivation little bit different from study to study. But this study, so we imputed this one. Okay, yeah. Anybody having any doubt on this data set, you can ask me now. Sorry, yeah, tell me.
Sir, I have the doubt from the previous class,
Which
from
data
this
set?
ADCM.
Okay.
Here, when we are deriving on treatment flag, we applied some condition, right, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. But when I'm looking into the data, what we are getting, the data is not up to this condition.
So in that cases, we are not doing anything. So we apply the condition, the data, so anything was error, any issue with this one? If
Even though it is CME, this variable is ongoing,
but
still it is not showing. Yeah.
Let me
Why?
check. Okay.
Okay.
Let me run up to here. CM3. Treatment. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
If it is ongoing, then only it should show the flag as Y.
No, not.
But even though it is.
It is here. You can see this condition or this condition.
Yeah. For this condition, the first one, it's okay. But if it is less than this.
If it is less than this and CM is equal to ongoing.
Yes.
Okay, let me check CM.
That part it is not correct.
Okay, CM ENRF equal to Y. Ongoing. Okay. So CM ENRF equal to ongoing, and this on treatment flag equal to missing records only we need to check, right? On treatment flag equal to missing. So these you are telling these are wrong, but here you can see it should be
less than, right? Sir?
Less than
Not
treatment.
missing.
Yeah. So less than
Yeah.
missing. Okay. So ASTDT less than. So ASTDT records not equal to missing you can take. And ASTDT. Yeah. So this records, okay? Yeah. So what is your doubt? Now ASTDT. Just I'm
If
sure.
it is less than treatment date and it is ongoing, then only we should get the flag as Y. But if it is not even though ongoing, we are getting it as Y.
Whatever. 1 minute.
Okay.
Anything wrong? Sure. Okay, sorry. Okay, so here so this is the ongoing. Okay, fine. But ongoing along with the ASTDT less than treatment started. Okay, so ASTDT is missing. Okay, so what they are asking, ASTDT is less than treatment started, and if it is ongoing, then only we should population. There is two conditions: ongoing along with the ASTDT not equal to missing. That not missing should be less than this one. Okay, so then only we populated on treatment flag equal to 5. Okay, this was you are asking about, right? So this was not populated rightly, right? So because it is a missing and this is less than. We written exactly same condition, right? ASTDT treatment started not equal to missing cases only.
If we go to final data set, we can easily observe that.
So this is CM3 is a final only, right? Yeah. But here, so on treatment flag equal to Y, treatment start date is there and the ASTDT is missing.
That condition we already wrote at the top, right, sir?
But still it is, populating. That is what I'm checking. Only this records only we just handle, right? But why it is showing?
Even though we are getting -1 in minus and it is not even ongoing, still we are getting Y actually.
it is ongoing, but these two are missing. What we condition written? So this condition or this condition and this condition. Okay, ENR equal to this one and this one. Okay, let me check now. Variable TRT SDT. Okay. Why still it is showing this one? Because so the both the dates should be present, then only we populate the flag, right?
Right.
But here we apply the condition perfectly, but still STDT greater than. Okay, in those cases, I'm going to write three conditions. Okay, this something bit pretty. If ASTDT first condition. Okay, so if ASTDT less greater than or equal to, then on treatment flag equal to 1.
Consider AE and DY and just check, sir. Because it is not even though missing.
So
it is showing -2, -1. Still, it is showing flag as Y, even though the other condition and on CME and RF equal to ongoing is not there.
Okay, so let me try in this way. Okay, so now ASTDT and treatment started both are not equal to missing. It was this one. We make it as a bracket. Okay, so and okay, so then do. Now we'll see. Instead of like this, so we separately apply two condition. Okay, so we'll see CM3 I'm a bit confusing why it is. So we are applying the only ASTDT less than treatment started and CMR equal. Okay, so here something then. This it is not taking as a missing or anything. So ASTDT it is in a numeric version. Okay, and why it is not taking as a missing? I don't know. If ASTDT equal to missing, then on treatment flag equal to missing, you can directly put, because it is a missing, obviously it is missing, right?
Yeah.
Let us apply this condition as well, because something was happened. Now it is fine. Only this record on treatment flag, and this is ongoing, but this missing. Here you can see This is ongoing, and this date, if it is ongoing as well as the condition is ongoing, and this date is below. So 28th March below the 1st March. So that is why it was greater than. And this record also we can keep it as, okay, it is a greater than. Fine. And now it's look fine, right? Any issue with here on treatment flag? So this record. Okay, so this 4th August after the 2nd August, so that is why it is y. So two conditions. First condition is if it is a greater than also, we are giving the population flag is y. If it is a less than and if it is a ongoing, then only we populated the on treatment. So the remaining you can see either it is a less than or greater than, but ongoing is there, it was populated. Okay, less than and ongoing. If it is a greater than, so simply we can populate the flag. Okay, so it is STDT.
Yeah, if it is still it is less than, still it is not ongoing. That's what I asked.
Okay, so 23 June, 26 June. Why it is populating Y then? Anywhere we written wrong condition?
Condition seems to be fine, sir, for me.
Yeah, you said right. But here this observation you can see. 23rd June is not greater than the 26th June. It is less than. ASTDT is less than, and this ENRF equal to also missing. But still Y it is populated as Y. Bit confused why it is. We written both are in a numeric version. Anything in character. So this is also numeric, and this is also in a numeric. Okay, 184 line,
Previously
right?
also condition seems to be fine only, but I don't know why it is happening like that. Data.
So let me check like this. 184 line, right? So we are not applying that condition. Okay, it's fine seems. Once we apply this one, STD less than. Okay, let me try in this way. Okay. Still getting the same. Anybody having any idea why it is getting Y? So even I am not having. So we written perfect condition. If it is less than and it should be in a ENRF, then only we populate the flag. But the date you can see this is not less than, but still it is populating the Y. Anybody having any idea why it is happening? So even the data looks fine, but the condition we're returning fine, but still. So let me.
I can take it. I can take it for homework and as assignment. Look it up and maybe tomorrow share that.
Do that one. Yeah, but still. Anybody having any idea at this moment? Just I'm asking. Okay. Yes. I am getting the point now. Okay. So here we return the return statement. So I think so. The return statement. What happened? The above observation. I think it was retaining to the below observation. I hope. Let me see now. I remove the return statement. 184. Now you can see it is a black. So if you are retaining the variable, so the previous observations are retaining here. So that is why we just retain here. Okay, so after that one you can retain here itself, you can write the retain statement ampersand keep where dot. Okay, so that is the issue. I think you got my point, right? So if you are directly, if you are applying the retain of newly created variable here, so that y was created and retaining to the previous the next record as well. Okay, so that is the purpose. I just remove the retain statement at this step, and the below step I written here. So now you can see, yes, good point. And so keep it that once you done the checking of creation of the data set, make sure that whether the data as per the logics, if it is populated correctly or not, also you need to check. Okay, so now you have to check the on treatment flag observation whether populated correctly or not. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Sir, in yesterday's on Saturday class, CNSR, I am getting error as CNSR is out of range because the length in the spec specified is 1.
Yeah.
Because the value we are assigning it as 0. If it is missing, we are assigning it as null.
So you can
So
give as
the
a
length,
numeric version if it is created. So keep it as a 3 because the minimum length is 3 and maximum is 8, right? So if you are giving one length, it should be a character. So CNSR variable in numeric they are expecting means. So just change it length equal to 3 because numeric version we can't give the numeric the variable length is 1, right? So if the spec is 1, so inform to the space starts and ask them to change the length of numeric version minimum 3. Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
And in the value metadata, eval C I am seeing that is not needed, right, sir?
Yeah, if it is showing everything blank, so not needed. But if it is there also, just simply convert them eval into the character. Eval
because that is not actually there in the spec, but it is showing in the metadata.
Okay, okay. So value metadata, eval C. Okay, so they just given the blank at this moment. Later we don't know if they change or not. So up to now keep it as a variable. If it is not there in this list, here you can remove, no issues. Because only we need to include this variables only. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So actually we are considering ADVS because in ADSL whatever we ADaM data sets whatever we are created it's not there.
Yeah.
But ADSL is there, right, sir? In ADaM data sets whatever we are created.
Yes.
But why we are not using that one?
So both I just taken from one library. That's it. So you can take
just like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once
and it's not related to the okay.
Once we done with the ADVS class tomorrow, so you can use our data set into the ADTT also fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is not related to the program, but just I have one quick thing to ask. Can we close all the view tables at once? Is there any shortcut or something like that?
Even I don't know. So we need to close one by one data set only. If anybody have any idea about this question, how to close all the data set at once? So even I haven't tried, but I'll check. Okay. So we just close session like this. If you say by here, so every session will close. Okay. If you type by,
No, we will leave the SAS.
Okay, so you want to close all the open data.
Just view tables.
Yeah. So in that case, even I don't know the shortcut. If anybody know, please let in the class know so that everybody know. Otherwise, we will search in Google or anywhere. So if you know, so I'll definitely let you know. Okay.
Okay, sir. And just last question. Sir, for QNUM, we are supplementary data, we are transposing the data sets, right, sir?
Yes.
It is that we are only doing, or every SAS programmer will do that?
Every SAS
Because
program.
when we are looking at the derivation part of in the spec, it doesn't show like a transposing data, something like that.
Transposing the data they haven't mentioned, but here you can see one variable is there here. Just now we derived what variable treatment here. So here you can see. So here they mentioned supplementary QNUM ADaM equal to like this. Okay. So whenever they want to use, and so this type of derivations are there. Again, each and every variable you need to filter QNUM and again transpose and creating that variable. So that is make headache. So if blindly we can go, we can convert supplementary data set in transpose mode and merge it to the main data set, so that all the supplementary QNUM observations are converted to the variable. Which variable you want to use, you can use. Okay, so this is a general process, general procedure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So when we are putting 3 or 4 years of experience, and when the interviewer is asking about whatever the data sets you have created in ADaM, we should not mention anything about ADTT, because only the experienced guys will get the chance, sir.
But you have to let them know. So I know the process of creating, and I have watching how they are creating. Along with the safety domains, I know the how to create the efficacy, but I didn't get a chance to work on the data set like that. You can, okay, so that so they may ask, may not ask the questions. If they ask, also you are able to answer. Okay, fine. Otherwise, they also leave it. Okay, so she told that so they are simply not get a chance, but they know idea like that. So they will ask basic questions if they want to ask. Otherwise, they'll completely focus on the resume, what you put on the resume. So they will focus on that only. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So please practice, guys, up to what we are learning. So tomorrow we will discuss ADVS domain. Okay. Bye everybody. Have a nice day.
Bye, sir.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, all.
Good morning, sir.
Very good. So we have done the ADAE as well, right? Yeah. So ADTT also done. ADVS. Okay. So today class we are going to see the BDS type of data structure, that is ADVS, ADaM dataset, vital signs dataset. We are going to look how to create and as per the specification file. Open the ADaM specification. Yeah, here. So these many variables are there. Okay. So we'll see one by one. So I'm taking the header part and libraries. Just save it as ADVS. Okay. So next, what are the variables we need to be included in this data set? We make it as a macro variable, so that whenever we want all these variables at a time, simply we can call them into as a macro variable. Okay. Just remove the spaces into one space. Just make it as a macro variable. Okay. So now just run this and see in the SDTM folder. So vital sense dataset is there, that is VS, and there is no supplementary VS. Okay. So MB, MH, P is there, but supplementary VS was not created. You do know, so there is no extra information. That is why they haven't created that vital sense supplementary dataset. So vital sense also, here these two extra variables are there. We can remove those two. Okay. Yeah. So first same thing. Copy all the information from the main data set, and there is no supplementary, right? So no need to merge that supplementary data set information. Okay. So VS and here VS1 and just sort by VS sequence in the first step. Okay. So no supplementary, that is why no transpose, nothing. Simply we can merge this information to the ADSL. Okay. So the supplementary section we can ignore, and here we just merge with the ADSL to gather all the variables into one place. Okay. Okay. So here you can see, so all the 73 variables which are coming from the SDTM vital sense along with the ADSL we gathered into place into one place. Okay. So now we will check still how many variables are there need to be added to this ADVS dataset. Yeah. So here, so 24 variables are there. So remaining variables, this green color highlighted one. So we need to add one by one. Okay. So first variables are analysis visit and analysis visit numeric version variable. So here so analysis visit and analysis visit n nothing but numeric version variable of analysis visit numeric version variable. So this simply map from the visit and visit number information to map this. Okay, so I am writing the code like that only. So a visit here. So analysis also they are using the same visit. What is the collected visit from the CRF? That visit only they are mapping to this analysis. Okay, if anything different, the derivation might be different. Okay. Yeah. So next, so parameter number, parameter CD, parameter variable. Okay. Here you can see. So parameter directly they want to concatenate with the test and unit. So they will populate the parameter. So parameter number as per the shell. Parameter CD directly we can apply the VS test CD. Okay. So param CD equal to VS test CD. Okay. So parameter equal to what they suggested as concatenation of so test and units. Okay. So concatenated with test and unit. Okay. This is the units. So you can see VSSTR test, and this is a unit. You can see VSSTRESC nothing but vital signs standard units. Okay. And you can close the bracket. So if the unit is present, if units are present and the test also present cases. For example, if only test is present, unit is missing. In that cases, only the parameter equal to this one. Okay. So unit is present and test is present. We can concatenate the test with units. Otherwise, we can give only the test. Okay. So here VS2. Now we can see the parameter height in centimeters. Okay. Height along with the units they want to concatenate and populated in the parameter. Okay. So if anything unit is not their cases, only that parameter, the test only populated here. Okay. So parameter CD and parameter was done. So what about this parameter numeric version variable? So they simply mentioned order as per the cell. Okay. So if we are not getting any order, so just we can check here. Hmm. Just I'm checking, previous batch, anything, any specific order they mentioned. Okay. 1 minute. So here you can see, so one of the document they mentioned some order. Okay. So this order you will take. So they will, provide you, the statistician provide you if they want to populate a particular order. So here they mentioned one of the documents, systolic BP they want to give the first order, temperature they want to give the second, heart rate they want to give the third. Okay, so if they mention like this, we have to follow. Otherwise, if they are not provided anything like this order, so we can go alphabetical order wise. Okay, so what is the alphabetical order wise? So we can give the numbering for unique parameter number. Okay, so diastolic BP 4, respiratory 5, like that unique number we have to give as per the alphabetical order. If they haven't provided the particular order, they provided this order, right? So we can write our code as per this one. VS test equal to systolic blood pressure, then the param n equal to, so 1, next it is a temperature, there is a 2, next it is a heart rate, it is a 3, and next it is a diastolic pressure. So what are the order we created whenever we are doing some tables or listing? We have to follow this order only. Whenever we want to display, same order we have to display. Respiratory rate, 5, oxygen saturation 6, and weight 7, height 8, and body mass index 9. Okay, so this order they want to follow us, so we just follow the same order. Okay, so now some parameter related variables we have included. Next one is eval C, eval, ADT, ADTM, and ADY. So here you can see eval C, eval, ADT, ADTM, and ADY. You can see what is the eval C. Eval C equal to, so they want to map as VSSTRSC. Okay, so character version of the value. So next eval equal to, what they want to do, eval equal to VSSTRSN. So vital sign standard value numeric version variable, so they want to map it as a eval. Next one, ADT analysis date. So what they want to do, so only the date, so they want to numeric part of the VSDTC. Okay, let me check how the VSDTC was there here. So VSDTC having the date and time part. Okay, so date and time part is there. They want to populate only the date. Here you can see they clearly mentioned set to the numeric date part of VSDTC. Okay, so what I do here, if VSDTC not equal to missing, then ADT equal to scan of the VSDTC first word before T. Okay, before T. So convert them into the numeric, comma, YYMMDD 10 dot. Okay, letter format ADT date name. Okay, so we just taking the date part and convert them into the numeric. So fine, you can see the VS2 how the ADT is going to populate. Yes, perfectly populated as a date name format. So only the date part. So eval C is the character version of the value. Eval nothing but the numeric version of that value. Okay. Next ADTM and ADY. So ADTM. So ADTM nothing but both the date and time part. Numeric of date and time part. So here they mentioned something like EG. This is not EG. So this is VS. So here ADTM, if VSDTC not equal to missing, then ADTM equal to input of directly the VSDTC comma IS8601 DT dot. Date time 20 dot. As per the ADaM, so it should be no date time 20 dot. You can see now the VS2. So this is the ADT, only the date part. This is the date and time part containing values. We just convert them into the numeric format. Okay. Yeah. Still ADY is there. and the baseline related flags. Okay, ADY. So how the ADY we have done in other, the same way here also we do. If the ADT not equal to missing and treatment start date not equal to missing, okay, so then do your date, your vital signs date is less than or equal to the treatment start date, then the ADY is ADT minus treatment start date. If your vital signs date is greater than or equal to, in that cases you have to add plus 1, ADT minus treatment start date plus 1 and n. Okay, so your vital signs date is greater than or equal to adding plus 1, it is a less than treatment started. That means the vital signs was collected before the treatment, so that time no need to add your minus 1 or plus 1 here. Okay, so ADY was created. So next, this is the main important variable, baseline flag, base change from percentage, etc. So we'll see one by one. Yeah. So just I'm showing one example so that you can easily understand what we are going to do. Okay, so here for example one subject is there, 101 subject, temperature records are there. Okay, so screening one they collected on 1st April 2022, the value is 39. So 3rd April 40 value, 5th April 37, 8th April it is missing value, so 10th April 12th April the values are collected. This subject, when the treatment, the COVID-19 treatment was taken on 8th April 2022. Okay, so 8th April 22. So as per this one, which value we need to take as a baseline? So what is the non-missing value? For example, here also one value there, that is 38. Okay, so non-missing value of this value, so which is the date is closest to the treatment start date, that value we can take as a base value. Okay, so here you can see 8th April the subject is taking the treatment, so this parameter of this subject where the closest value of this date, so 8th April is fine. Okay, so this value we can take, it should be non-missing, the value should not be non-missing. Okay, so 8th April is there, so the value is 38, and this record, so we can map it as a baseline flag of this subject, this parameter baseline. Okay, so this record in we can take as a baseline, and this 38 is there, right? So this value we take as a baseline, so 38 here, and returning to the remaining post baseline record. So what is post baseline record? So which values or which records are happened after the treatment. Here 8th April is the treatment, right? So after 8th April, 10th April, 12th April, these are the post baseline. Which values or which records are there before this one, we can call it as pre baseline. Okay, so 8th April before pre baseline, 8th April after post baseline. So in this pre baseline, which value having closest value to the treatment start date, and that record should be non-missing, then we can take as a this value as a base value. Okay, so how to calculate the change? Simply we can so eval minus base, it will give you the change. Okay, 36 minus 38 minus 2, 35 minus 38 minus 3, change. Percentage change nothing but here you can see eval minus base divided by base into 100, it will give you the percentage change. Okay, yeah, so this is the one subject structure. what are the value? What is the base value? So non-missing value of the record, which is the pre-baseline record. So that is closest to this one. For example, if this value is missing cases, okay, so which value we are going to consider as the baseline? So this value first we check which one is the closest, but it should be non-missing. Then we go to the before value. So which one is a non-missing value? So that time you can populate the baseline flag as this one, and this 37 we have to populate here and retaining to the remaining record. Automatically the change and percentage changes values are also changed. Okay, so from where you are finding it is a base value, that value onwards below value, so you can retain the base value and calculate the change and percentage change values. Okay, so how to write it is a programmatically. Okay, so how to write this is a programmatically I am showing now.
But here 10th
Yeah,
10th date is more near to
but
this one.
here this is a post baseline. What we are talking before this value or equal value, 8th April before values. Okay,
Okay.
because you know the baseline flag was populated to the record which are pre-baseline values, not post-baseline values.
Okay.
Yeah. So first one is, yeah. So first we need to baseline. Okay. So what is baseline derivation? Last non-missing value before or equal to treatment start date, right? Start date of each subject and parameter. Yeah. So every subject parameter, so we have to figure it out. What is the base? Which value we are considering as a base value, right? So here, so I'm sorting the data in that way. Proc sort data equal to VS2. So out equal to VS3. So by each and every subject, okay. So parameter wise, okay. So visit wise, just sort date wise. Okay, so just sort the data in this way. So next I am keeping only few variables for the baseline derivations. Okay, so data base underscore 1 set vs3. Okay, I'm just keeping what are the variables are required to derive this baseline flag only, you know, so these variables are enough. Okay, so I'm going to keep this, what are the variables are used. Okay, subject is anyway in use, parameter number, so parameter and visit in and visit. Okay, so the value and eval and eval c. Okay, and treatment start date also required. So these are the variables I am just including and creating one temporary data set to handle this baseline derivation. Okay, so each and every subject, so this is a parameter, systolic BPR, temperature, like you know, so I am showing here only temperature, right? Same way here. Okay, each and every visit wise, okay, aval C and aval, and this is the ADT dates are there. Okay, so now which value we need to be consider as base value? Okay, so here, yeah.
how you are with experience you are able to tell in the sort by statement which variables are included? I don't understand.
Yeah, here,
Because
so here, what are our aim is to identify the base value. So as per this one, what is the logic? So last non-missing value before or equal to the treatment start date. Okay. So each and every subject. So here, so temperature is there, height is there, weight is there. So many parameters are there. Okay. Each subject, each parameter. So we have to identify the base value, right? So for that purpose, anyway, subject information is required, parameter information also required, right? So subject information, parameter information is required. Okay, then what is the variable? So last record. So anyway, visit is required because so visit wise only the information was collected in the vital sign. Okay, so whenever we starting the last record, automatically the ADT should be there, right? So for that purpose, I am just starting parameter wise. So within the parameter, if multiple records are there, visit wise. Still any visit have multiple visit, the date wise also we have to sort. Okay, this is the logic to create or to identify the last non-missing record of the value. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I am keeping only those variables into this data set for our convenient purpose. Okay. So now here you can see each and every subject. So parameter. So I'm just, keeping this variable here. Okay. So systolic. So these are the visits. First visit and 15 visit. Now what we do? So we want only which records? Only pre-baseline records enough. No need to handle the post-baseline record because we are going to populate the baseline flag for pre-baseline records only, right? So for that purpose, filter only pre-baseline records. Okay, so how to filter the pre-baseline records? Here you can see what are the pre-baseline records. The dates are equal or less than to the treatment start date, right? So 8th April before records only we can call it as pre-baseline records. Okay. Here also we do the same thing. Here data base underscore 2 set base underscore 1. Okay. So same thing, by variables are doing the same thing, just okay. And next so no need this by, right? If your records not equal to missing and so the records, the ADT value is less than or equal to the treatment start date, right? So here you can see the values. What are the values are there? Less than or equal to the treatment start date, equal or less than. So those values we have to pick, and here the definition showing last non-missing value of the value. So that is why, and the eval not equal to missing or eval C not equal to missing, either so non-missing values only we need to be consider for this baseline flag derivation. Okay, so that time so we are filtered and we are getting 759 observation. Now in this 759 observations, okay, so in this 759, for example, here this subject systolic BP 1 record is there. Okay, fine. Temperature we have 2 records are there. So screening and day 1. So which record you need to take as a baseline here? Which one is the closest value? Here we have 4 records are there. So last record, it is the closest record of this treatment started. Here also we do the same thing. If one value is there, that directly we can take. If the more than one value cases, here 2002 temperature has 2 records before taking the treatment, screening and day 1. So that value, so 29th July, 26th July is there. So 30th July, the subject is taking the treatment. So which value is the closest value? So this 29 July is the closest value because 26 and 29 both are there, but which value is the closest to the 30th July? 29 July. That means last record of the subject of parameter, it will give you the exact baseline flag value record, right? So that is why we just data base underscore 3 set base underscore 2, and here you can take this by, and if last data parameter you can take as a baseline. Okay, so here 5 or 6 base underscore 3. Now you can see, so 2002 to subject, so day 1 record as a base value. Okay, so for systolic BP, so only one record is that record we can take as a base value. Okay, so these are the records we just filtered, and again we merge to our main data set. Okay, so here you can write select the base record, that is last record which is closest to treatment start date. Okay, so now data, so VS4 up to VS3 done, right? So then merge with our main data set, so which is having all the records. We can merge this base 3 data set. Okay, by use subject ID, parameter, and visit and edit. Okay, so both the data set having that value, then you can give as a ABLFL to flag equal to Y to that record, because base 3 having the only record which are having the baseline flag related. So this value, this record and this data set having all this variable, so we can give the baseline flag to that value. Okay, so now VS4 you can see one subject just now we have filtered, right? So temperature record, so temperature, so this 37, so these two are the before values, and here the baseline flag was populated to the record which are day 1. Okay, so day 1 record we have identified it as a closest value, right? So that value we can populate the baseline flag. Okay, so once the baseline flag identify and given, okay, so baseline flag identify which record you need to take as a base value, that value we can take as a baseline flag equal to Y. So now we have to populate the base value and retaining to the remaining records. Okay, so for that purpose, data VS5 set VS4. Okay, so by these variables. Okay, so anyway, so each and every subject, so first record should be missing only, because so there is no previous records, right? So from, for example, if this record if identify as a base, that time only base value is populated, otherwise it is a missing. And if you want to retaining, so the next subject record might be overlapping to this record. Okay, so for that purpose what we do is, if first dot parameter, then the base value equal to missing, first dot parameter, then the character version of the base also you can put as a missing first. Then if ABLFL equal to Y, then do, so the base value you can take as a eval, and base C value you can take as a eval C. Okay, so whenever the base and base 2 you created, you can return into the remaining record base and base C. Okay, so else do the remaining record. How can you do? If eval not equal to missing and base not equal to missing, then you calculate the change. What is the change formula here? They simply mentioned what is the change here. So here eval minus base. Okay, eval minus base, it will give you the change. Okay, so eval minus base. Whatever the percentage change calculation, if change not equal to missing and base not equal to missing. So the formulas they get given in the mock shell also, not in the specification. Okay, so percentage change how to calculate? Simply change divided by, so this is a formula you can use any project because the formula is same. 100, it will give you the percentage change. Okay, so change nothing but eval minus base, it will give you a change. Percentage nothing but change divided by base into 100 into 100, it will give you the percentage. Okay, so now you can see VS5, there is a 1 2 and close where we done else do. Yeah, so VS5 you can see. So for example, this subject 2 records are there, systolic BP. Okay, so first record you can identify as a baseline. So what is the base value here? 133. So the 133 was populated to 2 record. So this is a change and this is a percentage change. Okay, so like this here also you can see this value you can identify as a base value. So here this is a change and this is a percentage change. Whenever you want calculate here base, so from this record onwards you need to calculate the change. Okay, so the same way here, if more than one record, so all the below records you have to. So here this is the base value. So 37, the 37 record was returned to all the remaining temperature record of the subject, and the change and percentage calculated from below record onwards. Okay, and once the change and percentage and change etc. was done, so what are the other variables are there? Just we are checking. Still annual flag, on treatment flag, criteria 1 and criteria 1. What is annual flag here? So annual flag nothing but they want to give set to the y where ABLFL equal to y and post baseline record. So that means what? So they want to give the post baseline record as a y directly. So whenever it is coming to the pre-baseline value, so which value having the ABLFL flag, so that value only they want to give the analysis flag equal to y. Okay, which means they want to consider only this record from the pre-baseline. All the post-baseline record they want to do for the analysis purpose. Okay, so for that purpose simply we can write if ABLFL equal to y, then do annual flag equal to y. All the post baseline records. So how to write the post baseline records? If your ADT not equal to missing and the ADT is greater than treatment start date. So which records are greater than the treatment start date? Obviously those are the post baseline record, right? So ANL01FL equal to y to this record as well. Okay, yeah. So annual flag also done. Next on treatment flag. So on treatment flag nothing but within the treatment the vital signs was taken or not. So how to calculate that one? So on treatment flag here. So as per the logic, so your vital signs date should be greater than treatment start date, and it should be end date. Within the treatment start date to treatment end date, your vital signs date is there. So they want to populate your on treatment flag equal to y, otherwise null. Okay, so your ADT greater than or equal to the treatment start date, and your ADT less than or equal to treatment EDT. Okay, so between the treatment start date to treatment end date, if anything was happen, the vital signs was collected, then they will give as a on treatment flag equal to y. Okay, so otherwise obviously it is null only, but here be careful while doing this one. If ADT should not be missing, then only we do this activity. Okay, why? Because if ADT is missing, so obviously ADT is less than the treatment end date, right? So ADT should not be missing, and treatment start date, treatment end date, obviously there are no missing values are there. So you can check those also. So now next, criteria flags. So these are the, what is the criterion flags, we'll see. So criteria flag nothing but based upon the criteria. So they have created some flag. So based upon the flags, so some tables are generated. Okay, so if the table requirement is like that, so we have to create the table requirement. Here the criteria flags nothing but, so here you can see first one. First criteria, what is the first criteria? See, systolic BP is less than 90 or systolic blood pressure is greater than 120. In this scenario, so you have to create one criteria, and criteria flag is Y to those type of record. What is here they mentioned? Systolic BP below 90 and systolic blood pressure 120 record. Below 90 or 120 record. So they want to give a criteria like this. So how to write this criteria? If, okay, so if the VS test CD equal to systolic BP, okay, systolic BP, okay, so and the value should not be missing, then do, okay, so what they mentioned here, so the values below 90 and above 120, okay, so if the value, so 90 value, so below or equal above and 120, okay, so it should be now between the 90 to 120, then do, okay, so then do, so the flag, crit flag equal to, so this flag, so flag equal to Y to this record, and the crit, what is the criteria here? So it is a normal range. Okay, what they mention, they are not clearly mentioned here, but here it is a normal range. Okay, so they need a more needed, but here as per my knowledge, so they mention. So you can now start to clear the more information. Okay, here normal range. Okay, so for example, if it is 120 to 140, so they haven't clearly mentioned here, only they mentioned what is the normal range. Here systolic PP. Okay, so as per the logic, so they will mention okay, so they want to give like this, not okay, sorry. What they mentioned, it should be below 90. So we can write like this. So eval less than 90 or eval greater than 120. Okay. So if it is eval less than 90 or greater than 120, so you have to give the criteria flag equal to 1, and criteria is this one. Okay. So next thing is, so same way here, what are the criteria flag is there? Second one. So second one is the diastolic BP. So we can write in this way the criterias. So second criteria is nothing but diastolic BP 60 to 120. Okay. So same you can copy and paste it here. If vital signs is diastolic BP, so dia BP. If it is a diastolic BP, so 60 to 80. So 60, this one above 80. So you have to give the diastolic BP and this one. So as per their logic, so they are going to create some table based upon this criteria. So they are creating some variables here. So if you are directly, so whenever you want to create directly, you can filter the criteria, which criteria you want to use for the table. So you can filter that criteria. So next variable, next, is respiratory. So respiratory RESP resp. Okay. So what they mentioned, 12 to 18. Okay. Yeah. So 12 to 18. So next, heart rate. Heart rate is nothing but HR. So heart rate is 60 and 90. 60 below or 90 above. So then we can give a heart rate. Heart rate criteria. And next, temperature. (36.5), 37.3. So each and every criteria, so we can add here. So next, oxygen saturation is the final one. So oxygen saturation 95 and 100. Okay, so these are the criteria, and criterion flag was given to those type of records. So now there is a 600. Okay. Yeah. So now VS5, all the variables we have included, and criteria flags also we have added. So which record is met the criteria, so that record, so we have added the criteria flags and criteria. Okay. So whenever we are creating based upon this criteria table, so that time simply we can filter the criteria flag equal to Y, and you can display or you can use that record for this table purpose. Okay. Yeah. So this is the criteria flag used, and we have done all the variable derivation as per the specification. Okay. So after that one, what we do, simply we can apply the attribute section and you can send your final data set. Here you can apply your attributes by your end. Label length and etc. Variable label and length. So and vs5 and here AD vs, that is a vital set data set. So ADVS done, you can see. So all the vital sense related variables, and here parameter, paramin, paramcd, visit information there, and this is a value for character numeric, and this is the date part and date and time part. This is a baseline flag. Base character version of base is truncating. If you see here, so 133 here only one was populating. So why it is truncating? Just to go and check here. So base C value, whenever you want to create, simply you can add the length and change percentage and etc. was populated. Now the base C value is populated completely without any truncations. Okay. Yeah. So this is the BDS type of vital sign data set. ADLB also most of the variables are similar. So whenever you are assigned any data set, so ADSL you can take ADSL reference, OCCDS you can take ADI as a reference, BDS structure ADVS as a take as a reference and do the variable derivations. Okay. Yeah. So this is a vital sign data set. Anybody having any doubt on this, you can ask me now.
When we are merging BS3 with the base 3.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but base 3 has only one variable. Yeah, understood. But BS3 has multiple variables. So won't we miss the subjects coming under BS3 because we are applying condition as if
So
A
here,
and B?
yes, here you can see. So we are applying if A and B, then we are populating the baseline flag to those records. So we are not, taking only A and B records, not taking A and B record. If the subject is present in the both the data set, that record you populate as a baseline flag equal to Y to those records. But we are not strictly not taking the record. For example, this has 10 records. Okay. So this has 5 records. Now we are not filtering only 5 records. We are taking all 10 records. But which records are meeting this, which records are present in this data set and this data set, that records we are populating the baseline flag equal to Y. Okay. So because this data set having purely having which subject, we are going to give a baseline flag equal to Y, right? So that record we are just populating here. We are not, but not, we are not only stick to pick only that 5 record. We are taking all record, but in that record which are met, these 2 records are similar. So that record we are giving the baseline flag. That's it.
Okay. So this whenever the param units are missing, so we can simply leave it like that.
We can test only.
Because they did not mention anything about that. Right?
So here the units are missing here. Okay, so units equal missing and only test is present. So only test we can populate as a parameter. Okay, just raise a query and we can populate only the test, because so otherwise what happen, some parameters are having the test and open and closing brackets with the missing units. Okay, so that is not making sense, right? So if the units are missing, only test populated, test and units both are populated, so concatenated together. But we have to raise the request because a test is there, units also should be present. Okay.
Sir, here at the last we gave the length as 200.
Yeah.
Because even previous data sets also when we are creating, we are mentioning length as 200. I don't understand. It's a generalized way we will give
Yeah,
that
yes.
200 because
The
there is
max,
no need of giving that much length. Right?
the maximum length of any character version variable is 200, right? So if any truncation, if you see, so simply you can give the 200. Otherwise, if any specification file they mentioned here, you can see the base C they mentioned 200, right? So that is why most of the times, new variable creation time we are following the maximum length to avoid the truncation. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have few doubts from the previous class.
Yeah, tell me which class.
In the ADAE, we are actually, they did not mention anything about supplementary data set, but still we are taking the supplementary data set and we are combining that with the AE.
Okay. So let me see. Open the ADAE specification. ADAE. So somewhere, so one variable should be there. Here you can see the treatment emergent flag. So here you can see supplementary AE there. Okay. So that is why, so this AE term, so once you transpose, this term was populated to as a variable. So that is why, so we use that variable here. Okay, whenever we are creating the treatment emergent flag, so that time we use this variable. So after transpose only, it converted as a numeric the variable, right? So that variable we use and derive this one. So that time we use that supplementary data set, right?
Right.
Yeah. So even though if it is not used, just general processes supplemented there add. But anyway, finally we are keeping only the variables which are there in the spec, right? So even it is there or not, but so first three procedures you can do blindly, like so main data set, supplementary transpose data set, and ADSL data set. Merge it, both the three data set, and keep the data set ready. Then you can start the derived variables. Okay, so that is the easiest process, and no variable should be missing. In that cases, right? So if you are doing something at the middle of the programming, if you need any variable from the supplementary, then you will go to the first and adding the supplementary data set again. So that is not make sense. Just first initially you add what are the data sets are required, then you start the deriving one by one variable. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
And also when we are deriving the variable AACNN, so we are not allowing to keep it as missing if some.
Yeah.
We are giving even the numbers to that one, but previously we are not doing like that in other data sets.
Every time we are checking, once we run the programming, I am checking, so for example, AASCN is there. So every time I am go and check that variable. Once we apply any numeric version to any variable, simply you can see here. Okay, so just check here. Okay, so all the observations are, populated correctly or not. Just check. Otherwise, you can click on this one where you can go and you can open that variable. Okay, so open it equal to, so just I'm showing one variable. If anything missing, okay, there is no missing. Like that you can check once you apply any numeric format to that variable. If anything missing is there, so you can check why it is missing. Okay, so every time I just checking by looking this variable. Okay, there is no missing. If anything missing there, why it is missing? Anything we are not mapped correctly, or anything was missed by the statistician in the spec. Likewise, you can check. If it is a small data, you can directly check. Otherwise, you can click on where statement and see that variable any missings are there. If that is missing,
So
why
if
it is
stat
missing?
did not mention also, we should give some numbering and inform to
them. Okay, so this is what we are giving the number, whether it is a right or just he will suggest which number you are going to give. Okay, like that. Simply if you are missing, keep it as a missing whenever you do some table listing. So that time all the the records are going to miss, right? So to avoid that missing, so we have to give some number and we have to inform the stats.
Okay. And in ASTDTM, when we are doing time manipulation, we did not seems to be applying the whole condition they mentioned in the spec, right, sir?
Yeah, so this is a generalized imputation for the time. Whenever the time is missing, if it is a start time, the first minute of the day. If it is the end date, so last minute of the day. That's it. So if any specifically they mentioned, we have to follow that logic. Okay.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm actually asking.
Here,
They mentioned something.
Yeah, so let me check. Yeah. Okay. What they mentioned, ASTDT is not time is missing, so not equal to 0, 1. So ASTDTC is not missing and time ASTD is missing equal to the treatment started. The time part
Treatment
is
start, that
okay.
one we did.
Yeah. So here they are nothing but if the start date is not missing, time in AST only the date complete is missing and the AESTDTC is equal to the treatment started. So this condition we haven't applied. So what they are asking here, if your date is present, time part is missing and your date part is equal to the treatment start date, you can take the time from the treatment start date. That is what they are asking. But here, the treatment start date here only the time part only there in our data, so there is no date part is there is no time part, right? So that is why we directly giving the 001 of start date, 2359 is the last date variables. Okay, if it is treatment start date collected date and time cases, and even that date is present in our data and that date is equal to the treatment start date, and that way that observation time is missing, you can take the time from the treatment start date. That is what they are asking. But here that only the date is present, no issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for AESTDTC also, it seems like we did not apply
Yeah, same thing.
condition.
Start and end date both.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, whenever I'm running the program, I'm getting for that at the last. Can I share my screen, sir, once? Can share.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, just tell me your name, Kiran Mai.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, whoever don't have any doubts, you can leave. Yeah.
Yeah. ADAE. Sorry. Here. These note messages, we can ignore them or?
No. Here you can see 2792 line. You can see. So numeric values are converted to the character. Okay. So what you are directly converting RIP and etc to this one. Okay. RIP and it is not equal to missing. Then here you can see the same variable name you are giving. Okay. So character version variable. So you are giving numeric version variable also same. So just same that name. RIP and etc n you can give, so that so this one you can because same variable name numeric to character you are giving, right? So that is why it is giving like this. You can change the variable name and try.
Okay, sure, sir. And this one, I am just hard coding the this one, sir, actually.
Okay, okay,
AE and DTC, I'm hard coding like that.
okay.
And I'm running just till here to check whether it is working or not. But I'm getting this invalid argument and missing values. So I applied even this one, not equal to missing and those things. Still it is not going. I don't know. I will
Okay,
show
just run and show me. So first you have to check which line it is giving as a invalid argument of
intake
input
function
function
there
into
is giving.
so 3008 3008 so, okay, open the variable, we'll see. Open the data set. Okay, so open the AE and ETC. Okay, open the log. So if you see the log clearly, so you will understand which one is the, here you can see invalid argument, argument to function int month. Okay, so see here ENDTC here.
Yeah, that's why I gave not equal to missing on the above.
Open the program. So you done one mistake.
Okay.
So here you can see that you directly giving the 0 1, right? Strip of intnx function here, that 136.
Okay.
So that is
Yes.
dash 01 you have to give, because the format should be so YYMMD, right? So it should mention dash. No, not that.
So
Yes.
okay.
So then it should be in a valid format, right? So because month and 2021 04 there.
Right.
You
Correct.
have to give, right? So now you can try. Close the data set and run. Now it's clear, right?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah. Thank you, sir. And after merging with ADSL and supplementary, all those things, so you are following some way, and easy ones you are deriving first, and
Yeah.
even
So you
we
can,
need to follow like that, or is
that's your wish, so that is your wish. So you can derive anything, but at the final stage the return statement should be applied as per the norm. So everybody is not following the same. Whoever want easy variables first, later complex variable, so that is up to your wish. Okay, but if any variable is depending on other variable, derive that variable first, right? Later you can derive this variable. Okay, that's it.
okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody having any other doubts? Yeah.
Sir, I want to share the screen.
Yeah, tell me.
Vijayalakshmi.
Can you speak a little bit loud? I can't.
Sir, some
Yeah.
uninitialized errors coming, sir.
So uninitialized errors, why it is coming? Because so which variable getting uninitialized? So did you open the program at your end? So Vijaya Lakshmi, right? You're talking.
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen if you want? Is it open at your
Yes,
end?
sir, I can share.
Yeah.
Open, sir.
Yeah, I'm just giving control to you. 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. So here RFP and ETC is uninitialized, right? So why it is uninitialized? Just go to the program.
In previous data sets, it is.
Now somewhere where
Sir.
RFP and ETC, RFP and ETC. Okay, go up. So anywhere where you are taking from ADSL. Go up. Go up. Go up. Okay. So where the ADSL you are merging, show me. Okay, so AE and etc. Down, go down, down. Transpose, back merged 1 minute. Okay, ADSL, fine. And okay, keep where. Okay, down. So just check in the AE3
Actually, from here.
yeah. So AE3 the RFP and ETC there or not, you can check once. So drag right side. Yeah. Again drag, drag. Go to right side. Yeah, go. Okay, here. Okay, 1 minute. RF ENDTC RF 1 minute. RF PEENDTC. Okay, that variable is there here. And open the program. ADAE program. Go down. Okay. Open the log once. Somewhere we missed that variable. Okay, AE3 there and AE4. Why it is missing? Any spelling mistake? See here. RFPENDTC. Okay, RFPENDTC. Okay, RFPENDTC. TTN. Okay. So again open the program. Any step we performed on this RFPENDTC. Go
It
little
is
bit up.
RFPA and DTC.
RFPENDTC. Any spell mistake? No, right? Go little bit up. So what is the data set we use for this one? ST or EN, right? Go little bit up.
Sorry.
Again. Go up. Go up. Okay, here I understand. Okay, so ST data set before EN data set, you are down, just down. When the EN data set is starting, right? So after ST, okay, here keep equal to keep where right? So just remove that one because here also you are keeping only the required variables. In that variable, the RFP and DTC is not there. That is why it is uninitialized. So just comment it. Yeah, now you can try.
Yes, sir.
So here the variable is missing RFP and DTC. So that is why EN data set is showing uninitialized. So now you close the data set and run once. Just close this AE3 and run. Now it's clear, right? So whenever uninitialized there, just be careful the data set by data set you can check. what happened, where it is missing, why it is uninitializing. Like that you can find out.
Sir?
Yeah, tell me.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me. I am able to hear.
It's showing now, sir.
Yeah, fine. So yeah, so the keep where statement should be applied at the end of the stage, so that so only what are the variables are needed, so we can keep in the last data set. Initially, so don't apply. What happens? So the remaining which are useful for the next step variables also alter there. So that is why the keep where variable macro variable you can use at the last data set. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So tomorrow, so we will discuss ADLB dataset, and so I'll provide you the plan. List of the classes still there in tomorrow's class. Okay. So meanwhile, please practice what are the datasets we covered. Almost 6 datasets we covered, right? Please practice these datasets. If anybody having any doubts, we can discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. Yeah. Bye everybody. Have a nice day.
Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, Shiva. Hope you are feeling better.
Yeah, so a little bit okay. So I can take the class today. Okay, I can manage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll start today's session. So today we are going to start the SDTM DM programming. Okay. So let us open what are the required documents we are going to use to start our SDTM programming. So first document is, the main document is SDTM implementation guide. Okay. So SDTM implementation guide 3.2 version we are going to using for the study. In that we are going to start our DM programming. So first I'll open the DM programming section. Okay. What are the variables here? You can see demographics. Okay. DM dataset we are going to create. So just click on this demo so that it will take us to our DM section. Okay. Yeah. Here you can see what are the variables we need to be included. They have mentioned in the DM specification. Okay. Here. So DM nothing but demographic. So what are the variables we are going to use? Here they mention study ID, domain, use subject ID. So up to DMDCY, DMDY. Okay. So these are the variables. Yeah, tell me. Somebody raise hand. Yeah. So here these are the variables. Okay. So next thing is open the annotated CRF also. Okay. Safe side. So annotated, see any doubts in the variable, raw variable section. So we can open this one. And here just go to any of the variable, next control terminology sheet. You can open a side. Okay. So next, so we are going to start our programming. So whenever you are starting the programming, so just open the SDTM specification file. This we are going to create by ourselves. So I'll tell you how to create this one. Okay, this is nothing but how we are doing the programming. Parallelly, we can write the specification also. Okay, you can write the specification also, like so these information we can directly copy it from the most of the things from implementation guide only. Okay, so we can I'll explain the parallelly programming as well as specification file. Most of the times who are developing the programming, so the person is responsible for the spec also. Sometimes what happen, some companies, some CROs, what they suggest, so specification file was provided by the some senior folks. uh, all the other programmers are able to do the programming. Some companies parallelly who are responsible for the specification as well as programming at a time. Okay, so first we can take the program, any program. So yesterday we have done test demo, right? So you can take this one. Okay, so first of all, header part you can take from any of the program. So header part, here you can see the header part ADaM and SDTM, right? So header part you can take and you can give it the name of this program is called DM programming, right? So DM. Okay, so DM.SAS, and now you can call the libraries. Okay, so the main library for here is what? Raw data sets are the source data set to create this data set, right? So you can call the libraries. Okay, so SDTM raw data set, raw libraries were created here. Okay, so now what we do, so what are the variables we are going to included in this data set? So we can make a percentage late, like so how we done our ADaM, so same way we can done our keep var macro variable. What are the variables we are going to included in the final data set? You can make a one macro variable, so that whenever we want to call the what are the variables, keeping variables, just calling this macro. Okay, so here you can see the study id, domain id, subject id, etc. Okay, so what I do here, so I just copy this entire thing, so up to here. Okay, so these were already copied to here, right? So just I'm copying all these variables here. Yeah, copy all the what are the variables are we are going to include in the final data set. I just make a macro variable. Yeah, just copy and paste it here. Okay, so these are the variables we are going to include in our final data set. Okay, yeah. So one by one variable derivation, I'll explain you. Okay, so if it is a permissible variable, if the data was collected to that variable, so we can include, otherwise we can exclude. Even if it is a expected or required variable, we have to be included that variable information into our data set. Okay, so first of all, so what are the raw data set? Only one raw data set is not enough to complete all the data set variables. Okay, some variables are coming from one raw data set, some variables are coming from the one raw data set. Okay, so we can figure it out. First we can exactly what is the exactly suitable information from the raw data set, which should data set containing that information, we have to take that information. Okay, so one by one we can go. Okay, as per the implementation guide, one by one we can go and check the information. Okay, the first variable is study id. Okay, so first variable you can see the study id, second variable is domain, third variable use subject id. Likewise we can go one by one, so you can go anywhere, any order, but final data set we have to follow this order. Okay, so first I am going the study id. Okay, so this is a DM domain. Okay, DM domain information. You can study ID, domain, use subject ID. You can find all the data set. Okay, so here also so you can see the demographic information where we are getting. So just go open the CRF and you can check like demographics. Anything like demographics are there.
demographics. Here you can see the demographic related information was captured. Which raw data set? DM raw data set. Okay, so most of the variables are we are getting from the DM raw data set. Now the same DM SDTM also we are creating the DM domain. The raw data set also they have given the data set name called DM. Okay, so that is why I just taken the same name. Okay, DM1 and said raw data set. The name is raw data set DM. Okay, fine. Now first variable is here the study ID. So we can map the study ID is the first variable. So what is the study ID here? So any variable related to the study ID you can check in the DM raw data set. Here you can see the study ID. So this is a site number, this is subject number, this is subject number. So nowhere they mentioned the study ID here. Raw data set we don't get any study ID information. So anywhere any data set you can see the study ID. So if the no data set, if you see, just open any protocol or SAP also fine. So you can find the study ID. So just I'm opening the protocol or SAP, so in the here first line itself it's showing the so protocol you can open and see any study ID. Here you can see the protocol number. So AAE 206 here like this, study ID there. Okay. So the same thing you can mention in the specification file also. Here you can see the study ID. So this content, variable, label, type, length, control terminology, role, core up to here. So you can directly copy it from the implementation guide, because here also you can see the variable name, label, and type, control terminology, role, and core. So these sections you can directly copy and paste it here. Okay, so variable, label, type, it is a character or length you can give. The character version is 200, numeric version 10, numeric version 8. Okay, yeah, 1 minute please. Sorry. Here you can see up to here the origin, up to origin you can directly copy the information from the implementation guide. So these sections you can add by your own. So the specification file, the aim is to provide how we are going to derive that variable, that information you have to include in the specification file, so that other programmers who are want to modify or who are doing the validation, so they are able to see the specification file and they are following this thing. Okay, so that is why specification file was generally who are writing the programming, they are able to write the spec. Otherwise some other senior programmers are writing the specification file and the junior programmers will follow the programming as per the specification file sometimes. Okay, here you can see as per this one. So AAU 8882002. Here you can see the protocol also mentioned some other. So we can open the, I think so due to confidential information they just change this protocol number. I think 2000 mentioned, but here they mentioned 2002. Okay, so we just follow the anything 200 2020. Okay, so we follow the same thing like as per the this thing. Okay, so this information we are getting from either protocol, either SAP, right? So protocol, the origin of this information where we are getting from. So this variable was mapped to this information. This information we are get it from the protocol, right? So you can see this protocol. So that is why study ID I just assign. If the variable is there, directly we can assign that variable. If the variable is not mentioned in the data set, so we can give the information like this. Okay, so study ID is AAA 2020 is the study ID. Okay, so the next variable is, go to the implementation guide, and next variable is domain. So what is the domain information here? So domain. So domain, you can read the CDISC notes once, so that you will get the information what to be included for this variable. Okay. So here they mention 2-character abbreviation for the domain. Okay. It is a required variable, so we have to include, should not be missing any value. Okay. 2-character abbreviation of the domain. So here they mention something like control terminology, they mention DM. Okay. So control terminology, they mention DM. So you can open the control terminology list. If any variable is showing something like control terminology, so open the control terminology and you can check the variable name here. Okay, domain is the variable name. So domain you can check here as per the control terminology. So if your information is anything like this, so you have to focus on the F column, like that is submission or sponsor value. As per this submission and sponsor value, so your domain name is DM, right? So DM should be in a uppercase of 2-letter word. Okay, uppercase of 2-letter word. So that is why I am mentioning that DM like this. If you are mention this one is wrong, because as per the control terminology, the the 2-letter word should be in a uppercase. Okay, uppercase DM. So that is why you can mention this into the uppercase. DM is uppercase. These two are assigned. We don't have any variable containing that type of information. So that is why manually we can assign that to study ID as well as domain in this. Okay. So next one is next variable. Two variables done. Next variable is USubjID, unique subject identifier. So in this section, so you can see, so unique subject ID, we need study ID, site ID, and subject ID. Okay. So USubjID you can mentioned here. So as per the CDISC notes, what they mentioned, so the three variables are required to concatenate it together to form the use subject ID. Okay, so up to now study ID we have. Okay, but we don't have site ID. Okay, so we don't have site ID, so we need to derive site ID first and subject ID also then, so that so the three variables we can mention and we have to concatenate it together. One minute, please. So I'll change the connection. site ID. Okay, site ID and subject ID. We have to derive first, then only we can concatenated the site ID and subject ID, study ID. We can create the use subject ID. What is the site ID here? Okay, so site ID nothing but which side the subject is participated. Just open the DM domain. Okay, so here you can see this is the site number. Okay, so this is the site number they mentioned. Okay, so as per the implementation guide, so site ID, here you can see the site ID, it is in a character version variable. Okay, so they want to be included in a character version. Okay, so that is why, so as per the raw data set, the site ID is in a numeric version. Okay, so what we have to do, so we can convert them into the character. Okay, so that is why I just use the put function to convert this site number into character. Okay, yeah. So next, subject number. Okay, so here you can see this is a subject number, but if you see carefully, so already this 105 is there, 105,001, 105 is there, in this also 105,002 is there. So what is the subject number? So in this subnum, so they have included site number along with the subject number. So this is not the subject number, this is a internal subject number. Okay, so if you see here 001, 002, 003, 001 again in this different site, right? So in this, the first three letters for site number, second last three numbers for subject number. So we can take the last three numbers to consider as a subject number. Okay, the subnum containing site number along with the subject number. So that is why, so this is already there in the character version, so directly we can take so from the fourth letter onwards we can consider that thing as subject number, right? So now you can see up to here. So in this way we can handle one by one variable carefully. So DM1, here you can see study ID, so domain, site ID. So site ID we have some space before, so we can remove, and subject ID 001. So site ID, why we are getting this space? So you can add the strip function to remove the trailing and leading spaces. Now you can see site ID also, and this is a subject number. Now we are going to derive the unique subject ID as per the derivation. Okay, so here study ID, site ID and subject ID, so we have to concatenate it with the dash. So that is why, so catex with the dash, site sub study ID, site ID and subject. So now unique subject ID was we derived as per the derivation. So what are the derivation you done? Simply you can mention in the specification file. Here you can see the first variable is study ID. So how we derived? So directly we are assigned. So this is a derivation and we can get it from this one. And next DM. So we just assigned. Next derived. So concatenated of study ID or subject ID. Here study ID, site ID and subject ID with dash. Okay, that is what we derived that variable. Okay, so subject ID also, so we just taken from the subject ID from the DM and we added. Okay, next site ID, here site ID also site number we have taken and we have added. So where it is, we are derived. Why? Because we derived, because we added something like, so directly we are not mapping, right? So we just converted them into the character for this one. So we are taking only some part of the subname from this one. Okay, that is, we do some derivation. So in that cases we added, this is a derived variable. And what is the derivation we have done? So we mentioned the derivation so that everybody, other programmers or who are going for the review also, they can understand by looking the specification file. Okay, so this variable is derived in this way. So everybody can't understand the programming, but everybody can understand this Excel sheet. Okay, specification file we are writing to understand the QCR as well as to understand the other programmers also. Okay, so how much elaborate you want to write in the derivation column, you can write in a elaborated way. Okay, so the next variables are here. So next variables, up to here we done, right? Study ID, domain, use subject ID and subject ID we done. So I am just go to the next variable is here age or birth DTC. Okay, so birth DTC variable I am going. So don't need to go for the sequence. What are the variables are convenient? So you can go first. So first one is birth DTC. So birth DTC, first you can see the label carefully. Okay, so date, time of birth. So birth related information they want to map to birth DTC variable. Okay, so go to the annotated CRF and check if there any information is covered in the demographic related. Here you can see the birth related date was captured in the DM raw data set, in that to BRTHDAT variable it was mapping. Okay, so BRTHDAT is the raw variable it was mapping. Okay, but what we do, so go to the implementation guide again and see the specification. So they are expecting in a character version, that to ISO format they are expecting. Okay, so this birth DAT variable is in the DM1 raw data set. It is in a which format? It is in a numeric format. Okay, so numeric format variable is available in the raw data set. So we need to convert them into the character version, that to ISO format. Okay, now you can see the birth DTC. Yeah, tell me, somebody raise hand.
They said date and time both, right, sir?
Which one? This.
But DTC.
No, here you can see date time was mentioned. If the data was captured both date and time, so we can use the ISO. Okay, so but in the data, so if you see the birth DAT variable in raw data set, they collected only the date part. Okay, so there is no time part, right? So that is why we use the YYMMDD10. If this was collected like 22 April 1975 and the time also they mentioned, as you said, we have to use the ISC 8601 format. Okay. So if only the date was collected, so ISO format is YYMMDDR ISC 8601 DA dot also you can use. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So birth DTC also done. And next variable is as per the age. Okay. So go to the implementation guide age. Okay, age they are expecting in a numeric version. So expected variable. So here the age is years. They are auto calculated. So the variable name also age here. Okay. So if the variable name is similar like so what is the SDTM variable name is age, and here raw data set variable also having the age. Sorry, if the both the variables having the similar name cases, what I suggest you, so first you rename the raw variable name into some other variable, age or agex. Okay, so now what happened, age variable I just renamed as age x, raw variable age variable I renamed as age x. Okay, so now I am going to create the SDTM age variable to map this age x. Why we doing like this, because sometimes it may containing the unvisible or invisible character, some formats issues are there. Sometimes we are expecting the numeric variable, so they are giving the character variable in the raw data set. So that time if the variable names are similar, so that will give and make an issue. So to avoid that type of issue and formatted issues, so what we suggested, so raw variables, I just changing the name if this both the SGTM and raw variables are same. So what are the renaming variable? You can assign to the standard SGTM variable is the right process to avoid any confusion, as well as to remove the invisible formats and to get the right information containing variable. Okay, so now you can see the age variable is numeric version, that too like this. Yeah, somebody having some doubt?
Shiva, for unique subject ID, do we need a dash? Is it compulsory?
Yes.
Because one of my clients asked to remove it.
So as per this, here you can see the use of JID implementation guide. So they mentioned like this. Okay, most of the times we follow this way. So if the client don't want, so you can remove and you can give an explanation. If any error or warning will get in the Pinnacle report, so that time you will give a explanation like, so as per the client, so we removed the dash. Okay.
Okay.
So next,
Sir, annotated CRF and CRF, are they same or there is any difference?
so this is the annotated CRF which was given by the CDM people. In that they will mention here, you can see, so DM dot BRTHDAT. So this annotation was provided by the CDM people. Okay, so which information containing which variable in the raw data set they are annotated. So whenever you are, your company is want to be, SDTM annotation also want to do, so that time you can, give this red color highlighted, right? So red color highlighted, what we do, so this variable we are using to map the SDTM DM domain birth DTC variable, like that, each and every variable which going to map into the which SDTM variable, so we can highlight it in a this SDTM annotation. So this is called CDM annotation, this is called SDTM annotation. Okay, so some companies are,
So every time we have to do
so annotation,
CDM, this SDTM.
SDTM annotation, so that too up to client choice. Most of the times, they may ask, or some clients they don't want to ask any SDTM annotation. But if the annotations they are asking, so you can, do in this way. So this raw variable we are going to map for which SDTM variable. So you can highlight it like this, and you can mention the domain. Okay, so this age variable, so dm dot age, dm dot sex, like that, so this raw variable is going to use for which SDTM data set and variable, so that you can mention this one. So annotation was taken care by one person. All the annotations were taken care by one person. So he will take, annotated manually, or some tools also available, some Roche or some client. So that tool we can call it as MINT tool. So that tool, if you run, so most of the pages, annotated by using the previous reference project. So it will map any variable is not mapping. So we can check and we can map as per this study. Okay. So sometimes if we don't have any tool, so we do the manual work. Each and every section we go and we do the annotation. Okay. So what happened here? So
Okay.
most of the previous projects containing the similar CRM. Okay. So study to study for the one client. So most of the pages are sim, but few pages, are different. That few pages we are, going to check and we can map that pages. Remaining all pages we can map as per the similar studies like previous studies what they follow. So we can follow the same annotation. Okay, because the SDTM were standard protocol, the annotated CRF also standard most of the projects for one client. So if you do see the some other clients, so they may having the different CRF, but one client if you are see most of the time they follow the one standard CRF. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now, when you're saying like we write this SDTM annotation, this is PDF file. So how we will do that?
So this, so PDF, Adobe Reader editor, they will provide you. So you can edit the
Okay.
PDF also. Okay.
Okay. And you said some tool we can use,
Yeah. So
some
that is,
something.
yeah, some MINT tool was they are using for the Roche client. Okay. So the client which
Okay.
I work Roche. So that time we use the MINT tool. If you, run that tool, automatically all the annotations were, automatically it will give. So anything was not provided, any section they are not annotated. So we can check and we can do the manual work of that particular section. Okay.
Okay. So are you going to explain that tool to us
No,
in
no,
the
no.
classes?
Tool I don't have. Just I am telling if anybody is asking any tool,
Okay.
you have an idea to annotated CRF, mean you can tell
Hmm.
MINT tool, some clients they are using. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not part of SAS analysis
No, no, no.
and like
So that
our work.
tool was developed by that client. So if any annotation, if anybody is asking any tool you have idea, so just tell that tool is there to annotated CRF automatically. So otherwise we do the manual work like each and everything was we can write. Okay.
We
So
will assign individually.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not needed every time, but if a client asks us to do, we will do that.
Yeah, so
Otherwise,
I
no.
have worked 4 to 5 clients. Some clients they don't want
Hmm.
to ask any annotated CRF. Okay, directly they want specification file and programming. Some clients they are
Okay.
specifically asked to annotate the CRF as well. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
What is this SDV? What is that?
So I think this is a database related word. So SDV. So that is not a part of ourselves. So whenever they provided this one SDV related, so I think so what is the database they are using in the CDM department? So they mentioned this one. That's it. I think something like so CRF related. So all the CRFs are not same for the client to client also CRF information the look was changed. But this client so they mentioned the CRF like in this way. Okay. Yeah. So next variable. So what is the variable we are age? So next variable is age unit. I hope age was done. So next variable is age unit. Okay. So carefully you can see the age unit. We have to include the age unit as well. Why? Because age unit is the expected variable. So we have to include. So don't have any charge to exclude this variable. But if you see here, so age is captured. So there is no age units were not captured here. Okay. So age unit separate variable information was not captured. So if you go and check with the data set as well, so age is there, but age units were not there. Okay. But if you see carefully in the CRF, so they mentioned age was calculated in the years. Okay, years was they mentioned. Okay, so age, what are the age information there? So they mentioned years. Okay, so you can mention the age units here, years. But if you go like this way, so one more problem is there. Go to the implementation guide. If you see here, so they mentioned something like age unit is a control terminology they mentioned. Okay, so here they mentioned the control terminology, control terms code list are format. So they mentioned one format is called AGEU. So what are the observations you are following? It should be follow the control terminology list. Open the control terminology list and check that variable.
Sorry, can anybody hear anything? I'm not able to hear. Shiva.
No, we are also not able to hear.
I think sir has left the meeting or something. There was some message.
power.
We will rejoin maybe.
Okay. But if you see, the cursor is moving in the screen.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah, but maybe because of low power, we are not able to.
Okay.
We should
It
put
is
on
appearing
mute.
as if he is explaining something. Let's try. Okay.
What is your name actually?
Me?
Yeah.
Vignata.
Okay. I think can we post it in the WhatsApp that says class is going on, or?
Yeah, I did it.
Hello everybody, are you able to hear my voice right now?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I don't know. I know the battery was shut down, and I can hear your voice, but you people are not, hear my voice. Okay, so we'll wait, few more seconds so that, whoever left from the meeting, they can join. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so now you can see, so age units we have given as years as per the CRM. But as per the control terminology, so what they mentioned here, so they mentioned here the age unit should be follow the observations like AGEU format as per the control terminology. So open the control terminology and check that AGEU. Okay. So age units. So as per this one, so the submission and sponsor value should be years or weeks or months, anything, So what the CRF, the collection was there. So the age was collected in the years. But if your reported values years or anything, if the variable is there, but you have to submission and sponsor value should be like this. If you are mentioning like this also, it was a warning or error. So here should be in a uppercase. Okay, here should be in a uppercase, should follow the same like this. So that is why I just change this one into uppercase. So this is the right one because we are following the standards. Everybody has to follow the years in a this one. If the variable is there, so directly you can map that variable. If that variable also containing the years in a low case, you have to convert them into the uppercase because the age unit variable as per the implementation guide, it should follow the control terminology. So all the observations which are there for this age unit, it should be follow the control terminology standards. Okay, so now the age is 45 and age units are years in a uppercase because which variable they mentioned the control terminology, you have to be careful. So should all the values should be follow the control terminology sheet. Okay, so next variable is sex. Okay, so directly you can give the variable name is sex. Okay, so what are the exactly relevant information was captured in the CRF? So there is a variable called sex. So DM raw data set sex variable. Okay, so same variable name is there. Okay, again same variable is there. So there here also they mentioned sex. Okay, so if the both the variables are similar cases, what we do? So just mention rename the variable first and the renaming variable you can mention it here. Okay, so that so to avoid any confusion, to provide this SDTM standard variable, this one. Okay, so again we need to be check implementation guide, so variable having the control terminology. Okay, so open this control terminology and filter that information and see what is the expected submission and sponsor value. F female, M male, U unknown or undifferentiated. Okay, so F M U are undifferentiated. Fortunately, what we have, so as per the raw also they mentioned F R M only. Okay, so no need to change anything. Directly also we can use because the information what we get, so the information exactly fitted as per the submission and sponsor values of control terminology. So no need to change anything. Okay.
We should not worry about this U are undifferentiated.
Because so as per the data, so we have they collected male and female only. If the collection was
But in future they may
they may
add something like that.
no, because here you can see the sex information they collected male and female only two sections. If the collection was not won't happen. Okay, so if these two only, either the doctor will take male or female. Okay, so there is no scope of to get so new thing, new value, right? Because CRF is the main source to collect the data. So if this source having only two information, so we are not going to get the third information, right? Only either this, either this. Only these two information either missing. Okay, so but we are not expecting this one for this study. So if any study the collection was like this, you are undifferentiated also there in the CRF, so that time we may expect. Okay, so now this one we are expecting either male, either female, either missing. That's it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So the sex variable also done. Next variable is you can map race variable. Okay, so next variable is race variable. Okay, so race variable. So what is the race variable collected in the CRF? Here race variable. Okay, so race variable American, Indian are, so this sections only they collected for this study. So out of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 categories are there. So in this 7 categories, so you can see this race information in the raw data set here. Okay, so white or black, so they mentioned. Okay, so directly we cannot map because same variable name, right? So race equal to race x I am giving. So here race x I am giving. Okay, so once we done this mapping, I'll tell you. Yeah, so race. But here this also they are asking control terminology. Okay, so go to this section and filter the race information. Okay, so as per the control terminology, so they are expecting so this only. Okay, so I just copy here. So as per the control terminology, so they are expecting this one. So as the data, so what is the data here? So race or etc. So white or black, so they mentioned. Okay, so as per the CRF, what they collected, so this one. So I just copy these things also, the CRF. Okay, so I just mentioned CRF, American Indian. So black or African. So here these are the CRF information. Okay, CRF they collected. So American, African, Asian, black or African, native, white, and decline to answer or other. So this was CRF information. So these are the control terminology information. Okay, so as per the data, so as per the CRF only the data was collected. Okay, so here the white is there. So if it is a white in the CRF, so in the data set they mentioned it is a white. Okay, white. Okay, so what about this black? So where they mentioned this black, here you can see black or African American if the CRF containing, so the data was they mentioned as black. Okay, so any other, so white and black two only they collected, right? Yeah, so this is a CRF. So if the CRF, the doctor was tick this section if the doctor was tick, so the data they make it as a black. So if the doctor was sick white, so they make it as a white at the moment. Okay, so now, so this is the data containing. So now as per the control terminology, if the race is black, so already we mapped everything, right? So if it is the race is a black, then the race is, so as per the control terminology we should not keep it as a black. So because as per the control terminology it should be black or American or black or African or American. So like that we have to represent because all the observation should follow the control terminology. Okay, which one is suitable? So this one is suitable for this black. So we map this one. Okay, so the next one is if race is, if it is a white, so no need to, because here the white is there, here also white is there, so no need to map anything. Okay, so up to now, so we have only two, so that is why already one was exactly suitable because white is there. So here also white is there, as per the control terminology also white is there, so no need to about the white observations. Only if it is a black, so we have to change it into black or African American, because as per the control terminology, so there is no black, so only black or African American there, so we have to map to this one. Okay, so and so whenever you have created some new variable like this, so try to mention the length so that it will avoid the truncation issue. So if it is a character, you directly give the 200. Okay. So whenever you have like this, so just race black or African or white. So whenever you are mapping this type of variable, try to so make like this. What is the CT control terminology? What is the CRF information? So if the CRF information is like this, how the data they represent in the raw data set, you can check and you can map so that it is clear to you also. Okay, so this is a control terminology. These are the CRF information. If the CRF information is like this, how they are collected the data. So if the data is like this, which one is a suitable one? So that information we have to map, because we have to follow that variable as per the control terminology. Okay. So this thing was happening. So the next variable, because up to now, so we have only two types of observation. One is a white, another one is a black. In future, if we may get, so we can add one more syntax, like if it is any other, so we can add. Okay. So next variable is ethnicity, right? So if you go and check the control type implementation, so ethnic variable, ethnicity, okay. So ethnic variable, so here ethnicity, ethnic, so same information. Okay. So DM1. So this is the information they provided. Okay. So what are the unique informations, unique observations? So his NHISP and U. Okay. So now what is the control terminology for ethnic? Just go to this one and here. So this one, okay, just copy this section and paste it here, the control terminology. What is the CRF information? Here, this is the CRF information. Okay, Hispanic or Latino in one line, non-Hispanic or Latino, and unknown, decline to answer. Okay, so if it is a Hispanic or Latino, so as the data, so how the data represent? HISP. Okay, HISP. So if it is a non-Hispanic or Latino, how the data represent in the data set? NHISP. Okay, so if it is a unknown, how they represent in the data? So U. Okay, so we don't know how they represent decline to answer, because no subject was yet to not decline any answer. Okay, yeah. So now what we have to do? So we are going to change this variable as per the control terminology. Okay, if ethnic is, we map out this one, right? Ethnic is HISP, then ethnic is, what is as per the control terminology, the observation should be like this: Hispanic or Latino, not HISP. Okay, because now you can see HISP and NISP, right? So it is not as per the standards. Okay, so as per the control terminology, we have to like this. If it is a NIHISP, not Hispanic or Latino. Next, if it is a unknown, so we have to show it as a unknown. So up to now we have three types of observation. So we don't know how they are going to get this data into the data. So if we are anything like this, so we can report it to not reported like that. Okay. So ethnic also we will give 200 because so if any variable mentioned control terminology, so we have to focus on how the values are. Here you can see ethnic. So not Hispanic or Latino, unknown Hispanic or Latino, etc. Okay. So because your data is like this in the raw data set, but as per the control terminology, we have to map everything as per the control terminology. If any observation, if we miss, so that will figure it out in a Pinnacle 21 tool. So the tool whenever we run, so if any observation is not following the control terminology, so that will give an error or warning message. This observation is not following the control terminal. That time also you can change the program, no way. But before releasing to the QCR, Pinnacle 21, make sure that as per the control terminology we have to map. Okay. Yeah. So these are the variables are at today's class. So if anybody having any doubt, so you can ask me. The remaining variable we can finish up at tomorrow's class. Yeah.
Hi Shiva, can you hear me?
Yeah. Tell me.
So many times I've seen that there will be some data missing and people forget to collect data. For example, age or the date of birth. Sometimes people forget to get it and then patients don't participate later on. So we don't have access to that data. So since it's a required variable, how we can mention that this is missing, like missing data?
So we can't change any data, but we can inform to the people who are responsible for that one. CDM people are responsible to collection data. So in that cases, we are not doing anything. It's just clearly explain in the response like, so as per the data, so we do programming as a statistical programmer. So we are not responsible for any data issues. Okay. So just we can write our programming as per our standard. Still if any data issues are there, we can't do, just we can inform to them through trackers or anything. So if for example one subject age is missing, so we can't impute any age in the SDTM level. Okay. So make it as a missing only, even it is a required variable, so we can missing, and that will give a warning message at the Pinnacle report. So that time we give a clear explanation as per the data. If it is a missing only, so the CDM department, they will reach out to the clinical department and they will get that information. Really the age is missing, why it is missing, so they will dig the issue and they can resolve. Okay.
That sounds good. I was just going through this implementation guide, and it says that if sometimes, not particularly for age, but sometimes if the data is missing, then we should have null. So should we use null in the meantime?
No, null in itself, it is a missing only. Okay. Null nothing but missing. Okay. So null in the sense.
So
yeah. So this is a null. Yeah. Null nothing but missing only, like this. So just if they want to give any null, nothing but a character is a missing, numeric is dot, like that.
So we should just type null instead of having anything.
So most of the times we are not writing any null, but we make it as a missing. Okay. For example, this is the null. Okay. So this is a null, nothing but missing. Okay.
Okay. Now
Okay.
it is clear.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, please carry on.
Another question was about annotated CRF. It's a quick question. So just to clear, when we are highlighting manually, is there a particular highlight, or is it just domain name, let's say DM dot whatever is the variable name, that is enough?
This is enough, So here you can see. So each domain, so they will give some different colors. Okay, DM we are giving red color. So other domains, so differentiation purpose, you can give a different color per different domain name. So that is as per standard. There is no specific standard for annotation as CD. So that is internal, so you can give one color to across all. So different colors each domain. So DM we are giving red color. So some other domain you can give black color, like that. That is up to your wish. So but so that is not a standard as per the CD. So annotation nothing but, so you can easily identify so which variable is mapped to which SDTM variable. So this is a one source, as well as we are writing the specification also. In this also we clearly mentioned where we are taking from. Okay, so without seeing the programming also, annotation and spec will give you the clear information about the variable, how we are done the derivation. Okay, so that is up to your wish, and your if your company was following one standard, so you can follow that standard. So this is not as CD standards rule, so you can follow as per your company standards for annotation. Okay.
And is this annotated CRF submitted to FDA as well, or CDISC?
Yeah, that is why I'm telling, some companies they are maybe submitted, and not submitted also no issue, because some companies are not preparing this annotation, I have seen. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
We are going to submit define.xml and Pinnacle 21 report. Those are enough. This annotated CRF sometimes, so they are not asking. If they are asking, so we have to annotate it as per, if the requirement is there. Okay, that's it.
Okay. So my question is with this, any of the derived variables that we have done, this race and ethnic. So some of the control terminology related observations are missing. Means
Yeah,
that particular
so
patient.
as per the data, so we can check with the control terminology. All the control terminologies we are not going to expect in all studies. Okay, so so this is this control terminology for unique for across all therapeutic area, all studies. What are the information for their data? So just cross check those observations. That's it. Okay.
So let us assume the database is not yet logged, and tomorrow there are some new observations. Is it possible that for this new values to get into?
Yeah,
The new
here.
subjects to get into?
Yes, n number of subjects are also added to your data set, but they are expecting only this four, because CRF was collected to only this four, right? So only this four information only we are expected for n number of studies, because CRF was designed only this four. Any subject is new subjects is added in the data set also. Either this, either this, either this, either this. Only this four we are expecting, right? So based on this, we can write a program. Okay. So at this moment, so we don't know how they are going to map this decline to answer. So that is why I just only map to only three information. So no subject is there, because so either they may give you D or decline or anything they may give, right? So if they are given, so we added that syntax also here.
So today we have created this table, let us assume, and tomorrow there is some new data that is added. We'll do the coding again.
No, just most of the time 90% of the coding is same. If anything, like for example, one subject getting the D. Okay, even decline to answer we get. So we already mapped that information. Ethnic X equal to ethnic, we already mapped. So ethnic information, decline to answer, it will show. But so if it is not following the control terminology, because so we don't know how the short form of the decline to answer, we don't know, right? So that is why but so we can rerun the programming, and you see there is no impact on that much of in the table level. Okay, but here the control terminology, so we will check that one and we can map according to that one. So that is what I'm telling, every time we can see the CRF, what are the possible observations. So for example, male and female we are already mapped, so n number of subjects added, so this variable was not going to affect anymore, right? So because so this two we handle.
But for ethnic, we can add all the options and we can map it, right?
Yes, we can
Before
add the map.
getting.
Yeah, but we don't know the short form, right? So now you can see Hispanic or Latino, they give his. So as per the CRF, they haven't give to us. So if they given Hispanic or Latino in the data, okay. So for example, here this is the variable name provided by the raw data set. So they are not giving as per the CRF. They given some short forms here in his and you. So if they're given like this, Hispanic or Latino, so we can follow this one and we can write our coding. But they given some short form. We don't know how they are going to give this decline to answer short form, right? So that is
Okay,
why.
I get it.
Okay.
But I have another question related to this.
Hmm.
How do we receive new data? Like today we have received the subset of data.
Hmm.
Tomorrow there is some new data.
So
Do we
they
receive
will.
it into the same raw data set?
Yes, same raw data set, same format. If any corrections are there, they do correction, but they don't change any variable name. So they may add the subject. So up to now here, some
Add the subject.
subjects add the subject 115 is there. So they will add some more subject. That's it. But they won't, change the structure of the data set. Okay.
Okay, so today I have written this code. It worked for the existing
Yes.
subjects. Tomorrow there is a new subject,
That.
and his ethnic value is the new one. Once he did not answer for his ethnic.
Yeah.
So
So
that time my code will not capture that subject, right?
no, that will captured. But so here you can see the first we have to map this decline to answer information to the ethnic. Okay. So what they are
Correct.
getting so directly so we map. Okay. So if here you can see
Okay, the
ethnic.
control terminology won't be there.
Yes, that's it. Okay. So we can check again and we can map to that also. For example, in future we may get that one. So decline to answer, they give short name of D. So you can write as a decline to answer like this. Okay. But if you are not giving also, here we are added the condition. What are the raw information? We directly map to the ethnic. So, but so we don't know, but we haven't applied the control terminology. That's it. Okay.
Okay, so is there a process? So using the Pinnacle 21 will capture that there are some new subjects for the
Yes.
new
Yes. No, not new
short forms, and
subject.
we have to change.
Pinnacle 21 won't see the subject, but they will give you the warning, right? Okay, so this observation was
Right.
not as per the control terminology. Please check like that note it will give. So that time we can come and add that syntax here to make them observation
Okay.
as per the control terminology. Okay. Yeah. Now you go. Hope you
Okay.
understand.
So
Yeah.
yes, I got it now. So the programmer will have access to the Pinnacle 21, and he can run it and check
Yes, so that
for any
process,
observations.
once we done programming or one programming, so you can run and check up Pinnacle 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got it now. Thank you.
What is this comments in domain? You explained the different types of data sets, right? Categories of data sets.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that below demographic, there is a comments, right? CO.
Yeah. So these are just, subject characteristics related data sets comes under the domain class. Okay, like ADSL, BDS, OCCDS, how the ADaM classes are there.
Yeah, but we never saw CO, right? Yeah, what is it include actually?
Comments, all the comments related information, any comments related. So it was captured in the CO domain. Okay. So I'll show you the CO domain. SDTM here. So in this, so there is no comments data set was created. I'll show you any other project. So this is for some other studies. Okay, so just want to show what is the comment data set having the information. So here you can see some comments. Okay, so any comments was captured in the CRF. So that was some ECG sequence, ECG related any comments were there. So they are just make a separate data set for the comments. So that was the comment data set. Okay.
Okay. So what is this NCI code, the term in the
This one. So
control terminology?
they have mentioned some numbers to
specific
track
code they have.
Tracking purpose only. So they created these numbers. Okay, NCI code, sponsor code, this one. So this number, so belongs to the separate one. Here you can see ethnic information was given to a specific number, and each and every term they given some separate and unique number. So for tracking purpose. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, these are the standards they maintain. Okay, so this number always belonging to this Hispanic or Latino. Okay, like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think you explained figures, right? In that, the figure 3 was not included in the mock shell.
Okay, figure 3 was not.
And also you didn't give, we didn't do the programming as well for that.
And also, when you explained the figure 3, I did not understand how you mapped the N to CHG and all those things. And what is the logic?
Let me check. Once the DM done, so we'll see that figure 3.
Okay.
Anything information, what is the doubt in tomorrow's class. Okay, we can finish up the DM class. So we'll see that figure 3 also in tomorrow's class. So please, remind me once DM done. So let me know. So we'll see that one. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
you. Shiva, can you address one more question?
Yeah, tell me.
So this is comment domain looks very interesting and useful. So let's say there are 12 visits, and in each visit I have to tell or comment that a particular test was done on the right side or the left side, but it has to be done for each visit. I have to mention right or left, right or left. So, but in the comment domain, I can't see visit number as a variable. How I can do that? Like,
yeah.
If I have to comment 12 times.
Okay.
Means I can see course sequence, but I can't see visit number.
Okay, make it a supplementary domain in that cases, so send that, I think. So let me know. So can you drop that question to my WhatsApp number, so that so any project related to that scenario, so I'll show you that in next class, tomorrow's class. Okay. So because so we are in the DM domain, so if you are directly talking with the comment, so other students may get confused. Okay, so that is why just drop an doubt into my WhatsApp, so I'll just check any other program or any project handle that situation, so I'll show you in a brief way. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, also one more thing.
Yeah.
That you said that we should practice figures by ourselves, with more examples.
Yeah.
But then, how do we get mock shells for that? I mean,
no. Just
how
open, open that SAS graph gallery. So that you can take as a mock shell. Okay, so what are the picture it was showing in that example, that you can take as a mock shell, because that figure was generated by using the reference data sets, right? So we are going to generate the figure by using our data. That's it. Okay, so there is no separate
but then
mock shell.
when we are using data, I mean, which variables to take?
So
as per the graph.
Yeah,
because maybe it will not match with our data which we have in our project.
Just practice purpose only, right? So you can take, so the related variable, the height, weight, BMI, vital signs related figure, you can take and practice. That information we can find in our data sets, right? So that take and you can practice. Okay.
Okay, okay. And other day when you have marked figure like a figure class done, we have not yet finished calls input, but you have marked it as complete.
Oh, call symbol. Okay, okay. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Calls input. So I just told you to try also, right? So calls input. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, right? So calls input, I'll
Yes.
make it a separate PPT so that it is easy for to other students. So by using calls input, how to create the macro variable is the thing, right? Yeah.
Hmm. Also, one more thing, sir. When Naidu's classes were going on, that time he had told that proc compare and
Yeah, yeah.
one more proc template was that you will be continuing
In the
those topics.
here you can see the validation is there, right? So in the validation section,
Yeah.
I'll cover the proc compare. Okay.
Okay, okay. No problem. Thank you.
And also, sir, you said that you will give us some brief thing about what are the variables are different from therapeutic area to therapeutic area. That also.
Yeah, that is also I'll include in this one. Yeah, I'll make a note on. Yeah. Okay. So yes, in the last classes I am preparing some PPTs and I'll explain as much as okay.
Okay. So you will tell something about ODS templates or something.
No need. No ODS template is not required. So because so we're just using ODS RTF file, right? So template we are not generally using. ODS RTF file is much enough. If anybody asking, you can tell we are not using that one. We use only RTF file generation. Okay.
Also, sir, when we are copying this code from SAS Graph website, there in between in the coding they have mentioned ODS listing close, ODS HTML close, ODS
No need,
listing.
no need, because
So,
so they are producing the HTML file, but we are providing RTF file. So don't need to worry about this one. So just take the main patch of code from there, and you can apply our RTF file and produce the output. That's it. Okay.
okay. So regular day-to-day work also it will be RTF file only.
Yes,
We will
RTF.
not go in creation of HTML.
No need HTML file. So most of the client they are following RTF file only. If anybody is asking PDF, so we just convert that RTF to PDF by using some tools.
PDF.
But not nowadays everybody is producing the RTF files. Okay.
Okay. And when I was practicing this graph, that sometimes that footnote and header part, like title part, there are some truncation. That
So
I think
yeah.
you had said.
Yes, I said,
Yeah.
so that due to some issue with our SAS or something. So even if it is truncate also, no worries. Okay, because if you use a standard macros in a company, so that problem won't be there. So I am also figuring out why it is truncating. So if you are getting the figure, so that much enough. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And figure 3, you said you will discuss tomorrow, right?
Yes. I'll check that figure 3 information. So why it is missing. So we'll see in tomorrow's class. Okay. So after the DM done.
Okay.
So we'll see. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, you said that you will show the standard macro for checking logs.
Even okay. So that point also I'll add log macro. Okay. So yes, if I have macro, I'll show. Otherwise, I'll take a screenshot of my company. So I'll show you. Okay.
Okay.
Because I can't take that macro outside, right? So if it is possible, I'll show. I'll take and show. Otherwise, I'll take a screenshots and I'll show you how it is working. The log, how to check the all logs at a time by using standard macro. Okay.
Okay. And also this ODS trace on and ODS listing, do we use actually in real time or?
Yes, we are using this trace and trace of what is the efficacy tables we do, right? So that time we use. But here that so if the standard macros are available, so this ODS RTF file, this won't we can use, because the standard macro if you are running that will take care by. But if you are joining in some startup company or some companies which don't have some standard macro, so that time you have to write by your own. Okay, so you don't know which company you are going to join. That company they have used standard macros, or if the standard macro they are using this macro, if they are using, so we can use. Otherwise we have to run. If you know the scratch coding, so you can use the macros also fine. Okay, that they will train you
So can
within
you tell briefly?
yeah.
Okay.
So that that is based on which company you are going to join. If they are using some standard macros, they will give you training 1 week or 10 days about the macros which they are using, so that you can easily understand. That is not a thing. So but in the back end process, what we done our scratch coding, that is only there in the standard macros. Okay, like ODS output and ODS RTF file, how to send, etc. So they will handle it in the standard macros, and everybody using that macro to reduce the this much of work. Okay, the titles, footnotes, and the RTF file, etc. But we need to write the proc report by our own. Okay.
Okay. And do we use proc univariate?
You can proc means or proc summary or proc univariate. That process decided by you, so you can use.
Oh, okay. So we did not use the in
Yeah.
base also and here also. So
Yeah, this proc univariate was never discussed.
Yeah, that is up to your end. One task is there, like summary statistics. They are expecting one variable, so the procedure you can choose by yourself. So if you are familiar with the proc means, you go with the proc means. Proc summary, you can use a proc summary. Proc univariate, if you can use a proc univariate. But whenever somebody is using proc univariate, that time if you are going to change his programming, so that time facing issue. That is why, so try to learn the basics of the other procedures too, by reading by yourself in the Google, so that you will get some idea. Okay, so if you are going to update some other programmer in absence, so that time if you already they use a proc univariate, you can't change that proc univariate procedure, right? So try to get an overview about all the procedures. If you are looking any new procedure in any coding, so try to get some idea about that procedure, so that it is improve your technical skills as well as, so whenever you want to do some new task, so that time it will helpful. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, also proc summary was told that you will be covering.
The proc summary I have used in that. Okay, so you need a more in-depth proc summary.
Yeah.
So that
Yes.
procedure you can, so just, try to learn it from the Google, because so many examples with the data sets also there. So try to learn, because, so this is a never ending process of procedures. So if you see some new procedure, so try to learn so basics from the Google. Okay, so many examples are there. You can try to learn. So any difficulties or any issues with any procedure of any place, so let me know, so I'll try to explain you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have another task, so thank you everybody. So we'll meet you tomorrow class with the DM and that figure. Okay. Yeah, bye everybody, have a nice day. Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good now. Yeah, so it's okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, we'll continue our DM program. 1 minute, please. So up to here we have done, right? So let me keep what are the variables we have included up to here. Sorry. So what are the variables we have included here? So I just keeping them into this data set. Okay, study ID, domain, site ID, and subject ID, and use subject ID, and birth DTC, age units, and sex, and race, and ethnic. Okay, so these are the variables up to now. So we have included into this data set. Okay, keep aside. Okay, yeah. So the next variable. So next variables are, so you can go and see the implementation guide. Okay, so go to the DM. Yeah, somebody raise hand. What is your doubt?
Sir, when we are copying these variables for macro creation, we are copying them from raw or implementation guide.
Implementation guide.
So it is PDF file, no? How do we copy them? Because it's
Used to
very, yesterday when I
we
was
have to,
trying.
we have to copy one by one only. Yeah.
Okay, so each one we have to copy.
Yeah.
And same when it goes to specification, SDTM specification are done by us, right?
Yeah.
So same thing we have
Same.
to copy one by one.
Yeah, one by one.
Like description.
Yes. So if you are not able to copy the entire content, we have to copy one by one. Okay.
Okay.
What happened this one? Yeah. Okay. So study ID domain is subject. Right? Now we are seeing the variable called RFICDTC. Okay. So RFICDTC, nothing but, so when the subject have given his informed consent, so informed consent nothing but, so the subject is voluntarily signed terms and condition to accept, and participate in the clinical trial. That date, so we can captured into the RFICDTC. Okay, so date and time of informed consent. Okay, let me check where this related raw information was present in the CRF. Okay, informed consent, right? So let me copy this informed consent and just check in the CRF anywhere, somewhere, informed consent information was captured. Okay, so here you can see informed consent, date of written consent obtained. This nothing but IC raw data set. IC dat is the right variable to capture this informed consent given date. Okay, so this date we have to map our RFICDTC. Okay, so this is the raw IC data set. So for that purpose, what I do here, simply I just copy up to use subject ID. Okay, and you can paste it here. So what is the raw data set? IC, right? So IC raw data set. So no need this rename section. Okay, so this one also not needed. So this one you can give as IC1. Okay, so study ID, domain, site ID, and useobj ID is the common because we need useobj ID has to be included in all data set. Whenever we are merging all these separate data set, we need one common variable to merge, right? So that is why useobj ID was created here. So useobj ID if you are created, study ID, site ID, subject ID we have to include. So no need this domain. So this information we have to be included. Okay. So now what is the variable we have to map? RFICDTC, right? So informed consent date related variable should be in a character version and ISO format. Okay. So RFICDTC, it should be in a character version and ISO. We already done one right here. Like this we have to do. So let me check how this IC data set and the information is available. Okay, IC dat. So IC dat. So it is in a only the date part. There is no time, but it is in a numeric variable. So we can take it as a direct variable. Okay. And just keep what are the variables are required. Just keep those variables only. useobjd and RFICDTC. Two variables are only required from this data set. Okay. So here you can see each and every subject that RFICDTC we have obtained. So keep aside. Yeah. So now the next variable is, so these two variables, death related variables, date and time of death and subject death flag. Okay. So these two are expected variable. If the data is not there, so we can keep it as black. So if the data is there, so we can include that data information into the death date. Okay, if there's no subject was there, so obviously the death date is missing. Okay, so where this related to death information was, you can find in the CR. Okay, the death. Okay, so this is adverse event related death, and it is adverse event related death here. We can see the death information was captured in the DS dataset. Okay, so DS dataset, raw DS dataset, in that, so here you can see if the subject was died, so this date was captured to the subject. Okay, if the any subject was died, obviously the date of death was captured into the DS dataset. Okay, so we can take that one, data death set raw data set DS. Okay, anyway these variables are common because on to merging time useobj is required. So now the variable is what, as per the implementation guide, death date. Okay, if DS DTH DAT not equal to missing, then do death date equal to, so let me open the DS data set of raw and see how the death date is. So DS DAT, there it is here. So it is in a numeric variable. Okay, so whenever the death date was populated, automatically the death flag. So here you can see the death flag. So NY nothing but, so ASR no responses we have to give to this flag. Okay, so if the death date was populated to the subject in the cell, the subject was died. So we can give Y. Okay. Then if the flag is missing, that means the subject was not dead. Then flag is missing. Okay. Now you can see any subject was died. So yes, death date was missing to all subjects. So that is why we mentioned the flag is no, because the subject was not died. Okay. Yeah, tell me, somebody raise hand.
Sir, for death date, we are checking the condition that it is not equal to missing. Then only we are applying that condition. But we are not doing it for other things, right? RFI, CDTC or other things.
Yeah, so here if you are not applying also no issue. So what happens? So we will get some uh, message like missing values were observed like that, I think. Okay, so here also it's not getting. So if you are not getting, no issue. But sometimes what happen? So this format is going to apply for all the observations. So that time we will get some note like missing values were assigned. So to avoid that one, just I am applying the condition. So the variable having observation only. If the variable is the missing only, obviously it is missing only, right? So this is just to avoid that note. So just I'm returning this code. So even if we are not applying, if some observations are values, some observations are missing cases, we are getting one note like missing values were observed, right? So to avoid that one, I just written here. So if all observations are completely filled or completely blank, so we are not getting that note. Okay.
So we can even apply
Yeah,
for
you can
that.
apply
That
anywhere, anywhere. If, for example, if we are applying this variable format, so that time only not equal to missing values only we can apply the format. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So now here the RFIC DTC done, death flag is done. Okay. So one more thing here. Mm,
Shiva, I have a question
yeah,
with what is displayed on the screen now. So for death flag only, if you see the CDISC notes, it says indicates the subject died should be Y or null, should be populated even when the death date is unknown.
Yeah, indicate the subject is died should be YR should be populated even when the data, yes, so that is why, so no need apply to this condition. Thank you. Yeah, so only we have to apply either Y, either null. So no need to apply this, no to the subjects. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I thought it is NY format. So this sometimes applicable to NY format too, in the sense Y or N. Okay, so that is the sense I written. But here they clearly mentioned it should be a Y or null. So there is no N was not applicable to here this variable. Okay, yeah. So the next variable is RFPNDTC. RFPNDTC nothing but date and time end of participation. Okay, so here you can see one variable is there here. 1 minute. Yeah. So here you can see end of the participation. End of the participation nothing but when the subject was date of completion. Okay, so end of the participation of the study nothing but so when the subject is completed, so that completed date or last visit. So last visit date, so you can hear, okay, subject is the last visit or completion. Okay, so let me see, open this DS dataset once. I'll show you. Last visit, one more variable is DS stat. Here you can see if the subject is completed, DS dot was populated. So if the subject is withdrawn due to some adverse event, so this is the last date of the particular subject. So when the subject was when he was ended his study, so due to some adverse event like that, so we'll get this data. Okay, so what we are going to do here, so date and time of end of participation. Okay, so what is the last date of the subject present in the clinical trial? Okay, so for that purpose, what we do here, so I just keeping along with this two variable as well, ds stat and ds lv dat last visit. Yeah, yeah. Here onwards the dates are there. So this is still ongoing study. So that is why some dates still are missing here. This subject, so this is the last date. This subject, so this is the last date. Okay, so what what I do here, so if this was populated, this was missing, this was populated, this was missing here, because so this is a due to adverse event, the subject has last date populated into this variable. If the subject is completed, they have created one variable and populated here. So what I do here, simply if ts dot not equal to missing, then do, so what is the variable we have to map? RFPENDTC, right? So RFPENDTC. Okay, so ds dot end. Okay, so now the RFPENDTC, if this value is there, so we have populated this value. If this value is there, populated this value. Okay, so finally we will get when the subject was participated in the study. So last date we have to capture it into the RFPNDTC. Okay, so now we don't need these two variables. So done. Next, coming to the few more variables, those are these: RFSTDTC, ENDTC, XSTDTC, XENDTC. Okay, so let me copy this one and paste it here. Yeah, so what is the difference between the RF STDTC, ENDTC, XSTDTC, XENDTC? Okay, so the labels you can read carefully. Subject reference start date, date and time. Subject reference end date and time. Date time of the first study treatment. Date time of last study treatment. So here you can see one study is ongoing. Okay, so 101 subject was screening done on so for example 10th April 2021. Okay, the subject was screened, means all the checkups and all the necessary lab tests were done on the 10th April 2021. Okay, so the ICF was informed consent. The subject was given on 11th April 2021. Okay, then the subject was randomized to one treatment. Okay, X, A, or B, or any treatment was randomized. In the sense, they are planning to give A or B drug or C drug to the subject. So they prepare one sheet called randomization. So as per the sheet, the subject was assigned to one treatment, A or B, anything. So that randomization was done on 14th. Okay, so 14th. So again, the subject was taking the actual COVID first treatment. Okay, COVID first drug on 17th April 2021. Okay, and the second dose was, third dose was, and last dose of COVID-19 was taken on 27 June 2021. And again, all the checkups were done, like like all the necessary checkups was done. And so checkout from the project, okay, was happen on so 6 2021. Okay, so this was happened to one subject during this trial or any trial. Okay, so now what is this RFXSTDTC? Nothing but when the subject is taking the actual study treatment start date. So here, what is the actual study treatment was taken? So this COVID-19 was actual study treatment, right? So this date always we consider as RFXSTDTC. If the date part is there, so we can take the date part. If the date and time was captured, so we have to populate RFXSTDTC as date and time. Okay, so whenever the subject had last study treatment, okay, so study treatment in that case, so this is a RFX ENDTC. Okay, so here these two are common, are standards always. The XSTDTC, XENDTC variable nothing but, so when the subject is taking the study treatment. Okay, so here what happens sometimes, after ICF, so they will give some dummy drug to test the behavior of the behavior of some extra drug was given to the subject to test the subject behavior on the drugs or etc. on the 12th. Okay, so this is not a study drug, just test purpose, some placebo or some dummy drugs. Okay, so some dummy drugs were given to test the subject behavior, how this clinical trials the subject is behaving, etc. Okay, so dummy. So in that case, okay, so now the reference point was, we can take the confirmation from the client. So which date we have to take as a reference? Okay, which date you have to take as a reference to calculate all the study day derivations or durations, etc. We are going to calculate based on one reference point is needed. So that reference point So we have to take the confirmation from the client. So in the kickoff meeting of starting of the project, which date you want to take as a reference point. So most of the times, okay, so this the client said, so this point only you can take as a reference point, this point only you can take as a end date. Okay, so in case some clients what they do, okay, so instead of the treatment start date, so you can take the either screening date, you can take the reference start date, okay, either randomization date also you can take as a reference, anything, or first the treatment was given to the subject, right? So this is a treatment, so this is a study treatment, so this is a just dummy treatment they have given, even though we can call it this is also treatment of the project, this is the study treatment. So anything, sometimes the client said you can take a randomization date also, you can take as a RFSTDTC. Okay, so anything they can told us to take as a reference point. Okay, so here our study, so study treatment they have considered as RFSTDTC, and whenever the subject is taking last study treatment we can consider as a RFENDT. But some studies in the kickoff meeting the client told us to take as a anything as a reference point. Okay, this is a reference point, so this they can ask us to consider as a reference end point. Okay, so anything we can take as reference start and reference end, but RFXSTDTC, RFXENDTC always is the study treatment start date and study treatment end date. Okay, so now, so this is for RFXSDT and RFSTDTC different. So where we can get this RFXSTDTC whenever the subject is taking the first study medication. So there is a raw data set called exposure. So always, so most of the time the information related to the treatment taken was captured in the data set name called exposure. Okay. So in the exposure data set, okay, so here you can see the labels. So here you can see date of dose when the subject is taking the dose, time of dose when the subject is taking the time of dose. Okay, so date and time they have captured and how many tablets were taken. Okay, so now the variable names are exstdat and exsttim, date and time they captured in this here, but there is no end date, only the start date they captured. Okay, start date only they captured, so they haven't mentioned any end date, but each and every subject have some multiple records. Okay, so in that cases, okay, so what we do here, simply we capture data ex, set raw data set and ex. So what are the common variables? So these are the common variables. Okay, and here if the date and time both are not missing, okay, so this is the date and a time. So in that cases we have to create one variable called RFXSTDTC, right? So RFXSTDTC. Okay, so time part also there. So T Okay. So for example, only the here only the date part is there, time part is missing cases. Okay. If any observation is like that, only the date part is there, time part is missing cases. Okay. So in future, if you may get like that, the date part is there, time part is equal to missing cases, only the date part you can populate. Okay. So now RFX-SDTC is in a ISO format. So YYMMDDT hours, minutes, and seconds. Okay. So and next,
So here we don't care what is the starting point they took. It is a randomization or it is anything. Just we are just copying EXSTD80 to this one.
yeah. So here I told you. So RFX-SDTC always taking the exposure study treatment start date. Okay. So in our study, so the client said that so RFSTDTC and RFXSTDTC. Okay, so both are same because RFSTDTC reference point also they are asked us to take the study treatment start date only. Okay, so that is why. So first RFXSTDTC always the study treatment information when he was taken you will get into the exposure. Okay, so that is why we take that and we created that RFSTDTC. Okay.
Okay.
So keep.
What is ICF?
What is?
Hello, sir.
Can you speak?
ICF.
Informed consent form. Okay. So informed consent form, nothing but the subject is voluntarily give the consent. So he is able to, willing to participate in the study. So he given the written proof, right? So that is called ICF.
Okay, thank you.
So now the exposure data set we have. So each and every subject have some data. So what I do here, so I'm just sorted subject wise. Now you can see, so this subject has these many dates, 4 dates are there. Okay, so here we need only one date. So what is the RFSTDTC here? So the first date is the 30th April is the first date of the study treatment. 8th August is the last date of this subject taking his last treatment. Okay, so what I do here, so we need only one record per subject and two variables, that is RFX and RFX ENDTs. So for that purpose what I do here, so I am going to split into these two data set. Okay, so first data set, first, okay, set this EX by use of JID, and so we have to sort this data set also, right? RFX-SDTC. Okay, if first dot subject run. So in the first you will get so each and every subject first date you will get. Okay, so what about this 105005? Yeah, so this has, sorry, yeah, so this has 2 dates, 3, 4 dates. So what I do here, so we are not going to consider the missing values because first date should not be missing, right? So if the missings are there, you can ignore that missings. So here itself we can keep it as if RF is not equal to missing. Yeah. So first date you can see each and every subject when he was taking his first treatment was created in a separate data set. Now we are going to create the last also. Last dot. So each and every subject, 8th April, 8th April. So each and every subject last date we have captured here. And that variable name is what? RFX ENDTC. Okay, so here RFX ENDTC equal to RFX SDTC. Okay. So here this variable is RFX ENDTC. The first data set we can find RFX SDTC. Okay. So first date and last date we have created two data sets. Now I am merging these two data set together. Data exposure 2. So merge of first last by use of JID or 1. Eighty-six total 82 subjects are there. Now you can see only one record is there. So the 30th April, 30th June is the first date and 8th August is the last date of the subject taking the drug. Okay. So as per this communication, so RFSTDTC reference point also they have to consider the same variable. So what I do here, so RFSTDTC here is RFXSTDTC and end point of the reference RFENDTC for this project is they want to consider as RFENDTC. Okay, RFXENDTC. So these two variables also added. Okay, so RFSTDTC similar to RFXSTDTC. So if the client said like this, okay, you can take this date as a treatment start date. So always, so this date always we can take the study treatment start date, right? So if they are want to take this also same, so we can do the same dates for this and this as well. Okay, yeah. So if the client says differently, like you can take any of the other dates, so that time this RFXSTDTC variables were mapped to that information containing variable from the raw data. Okay. Yeah. So still what are the variables are pending. So let me merge all the data set together and we'll see. Okay. So final merging of the first data set is DM1 is the main data set, and next death, and next and IC1, and next EX2. Okay. So by use of JID, so the main information we are consider as a DM1. Okay. Yeah. So by variables are not properly sorted in the DM1. So what I do here, so after creating the DM1, so just sort by use of JID. Okay. Yeah, by variables are sorted in a death. Just after the death. So yeah, so all variables are sorted. So final data set we are getting 203. Why 203? So death having some more observations. Why? Okay, here you can see so many records are there. Okay, so we need to consider which one having the RFP and DTC. Okay, so because so multiple observations are there, because even the death information was there, so the subject have only one death information, right? So we can take this RFP and DTC not equal to missing records. So both way we can do. RFP and DTC not equal to missing, or the death related not equal to missing. Okay, any one of them. Yeah, so now 116 observations for final data set was we can see. Yeah, so now we can keep where statement, so that still how many variables are pending, so we know. Okay, yeah, so here these are the variables are still we need to be included in the data set. arm cd arm actam cd actam arm nrs. Okay, so I don't think so. arm nrs was not there in this implementation guidance 3.2. Okay, and actam ud also not there. Okay, so these two variables are not there for implementation guide of 3.2. So you can go and check with what are the variables. Here you can see one by one: study ID, use ID, RFS, TTT, death flag, site ID, investigator ID and investigator. Now we are not including because there is no information was collected to the investigator related information. So these are the permissible variables. So that is why we are not included this information into our data set. Okay, so we have included the birth DTC, age unit, sex, race, ethnicity we have done. So we are going to include arm cd, arm, actam cd and actam, and the DMDTC and DMDOI also permissible variables. So this is related to when it was collection was happen, the demographic information also not there. So that is why we excluded these two. Okay, so we are going to include this country and this related. Okay, so here arm, actam, arm cd, so country related information was we are going to include. Okay, so where we get this arm related information. Okay, so just try to check. So there is no CRF information, what is the arm and etc. You cannot find in the CRF. So CRF is nothing but what are the information was there in the CRF as per the plan it was there. But this treatment related information, so they will provide you some separate data set related to the treatment or anything. Okay. Yeah. So here you can see they provided one data set called dummy underscore randomized. Okay, let me open and see any treatment information was provided here. Okay, here you can see what is the subject taken the treatment. So they have given this data set at this moment. Okay, at this moment they provided, so okay, 2002 subject, so they have taken the TQ, and 2003 they have taken the placebo. So they are assumed as well as they have given one variable only at this moment. So what we do, so what is the actam CD and what is the arm, nothing but, so this is a planned treatment, so this is a actual treatment. Okay, so we don't have any other data set to figure it out where that actual treatment was taken, where the planned treatment. So you can open and see each and every data set. So anywhere you will find any related to the treatment, so let me know. So as per my knowledge, so if they are provided one data set, separate data set, so this is the information was there, only one information there, that is nothing but we can consider this is the only they planned. So this is the subject is actually taken. Okay, so that is what we assume at the moment, because they mentioned like dummy. It means they are going to provide you the actual also with the same structure. For example, at the moment 2002 TQ they mentioned. So if they mention actual randomization or actual treatment cases, same structure 2002, so they mentioned either placebo or TQ. So what is the subject is actually taken, they mentioned in future. But at this moment, if they mention the dummy in the sense the study is still ongoing, whether it is a blinded study, so they don't want to reveal the treatments of each and every subject, so actual treatment, so they provided us this one. So we can map this variable at this moment actual as well as planned. If they are providing two separate variable like so TRTCD actual, TRTCD planned, so we can use that variable. Otherwise we can take confirmation and we can use this variable for both actual as well as planned. Okay, yeah. So here we will create one more data set called treatment related data set raw data set dummy underscore randomize. So carefully you can look all the raw data set once any treatment related information was specifically mentioned. Sometimes they mention TRT data set, treatment data set, they will clearly mention. So that time if the variables are provided separate, we can use those variables to map our actual treatments and planned treatment. Okay. So here the first variable is arm CD and arm. Okay, arm CD nothing but short form of the plant treatment. Arm is nothing but actual treatment of description. Act arm CD nothing but, so that is a short form. Act arm is the description one. Okay, so we don't have any other option, so we have to use only one variable to map all these variable. Okay, so TRT seed. Okay, all variables at the moment we can map. So if any additional information was provided in a future, so we can so map that variable to here. Okay, otherwise we can keep like this only. Okay, but one more issue here, so they provided some different USUBJID format. Okay, so this is a format they provided. Okay, so up to now the ex2 dataset or any other dataset, final dataset, our USUBJID format is different. Okay, so what I do here, so okay, this is our format. Okay, this is what they provided. Okay, so we have to convert their format to our required format, otherwise we can't merge this treatment information to our, right? So what I do here, yeah, study ID is same, site ID. So site ID we can take, what is the site here, 102 is the site number, right? So 102 is the site number, so which letter it starts around 12. Okay, so site ID. Three letters. Okay, so that site ID was, this is the site ID. Okay, site ID was created. And what is the subject ID? So these three letters are the subject ID. Okay, so what I do here, from the 15 letter onwards, so we can take as a subject. And so now we can see, so now the USUBJID format is looking like same of our other data sets. Okay, so we can merge this data set to our final data set. So before that one, we just sort the data set in the same way how we sorted. Okay, and run. Now we can see only the country variable is missing. The remaining all variables we have included in our final data set. So where the country information, let me check. Here the country information. So the country, there is no country information in the CRF. Let me check with the protocol ones. Yeah, so multiple sites in the USA. Okay, so they clearly mentioned multiple sites in the USA. It was done. So the country variable, so it is a required variable. Okay, so we have to be included and we should not be missing. So the country they mentioned in the control terminology as well. So USA you can check. So many is there. So how the USA we have to represent? USA. Here you can see USA. Okay, so USA we have to represent like this. Okay, so what I do here, so here itself we can write. Yeah, yeah. So all the variables which are necessary for this data set we have included, and we have to follow the same order. So that is why I just keep as a return statement of this keep where. And in the final data set, now you can see study ID, domain, use subject as per the order. Okay, so RFS TDTC, NDTC, ICDTC, death flags, site ID, birth DTC, sex, ethnicity, and the arm CD, etc. We have included it finally country. Okay, so once we done, so we apply the attribute sections. So apply the attributes as you know. So we have to take each and every variable, day, the name, label, and length, etc. We have to apply. Okay. So these two. Yeah. So what I do here. So I already know taken this information into one Excel sheet. So just copy this information into one Excel notepad. And here the spaces are there, right? So I just remove these spaces. Okay, skill.
After as, select is missing.
Yeah. Now the final one data set, we are applying the attributes as well. Just go and click this one label. So all the labels are applied or not, just check. Okay, yeah, all the labels were applied and we have created this one. Now we send your final data set into our permanent library. Okay, so what I do here, so what are the data sets we created? So I just send into some separate folder. So this folder, so I'll store our data set. Okay, so libname SDTM. Okay, so data, so final data set name is TM set final one run. Okay, yeah, DM. So whenever you want to give, you have to label the data set as well. So the data set name is demographics. Okay, so this is also important. If you are not giving the label also, it will give an error message in the Pinnacle 21 report. Okay, so above top corner you can see left side above demographics was given, right? Yeah, so along with this one, so we need to create the XPT files as well. So XPT files also we have to create and store into one day library. So there is XPT folder, right? So what I do here, so we can create the XPT files as well in this folder. Okay, so how to create the XPT files? Simple. So libname, okay, XPT, and you have to give the keyword as export, and this is a path of export file saving. So data xpt dot dm set dm and run. Okay, so now you go and check here what happens. Invalid file. Okay, so xpt,
Sir, what is XPT?
yeah, I'll tell you. So dm.xpt. So whenever you want to run the Pinnacle 21, so directly we cannot included the data set to the validation of the Pinnacle 21 tool. So that required XPT format. So this data set is a SAS format, right? So we created one more format, that is export transport file. So these type of files only compatible for the Pinnacle 21 running tool. So for that purpose, additionally along with our data set, we created this XPT related format data set for that P21 purpose. Okay, so in the ADaM analysis, ADaM, we directly use the SDTM SAS dataset for working and using TFL generation. But so P21 tool running purpose, we created this XPT files as well. So this directly we can't open, and even if you are not able to open, so that was not open. So this is just compatible format for the P21 tool purpose only. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the so end of the demographic data set related all the variables. Yeah, so this is a SDTM. So any SDTM, so this is a process. First, we identify the what is the variable we want to map. So what is the exactly similar information containing raw variable, we can figure it out, and we can map that information to our standard SDTM. Any control terminology is applied to that variable as per the implementation guide which you are using. So just check that one and apply that same conditions what they provide in the implementation guide. Okay, and make our final data one by one variable carefully done. So most of the things are standard standardized in most of the companies because the implementation guide is standard and the structure is format. So that is why most of the companies they created some standard macros to handle most of the SDTM variable. Okay, but still a programmer is needed to look all these things. So if you know the scratch programming, you can easily identify, that debug if any issues happen. So for example, how the macros are is there. For example, USUBJID we are using. So in the companies, so they simply call the USUBJID macro. So that will taken care by USUBJID information. Okay. So each and every variable, so they created one variable macro so that once you join in our company, so they will train you on that variable macros if available. If you are joined any startup companies or any new company, so you have to write from the scratch programming. Okay, so if you understand the scratch programming like this, so you can answer any number of questions if they are asking from in interview as well as so if you are joined in the company, if they are already using the macros, you can easily understand that macros as well. Okay. Yeah, what are the doubts you people have? You can ask me now.
Shiva,
One by one.
can we represent? Sorry, is anyone asking?
No, ask me.
Okay, so if we have to present a study where crossover design has been used, so let's say the patients are getting placebo first and then treatment, and some patients are receiving treatment first and placebo later.
Yeah.
How how can we do that here?
So there is sequence related thing we have to populate here. ARM and ARM CDs are there, right? So in that cases, ARMs and ARM CDs are like that. For example, ARM, so the information is like that, placebo to actual, like that information. So they provided. This means what? So first treatment they have taken this one, and second treatment they have taken. The second visit they have taken actual. Like the sequence information was populated instead of individual treatment. Okay, so that we can easily identify. Okay, so this was the first visit, this was the second visit, like that we can identify. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. So that means the coding, the terminology
so,
has been coded like that.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So I have a question with the variables where we have hard coded the values, like country, for example, we have taken it from correct.
Yes. Yeah,
study ID and the country we have taken from the protocol and hard coded.
Yeah.
Do we need to take any additional care for such variables?
Yeah, here the study ID, if you are available of any raw data set, you can take that variable in case, so why I'm giving AAA 2020, because the actual project number I can't use here because that is a confidential information. So that is why I just change this into AAA for our convenient purpose. Okay, so you can so just be careful, like so whenever you are using the study ID, so if no raw data set we are using, just taken from the protocol. So what is the protocol they mentioned? You can use the study ID number. Okay, and the remaining also you can be careful while just once or twice check with the document whether you are using a right or wrong. Whenever you are using some assigned something like USC or this one, just taking. So if any confusion, you can reach out to your senior programmers. If they are also not confirmed directly, so there is one point of contact from the client, so you can discuss with the manager and you can drop a mail to him, so he will answer, no issues. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but before reaching out to the client, discuss within the team if anybody already having the issue or facing the issues in similar way, so they will share their opinion. So after that one you can decide. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Sir, we are the one who will be writing SDTM specs as well, but
Yeah.
I think we just did programming part, the
No,
specs.
here you can see the spec is not something was different. So if you understand the programming, you are able to do specification by your own. So here up to here we can just copy from the implementation guide, right?
Guide,
So
yes.
this thing only we have to write. So the derivation part, so is the main part. So what we do, so what are the variables we consider in the programming? So that is only just here written, okay? So which variable we are
Okay.
mapping, just they mention here. So there is nothing new, okay? So what is the raw variable source we are, using? So that variable name you can use here. So what is the derivation, how you done in the programmatical, you can write in a descriptive manner also, it is no issue, okay? So this
Okay, so there is no specific way to write derivation. We
no,
can
not
write in
like that.
our
We
own
can
way.
write your own way, so nobody will ask you, but it
Okay.
should be understand by other programming. So whenever you are writing something, it should be, understand if another programmer is able to read. That's it, So there is no like standard, so we have to write in that way, not. So what are the variable you are using? So that variable where you are taking from, that should be mentioned clearly. Okay.
Okay. And when we are writing this specification on the top in line number 1, 2, 3, something is mentioned. Yeah. So
Yeah, this
anything specific
Yeah,
about
this
that?
is as per the the client standard. So which domain it is, and so what is the structure. So even this structure you can find here. So if you go and see here, so the first pages, the structure of each and every data set here, this table 3.2.1. So here you can see demographic, one record per subject. So that is what they mentioned here. Okay, structure. What is the source data sets we are using? So right now we are using MIC, etc. Right? So that way data set you
So
can.
that way we list it.
Yeah. So that's
And what's
This
that
filter thing.
filter?
a filter. For example, here the main data set. If you are adverse event data set we are doing. So the filter is like AE term not equal to missing records only, we need to be considered for the adverse event data set. Okay, so that type of any filter to the main data set, so that filter we have to apply. Okay, so here there is no meal filter, right? So we have consider all the records from the DM data set, so that is why, so they are not mentioning any filter here. Okay.
And so one more thing, this STDM specs we are writing as a programmer.
Yeah.
But ADAM specs are not written by us. They are written.
ADAM specification was written by the statistician most of the time, but SDTM specification, statistician is not involved. Programmers only involved, because ADAM is nothing but what are the statistics needed for the TFL requirements. So they only know, right? So they will tell what are the variables are needed for the TFL generation. So they are written the spec most of the time. But here the SDTM, so as per the implementation guide only we have to include the variables, right? So apart from that we are not including any other variable. So we can take care of this variable to map. Okay.
Okay. Also, when I was going through some document, in that they had mentioned that CDISC has 3 parts, which is ADAM, STDM, and .xml file. So what is that? Because we never discussed about that.
Define.xml here, as per the plan. So
Define.xml.
yeah, so there is there is a session on that one also. I already told you. Here you can see define.xml. Okay, so I'll
Okay. You will discuss
I'll
about that.
discuss. Yeah. So P21 and define.xml, I'll take one class to discuss. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sir.
So don't worry on this SDTM programming. Much programming is not involved, but you understand, so what we are doing here. So exactly the SDTM variables we are mapping to a raw information containing variable with our CD standards. This is what we are doing. Okay. So we are not, doing any major derivations here, simple derivations like using conversion of numeric to character and applying the date format and first dot last dot. So only these issues we are doing. Okay, so nothing major. Even SDTM programs are like this only, but if you look, it should be lengthy because each and every variable, so we are how to handle. Okay. Yeah. Any other doubts?
Sir,
Yes.
one more thing.
Yeah, tell me.
When we are keeping variables, we are copying them from IG. And then you said some variables we skipped because they are permissible and they are not available. So how we will get confirmed that they are not available in any data set and any
So
protocol?
yeah, you can see
Any way to
yes, so just check, so as much as you can check in your data set. After that, if you are still not confident, then you can, reach out to your client POC, so most of the times, so if you check in the CRF, so it will find, okay, so still you are not able to confirm whether, this is the any variable is mapping, if you miss, so you can check with the client POC, because always they are, help us to. Here you can see the investigator related, we are not
yes.
mapping to here. So just check in the annotated CR if any investigator related information was there. Okay, so here this was investigator decision, not investigator name, and here investigator decision. Okay, so here they are not mentioning any investigator name here, just something like investigation, something. Okay, so there is no investigator name. Okay, here they are asking investigator ID, investigator name they are asking. So nowhere it was there in the CRM. So you can recheck if you want, because so if you are collect all the points and you can drop one mail, like, so these are the things need clarification needed. So once you confirm with your senior work, because they already handle so many studies, so CRF was same to most of the studies, right? So if they are there or not, so they will tell you. In case you get it out, so just simply, so we maintain one some trackers and some tools also there. If any new variable or new doubts are there, so we can go and check. If already somebody already raised this type of request, so you can check in that portal or check in that sheet. If anybody already there, so you can check and you can map. Okay. If nobody raised this concern, you can raise and you can get it clarified by next day. Okay.
Okay. So before asking anybody, we should just check in CRF and protocol.
Yes.
If not there, then we should reach out to others.
Yes, exactly. So most of the permissible only we are getting down, because required and expected we always keep.
We will put anyways. Yeah.
So only permissible variable cases only. So if you able to find, you can map. If you are not able to find, just check once or twice and then reach out to the reference document first. And if still not getting, reach out to your project team manager or project team lead. So still here getting down, then we go to the client. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. When we are deriving other data sets of SDTM, like a CE or some other things, can we follow some other CRF format and can we do it?
No, CRF is one only for one project. So we have to follow this one. This one only for this study.
Just in order to, what I can say, in order to better understand the different kinds of formats.
Yeah,
And,
so once this training was done, I'll provide you other project as well. So that project has some other type of CRF. So you can go through that and you can practice. No worries. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if suppose CRF and CTS, if we compare some variables, like if we consider race, declined to answer it is there in CRF, but it is not there in CTS. Suppose the data comes for that, and how we will map, because there is nothing is there in CTS, right, about that.
Yeah. So
but in the control terminology, it mentioned like we need to follow control terminology.
Yeah. So in that case, so we can follow as per the data and we can give an explanation like, so that term was not there in the control terminology. Like that we can explain, because some word is there in the data, but that is not there in the control terminology cases. We have to follow as per the data. Okay. So we can give an explanation to the submission team. So this term was not there in the control terminology list. So that is why we follow the data. Even if you are getting warning also, that is acceptable. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Siva, I have a
when
question.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when we are discussing about Pinnacle 21 or define.xml, yesterday you were saying that if some companies ask us to submit to somebody, it's a CRO group or a CDISC people we need to submit.
No. Here you can see we are, as a CRO, so we complete the project and we submit to our client. So the client review and, so there is a separate team, submission team was there in the CROs and, some companies. So they will prepare the documents and, all the documents together and submit to the US FDA. Okay, so if any request or anything documents are needed or any work is needed, so CRO is responsible to fulfill that requirement. Okay.
Oh, okay. And also, you said some tool we will use, right, to convert RTF to PDF file. So
yes, some tools are available. Online tools are available. Some macros also available to convert RTF to PDF. Yeah.
okay. So can you name some, or because if somebody asks, we can mention that, right?
The tool name. Okay, I'll check with what is the exact tool name. Otherwise, in the Google also you will find so many tools RTF to PDF conversion. So if it is a licensed one, so generally companies are preferred to convert them into the tool. Okay, so that RTF to PDF. Okay, so I'll check with whether some companies are they are not asking. Still, I'll check the tool name because so most of the time we use some macros, standard macros, RTF to PDF macros we are using. Even that macros also we are using to convert RTF to PDF. Okay, so sometimes tools, sometimes standard macros are helpful to conversion. Okay.
Okay. And when we are mapping, so for some when we are mapping the variables, if not, suppose yesterday we are discussing about age and we need to map to some null using dot or colon, right? So there is no need actually, right? Because we are not mapping means it automatically will be a missing.
Yes. Yeah. So here which variable? Some variable if you are explicitly giving missing thing, but so okay, so if you are not mapping, so automatically it is missing only. Some example for a one condition, if they met the criteria, so why, otherwise null, nothing but. So if they meet, why, otherwise automatically it is null only, right? So no need to explicitly write else it is a null, no need to like that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. No, yesterday somebody asked about null, right? That's why I'm asking that.
Yeah.
And we are mentioning in the header file usage nodes, right? So which kind of usage nodes
Here this
generally we will mention there?
Here usage nodes, what is the purpose is to produce the SDTM DM and usage nodes. So what is the usage of this one? Any particular use are there to, for example, generally to traceability of the data only. So we use the data set creations, right? So that is we mentioned. So any usage nodes is there? Any use of this particular program? So generally use is to submission purpose only. We created this data sets, right? So we can mention for the submission purpose. Okay.
If we don't mention also,
no issue.
No issue, right?
So if you know the point, so some mandatory fields are there like client, project, program. If you don't know or any issues, you can keep it as a missing. Otherwise, you can refer the previous submissions how they are handle the usage nodes. Okay.
Okay. And if you consider.
Yeah, one by one. Yeah.
Kiran, go ahead.
If you consider age variable, we mapped it directly to the age, right? Because the variable is present in the DM dataset, raw dataset.
Yeah.
If suppose it was not there, actually, because in IG it was given that we need to derive it from BRTH DTC or RFST DTC.
So if it is
So
not collected
following
cases, we have to derive. If it is already collected in the CRF, no need. If it is not collected, we have to take the RFST DTC to birth DTC and we have to calculate the age. Okay. But in annotated CRF, so directly they collected the age variable. So that is why we are using the age variable to map our age. Okay.
Okay.
My question,
And
yeah.
So graphs you will take tomorrow?
Yeah. So graph, I am looking that one, so I am not getting a time yesterday. So definitely I am looking and get we can discuss in next class. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have one last question, but it is from long back class.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay. So it is from ADLB, the spec.
Mm-hmm.
Can you open please once?
So 1 minute. Anybody having any doubt on this session? So first they let them finish. After that,
yeah, sure.
I was just gonna ask about the control terminology. Since we have the SDTM, the guide, the IG, can we just use the raw data sets and map it based to see the standard looking at the IG without having to worry about the control, the CT?
No. Control terminology also we have to follow because in the CT, so they mentioned, so we have to follow. But so all the observations of this variable should follow this format. Otherwise, also you will get a warning message in the Pinnacle report. Okay, so this document also you can download it from the CDISC portal. And what are the information there in this submission and sponsor value. So any variable is mentioned control terminology. So all the observations should follow this one. Even if it is uppercase, your observations of that particular variable should be in uppercase. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one question related to the same discussion.
Yeah.
Shiva, you have mentioned there can be standard macros which are already available to convert the RTF to the PDF format if required, right?
Yeah.
So are they the pre-built SAS macros or somebody within the company have already developed them for you and you are using them?
Yes, somebody is developing. Otherwise, some companies already created and so our company is purchased from them. Okay, so if it is a standard, so they will purchase from them and so we can use. So even all macros are, we are not going to write all the programmers. Some of the programmers are there dedicated to run work on the macros only. So some other companies also, if they developed and if that is useful for universal, so our company will purchase from them and we can use.
Okay, so in the interview, by chance if they ask about this question, we can say there are already standard macros which are available in the team and we are using the same.
Did you created any standard macros? You said no, so I haven't created, but I am using, I know how to use. So internal macros, like so in the tables or listing time, we created some customized macros, right? So the customized macros I use within my programming, like that you answer. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So
Shiva, you mentioned that also it is important to, when we are saving the database, it's important to save the label like demographics.
Yeah.
Is it like standard words that we have to use, for example, for other domains as well, like questionnaires?
Yes. So what is the implementation guide they mentioned here? So that label only we have to use. Okay. Even label mismatch with implementation guide also will get a warning message in the P21 report. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So ADLB spec, what is your doubt? Yeah.
A visit.
A visit. Yeah.
Yeah, here they something they told about unscheduled visit, right?
Okay.
What is
So
that?
we want to map first LB visit, where LB visit does not contain unscheduled visit, and assign the visit including the unscheduled visit LB. Okay. So they just want to create. Okay. So let me open the ADLB programming program ADLB. So what we done a visit here, so directly we map, right? So what they are, first line they mentioned, so we have to map LB visit. Okay, so if LB visit does not containing unscheduled visit, okay, so they and assign the visit including unscheduled visit LBBLFL. Why? Okay, so simply, so at final stage also you can write the statement if ABLFL equal to Y. So then they want to create A visit equal to baseline. Okay. So that is what they mention. If your visit is like this, okay. So if it is not an unscheduled visit, if it is a scheduled visit and your baseline flag equal to Y, in that observation, so A visit should be, so instead of actual visit, so they just want to name it as a baseline so that everybody can understand this is a baseline visit. Okay, that is what they mentioned. That's it.
So what is this unscheduled visits means?
So unscheduled visits means as per the plan. For example, here, so here, so first visit, so this is the first visit, and as per the protocol, the second visit is around, so 20th April. Okay, so this is the first visit and this is the second visit. This is the first visit and this is the second visit. As per the protocol, the subject should come these 2 weeks. But during this time, if anything happened to the subject get some headache or some so adverse events are happening due to some reason, the subject visit again to the clinic. Okay, so in that cases, so this is a visit 1 and this we can call it as visit 2 as per the protocol schedule. So if anything was occurring and subject back to the clinic and test with the doctors, so this visit we can consider as unscheduled. Okay, unscheduled visit 1.1. Okay, so again he will come on 19th or in the same day, again he will come for any test or any other thing. So this we can call visit 1.2. Like way we have to map. Okay. So this was not planned as per the protocol. So this date we are giving to the subject to come to the clinic. This subject, everybody is not there in the clinic. So clinical trials are long term. So the subject is go home and taking medicine and again come to the whenever is required. Okay, as per the protocol, this is the first visit we are planning. This is the second visit we are planning. During the visit, if anything happen and subject come to the clinic or doctors are also called to the clinic if any urgent reasons or anything. So that time, what are the visits we are mapping? Those considered as unscheduled visits. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, continuation with the discussion with header part, the modification history. So whenever we modify our program, we need to mention in the modification history like that.
No, here, for example, this program was done and I released to the QC person. Okay. So to check my data set. So then once he checking was done or QC was done, he will give some comments, anything mismatching or any updation is needed. So that time we have to write. So your name and date. Okay. So for example, today I am, done. So that time we need to modify. Okay, so which modification you done. So added some some updation, some which variable you are modified, you have to mention that thing. Okay, again release to the QC person. Again he will review and if you are giving any comment, then again you have to write. So how many times you are updating your programming once started validation, that many modification histories you have to run. Even the client was reviewing and he will find something and they are asking us to change. That time if you are changing, you have to write your name and date, what is the change. So whenever some other programmers are open your programming, they read the modification history. Okay, these are the changes already done. So if any change new there, so they will update. Okay, like that. So modification history for tracing purpose, as well as whenever auditors comes, so they will see the modification history as well, whether they are following the standards or not. Okay.
Okay. And one more thing, on website, this STDM specs has one new, but it is showing blank for me. So was it this? What's that document? New document on website. It was there.
I think website under maintenance. Just wait some more time. Just Balu said, right? So
Yeah, it was there yesterday.
yeah. So just wait one more day and we'll check. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Tomorrow
Thank you,
also
sir.
I'll take the class. Please cooperate because so we have less time. So tomorrow also same time. So we will discuss with one or two domains of SDTM. Okay. So same time 6 o'clock. Please be available. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that figure also I'll look and get back to you with that. What is the issue? Okay. So I'll go through the. Meanwhile, you can go with this programming and understand the implementation gate concept. We'll meet you tomorrow class. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody. Hey, bye. We'll meet you tomorrow.
Hello everybody, good morning. Hi all.
Good morning.
good morning, sir.
Good evening.
A very good morning all. Yeah, thanks for attending this class. Okay, so we'll start today's session with so one domain as per the plan. Yeah, okay. So I'll start with the medical history SDTM data set. How to create the medical history related SDTM data set along with the supplementary MH also. I'll tell you how to create the supplementary data sets. Okay, supplementary data set process is same across all the data set development. I'll show you the image so that you can easily understand how to create other supplementary data sets as well. Okay, so let us start. So what are the documents are required for this SDTM data set creation? The first and important document is SDTM implementation guide. In that, just go to the medical history related section. So medical history, okay. Yeah, so these are the variables they have included, and so we have to derive or assign or anything, so we can include these variables. Okay, yeah, fine. Next, we'll open the control terminology and we'll open the annotated CR and we'll open the specification file. One minute.
Yeah. Okay. Here I am taking the reference program of DM. So we are, giving the name of MH. Okay. Yeah. So what are the variables we are going to include? So we can make a macrotized variable. So here yellow color highlighted. So these are not a part of 3.2 version. Let me delete. Yeah, okay. Instead of this one, so we'll see one by one variable. Okay.
So version really matters, sir,
Yes.
regarding creating the variables.
Yes, because so some versions may or may not having some variable, some version having the variables. Okay. So here you can see, so 3.2 and 3.3, if you take some of the 1, 2 variables are added, some variables were removed. If you following one implementation guide, so we have to stick to that version only. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, here first one is study ID, domain and usage ID. Okay. So here I am running the raw data set. After that one, so the main data set, medical history related. Just go and check where the medical history and what are the sections they have captured. Okay. So let me search with the medical history. Medical history. Here that medical history. Okay. This is something lab related. Oh, here you can see the medical history term. Okay. So what is the medical history term? Where it was happened. Okay. So when it was happened, so still it is ongoing or not. If it is not ongoing cases, what is the reserved or resolution date get by the subject? Is that condition related to the COVID-19 or not? So these are the sections they have captured. Below there is no section. Okay, so this is a page related to the MH raw data set. MH, they captured all the 5 information. So we are going to map this 5 related information into our data set. Okay. So first variable is, so already we know. So what is the raw data set? MH is the raw data set. They collected the information from the CRF2. So these are the common like study ID, subject, which visit, etc. And here onwards you can see. So this was the automatic variables from the database. Here you can see MH term is the first variable. Okay. So MH term is the first variable. Next variable MH start date. Next variable is MH ongoing. Next variable is MH end date and MHRL. MH end date and MHRL. So these are the terms. LLT code and LLT name, etc. codes are provided by the medical coding team. Okay. So not all the data set, some data set, so which are having the terms. So the medical coding team, by using some Medra dictionaries, so they will provided some standard terms as well as standard codes. Okay. So this code and this is name. Okay. So based upon the medical history term, so they have used Medra version
or who did the version. Most of the times medical history they use MEDRA version. In case of concomitant medication, who did the version related dictionaries they have used. There is a separate team called medical coding. So that team was provided all this extra information. If we are using, so we can use this information too. Okay. Yeah, tell me what is your doubt?
Yeah, it was. I was trying to verify to ask. Does the client always have to provide CRF? I mean, on a paper form.
Yes.
Don't they sometimes give it in electronic form because it was collected on say a handset or an app?
So in that cases, they will provide you some Excel sheet. What are the variables they have included in the data in the raw data set? They will provide you some Excel sheet for reference. Otherwise, each and every raw data set open and see that is having taking more time. Okay, so either they will provide you one Excel document that containing all the variables and all the data sets etc. information. They will provide you definitely. Okay, in case if they are not providing the annotated one. Yeah, so here these are the variables medical coding team was added to your data set. Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
with your experience, you are saying that these variables are added by medical coding team.
Yes.
Really, we should know that, or
no. In the raw data
because
set
how
itself, so here you can see the terms you can see here LLT code, LLT CD. So this is the here you can see. So this name called lowest level term. So I'll show you the just medical coding hierarchy so that you will understand.
so actually why we need to know that whether they are who created doesn't matter for us, right?
No. We have to know why, because sometimes the interview people may ask you, so who will provide you the coding terms, because so 1 2 variables are mandatory variables for our tables. Okay, so here you can see the medical coding MEDRA dictionary, how the flow is: system organic class, high level group term, high level term, preferred term, and lowest level term. Okay, so here you can see LLT nothing but lowest level term and lowest level term name. Next one is PT. PT nothing but here you can see preferred term. Okay, so next one is high level term. So after PT term you can see high level term. Okay, high level term. This is HLT. So next one is HLGT. HLGT nothing but high level group term. Okay, so high level group term. Next one is here you can see SOC nothing but system organic class. So this is the hierarchy they have maintained in the MEDRA dictionaries medical coding team. Why we know this information? Because if you are playing as a lead programmer role. Okay, so any information you are getting some doubt or any information if you are not received along with the raw data set, we have to connect it with the medical coding team and get that information. Why? Because so if you remember in the AER MH AE tables, so we are using AE body sys and AED code. Okay, so those variables we have mapped by using this medical coding terms only. So if you are not mapped that terms, so the table we can't generate. Okay, so for the purpose we just know, okay, so this is the hierarchy. So they may ask you this hierarchy also sometime. What is the hierarchy they follow? System organic class, high level group term, high level term, preferred term, and lowest level term. Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
even in other data sets, it will be there,
No.
these kind of variables?
Only this finding domain, not finding domain, this events domains are there, right? So I'll show you the here you can see. So this event related
adverse event, clinical event, so medical history. So most of the times adverse events, medical history. So you can see these coded terms. Okay.
Okay. Shiva, what was the other dictionary that you mentioned?
WHODD, WHODD. So that where they are using for CM related coding, and Medra they are using for this
Okay.
MH related. Okay. Right directive. Yeah. So now we can start our programming. So data MH1 set, raw data set, MH data set you can take as a source data set to create this MH data set. Next one is the variable study ID, domain and usage ID is a common, right? So we can do, so here MH, right? So this is a common thing. Next, the variable. You can see the image. So study ID, domain, and this one is the usage ID is the required image sequence we can create it at the last of the program of image. Okay, once all the variables are created, the sequence variable has to be created at last. Okay, so next to GRP, all the remaining variables are, most of the variables are permissible variables only. If the data was collected, we included, otherwise we excluded. And one more is MH term also required variable. Okay, so you can see the group ID, reference ID, sponsor, defined identifier was not collected, only these 5 sections was collected. Okay, so these 3 are permissible, so we can ignore. Next one is MH term, reported term for the medical history. See, this was collected. Here you can see MH term, so medical history term was collected, right? So this was, we can map. But if the name is similar cases, what we done the previous program, so we just renaming that. Okay. MH term was we map, so the name is similar, so we can rename. And next come into the MH modify, so we can't. So MH decode. Okay, so MH decode also permissible, but if you see carefully the CDISC nodes, here you can see PT in the Medra. So PT nothing but preferred term. So just now we have seen the hierarchy, right? So PT nothing but a preferred term. Preferred term related variable if there in the data set, so we can map. So already we have that variable information was there in this. What is this one? PT name is there, right? So preferred term name. So we can map to this variable MH decode. Even it is a permissible, but as per the CDISC nodes, whenever the MH code is there, you have to map the PT. Okay, so that is why MH term equal to, so PT term. Okay, yeah. So next variable is MH category. So we don't have category, a pre-specified occur, statistics, reason, bodies. So if you see the bodies is here, they mentioned what? So SOC. SOC nothing but system organic class. SOC nothing but system organic class we are using. So SOC related variable was captured here, right? SOC underscore term. So SOC underscore term. Okay. Yeah. So carefully one by one you can go.
Next one is MHDTC, date and time of history collection. So here, if you have, you can see date, okay, onset date and offset date, nothing but, so when it was started the medical history, when it was ended medical history, nothing but each and every term. For example, if I am a subject, go to the clinical trial, they will ask you what are the, do you have any, so like, previously any accidents were happened, anything was happened, so any, disease related symptoms are there, like that, so they will collect all the history. So still that particular disease or event was still continuing or not. If the continuing, they will click on the ongoing. Otherwise, when it was, tentative dates also, they will collect it as a end date. Okay. So here onset and offset both dates are there. So in that cases, only one date they collected. So generally we prefer MHDTC. If both start and end date were collected in the CRF cases, we have to prefer start date and end date. Okay. So start date when it was started, when it was ended. Okay. So in the ISO format, so MHSTDTC, I'm just using, so MHSTDTC. So what is the variable in the MHSTDTC start date? Okay, here you can see start date. Okay, start date having some UNK values. UNK nothing but unknown. Okay, so we can remove this unknown and we make it as a ISO format. Here you can see 1990 UNK, nothing but, so the patient did not remember when it was happened, only the year they have remembered. So they collected only the year and month and day, they put it as UNK. So now what we do, so we can remove this one, because if we are putting the UNK, so that is not going to be ISO format. So we can remove and we can represent the partial date. Okay. So for that purpose, what I do here, simply I am using tran word. Okay, so mhstdat, okay, and I just remove it as unk to missing. Okay, so next same thing we can do for mhendtc as well. Okay, fine, start date and end date we can map. And so how many variables we are covered as per the CRF? So the first variable we have covered, and second variable we have covered, and this fourth variable we have covered. Even still third variable and fifth variable left. So we'll see one by one. So MHDY, so it is a permissible, ENRF and ENTPT, and here all the variables are completed, but still these two variables are there, so those are not fitted to the main data set. Here these variables only they specified to include in the image, but these two variables were not fitted. What we do, so we can send these two information into our supplementary data set. So I'll tell you how to create the supplementary data set, but before that one we can finish up this data set. Okay, so keep, what are the variables we have covered? Study ID, domain, and USubject ID. So there is no site ID and subject ID in this one. Okay, MH term, MH decode, MH bodices, MH STDTC, MHENDTC. So what are the extra variables are there? So just now I am keeping those two variables also at the moment. Okay, so those are MH ongoing. So I'm not going to include it in the main data set, but this section I am including at the moment. I'll tell you so what to do the next steps.
MHREL. So these variables, two extra variables also I am including in this particular MH1 data set. Okay. Yeah. So MH1 data set we have. Okay. So MH ongoing, MHREL. These are the two extra variables. Remaining all the SDTM standard variables what we mapped. Okay. So here also you can see the MHSTDTC. So the UNK values I am replacing as a missing. Okay. So if the partial dates are present also, no issues in the SDTM, because so we are going to impute it if needed in the ADaM level. Okay. Yeah. So because everybody is not remembering the full date. Okay. So one more important variable we have to include it, that is MH sequence variable. That is a required variable. We have to include it, the sequence variable. How to derive this sequence variable? So go to the first sections of this SDTM implementation guide, and you can go to the section here, this page. You can see this page. So 20th page. In this, they will mention some sorting MH, and this is a sorting. Okay. Study ID, USUBJ ID, MH decode. Your final data set before deriving the sequence variable. Okay. You have to sort your data set in this way. Okay. So proc sort by study ID, USUBJ ID, and MH decode wise, we have to sort your final data set. After that one, so you have to derive the sequence number. Okay, so how to derive the sequence number? Data mh2 set mh1. So this is a by. Okay, so if first start USUBJ ID, then mh sequence equal to 1, else mh sequence plus 1. Okay, so likewise, sequence. So any sequence variable, this is the process. First, we have to check the sorting order, and we have to sort the data set as per the implementation guide. Then you will give the numbering like this way. Okay, so that you can see, for example, this subject has 4 records. Okay, so 002 have 4 records. Automatically sequence variable was created 1 2 3 4. So this is using for the sorting purpose, as well as how many records are there for each subject we can easily identify. Okay, so sequence variable and this variable creation was common to all the data set. Whenever you see any data set, sequence variable is there. So sort the data set, create the sequence variable in this way. Okay, so now what I do here, so data mh3 set mh2. So
If
only
we take USUBJect ID only, that's not enough, sir.
here,
Instead of the study ID, why we?
because the implementation guide here, you can see they mention study ID. Okay, so why? Because study ID is common to across all subject. But what happens sometimes, if you are combining your studies, combine 2 or 3 more studies. Okay, so pull together and they created one study. So that time study ID also playing an important role. Okay, so now the study ID is common across all subjects. So if we are not using this also, we will get the same result. But if multiple studies are combined and create one study, that study, if you are working cases, study ID also important. Even if you have to follow this one. Okay, so everything has to follow as per the implementation guide. Okay, so now we
So
are
what page was that again? What page was that on the IG that you pulled that sorting data from?
I repeat again.
So what page was that from the IG where
It
you
is
got
a
that?
20th page. This is page number 20. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So here now I am keeping only the variables which are required for main data set. Okay, so these variables, okay, so not ongoing and rel was not related to here, right? So here I am keeping only these variables and creating the final data set. Okay, so as well as I am retaining to only these variables. Okay, yeah, so here what I am giving the data set name is final. Okay, yeah, so final data set. Now you can see the order also same, like, so as per the implementation guide. Fine. Okay, so next what we do at the final stage, so simply we can apply the attribute section. So I hope you can apply attribute section by your own. Okay, so apply attribute section and then send your final data set into the permanent library and create your XPT files. Okay, so I hope you can apply your attribute sections like variable name, label, and etc. And here this is a MH and the name is medical history. Okay, so and XPT also you can create as MH and here also give MH. Okay, yeah. So now the
Does
main
it matter?
yeah, tell me.
Does it matter if we keep the file name in uppercase or lowercase? Like for DM, we have kept it in lowercase while creating the XPT files.
So it is not a matter. So anything. So most of the times we go for the uppercase only. Okay. So all the variables also should be in uppercase. So for that also you can write. We have to write option valid var name equal to uppercase. So if you are applying this statement, so all the variables and data sets are in a uppercase only. You can. If you are giving the lowercase also, automatically that statement will make to the variables and the data set names in uppercase. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, even if we write whole program in capital, like uppercase, it's okay, right? It doesn't matter, like how do we write.
No matter. That was not, so if any, your client saying that, coding also should be in a lowercase, so we have to follow, but nobody will ask that like that. But if the standards are like that, so we have to write only lowercase. Don't use uppercase. That cases. Okay. But I don't think so. If I have worked so many clients, nobody will ask you. So you can write in a lowercase, uppercase. That is not an issue. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now the main data set was created.
Please, just one question, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about it. The export transport file, the XPT, do we use it? I mean, does the programmer use it, or it is meant for the guy who would validate your code to use?
No, here this XPT file we are going to use in a Pinnacle 21 tool purpose. Okay, so these XPT files were not for validation purpose of validator. So P21 report purpose. Okay, so whenever we want to validate our data set as per the CD standards or not, so we just using the P21 tool. So that time we need this type of files only required. So those files only compatible for the P21. So for that purpose we generated this XPT files. Okay,
thank you.
So now the aim is to create the supplementary MH data set. So as I said, so we have two extra variables are there in the data. So here the third one and fifth one. So those are not fitted to our main data set, right? So we have to send this information into the supplementary. Any data set, if you see like this scenario, like we have extra variables collected in the raw data set, but as per the implementation guide, only few variables are mapped. So in that cases where we to send our extra variable, so there is a supplementary data set section is there. Okay, so this is a unique for This is a similar for across all the supplementary data set creation, even it is a CM or AE or MH, anything. So supplementary data set process is same. Okay. So I'll show you. So here sub data set. Here you can see the supplementary data set. So these 10 variables we have to include: study ID, R domain, use subject ID, ID var, ID varval, qnam, qlabel, qval, qorigin, and qval. So these 10 variables either required or expected, but there is no permissible. So that we have to include all these 10 variables. Okay. So how to create the supplementary data set? No need to create any separate program for this one. Within the program only we have to write, because whenever the main data set was updated, automatically supplementary also should be updated. Okay. Why we are creating the supplementary? We have two extra variables. That variables are not fitted to the main domain as per the implementation guide, so we are sending those information into your supplementary. So here up to MH2 we have carry forwarding this to extra information. The final data set we have removed, but in the MH2 we have there this information. So once the sequence variable created, what is the data set there? So you can use this as a source data set for the supplementary, because sequence variable has is important for the supplementary. Okay. So MH2 is a source data set for our supplementary data set. Okay. So data sub MH1 set, MH2 is our final the data set, source data set. Why? Because MH2 having these two extra variables as well as the sequence variable also there in the data set. Okay. So then first variable for the supplementary study ID. So we already having the study ID there, so no need to again include it. Okay, study ID there. So next variable is R domain. R domain nothing but what is the supplementary domain you are going to create. So you can mention R domain nothing but, so R domain nothing but domain variable is the R domain. Okay. So here domain variable is there, right? So this is the R domain. So next use subject ID. Use subject ID also there in our main data set. Okay, this is MS2 data. Use subject ID there. Okay, fine. So fourth variables, and here the state variables, right? So study ID, R domain, use subject ID was done. So next variables are here ID var and ID varval, and these three and these two. Okay. So always you can take ID and ID varval like this. So any data set you are doing. So what is the sequence variable we have? So here, what is the sequence variable? MH sequence. You just assign that name to here. So ID var nothing but the particular domain sequence variable. So the sequence variable we can assign to ID varval. The value, so we are assigning the variable. So the var, so we just assign the name of this one. Okay. So for example, if you are creating the CM supplementary, CM sequence and CM sequence variable. Okay. So if you are creating some LB related LB sequence like that, so anything is similar, the sequence variable, so we assign here, and that name you can assign to here. Yeah, tell me what is your doubt.
Yes, I'm just thinking about when we did the ADaM data sets, we had to create the sequence data sets because the supplementary data sets did not have them. So why was it that those we had to, before we transpose the sub data sets, we had to create the sequence data sets because they didn't come with them.
Yes.
So was it a mistake that they didn't create them in the supplementary data set that we used for the ADaMs and data sets, or
no. So this is the standards. Okay. So as per the standard, so as per the supplementary data set structure, we have created the ID and ID varval, and the main data set we have sequence variable.
So whenever it comes to the ADaM, so what we do, so we are going to create one data set. So that time, so to make, common variables are needed as well as a transpose purpose also, we have to create one MH sequence variable in the supplementary, then we can transpose, then only the records transpose perfectly. Okay, so here the sequence variable was assigned to the id varval, because so as per the standard, so id varval must be included in the supplementary data set, so that information should map to the sequence variable. Okay, so as per the CD standard, so whenever it comes to the ADaM level, so for the merge statement, so we need common bivariables are needed. So for that purpose, we created MS sequence variable in the supplementary. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. So the next two variables, these two are also common, Q origin and Q eval. Okay, so Q eval and Q origin nothing but Q eval. If the evaluator is there, so we can mention his name. Otherwise, it is a expected variable, right? So what we do here, so simply we can keep it as a missing. If the evaluator was not presented anywhere, so you can keep it as missing because it is a expected variable. Some of the variable observations missing also fine. Q origin, so where it is coming from. Okay, so it is coming from the CRF, right? So we can mention that the CRF information. Okay, and these are the three main important variable, so always remember. So these are the common and these three. Okay, so which variable, which extra variable is there, so that variable you can mention here. Okay, so here the Q val is, so what is the first extra variable is, for example, MH ongoing. Okay, so MH ongoing is the first extra variable. So MH ongoing. So we are sending this information. MH ongoing is a variable. And what is the label of this one? This is the label as per the CRF. So what is there? So you can give the same. And which variable you are using? Simply this variable, right? So this is the Q now. Okay, just assign like this. And here, so if, so no need to include all the observations. So only the information containing variables you can mention. Now I'd keep only these variables. SUPPMH. Now you can see study ID to subject ID. So this is a sequence variable 1 to 4 and this CRF and evaluator QNAM, QLabel and QVal. Okay, so this is extra information was fitted in this way, but we have one more variable also there. If more than one variable, how to handle? So next thing is, so we are going to include this information as well also into the supplementary data set. Okay, so what I do
Sir,
is,
in QNAM,
yeah.
QNAM and QL, why we have assigned same variable?
No, here this we are using the variable name. So which variable you are using, just giving that name.
That name will be in, okay, yes,
So
correct.
here you can see this is the name. Okay, this is the name, and this is a what is it?
Ongoing.
Yeah, ongoing. Okay, so here you can see the Q val nothing but, so this is the value what they are presenting in the data. So this is the,
Yes, and then yeah.
like
Yes, that
here you
means
can see MS sequence and these values like that. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So next we are going to use,
Need to consider only QVal not equal to missing variables only.
Yes, because
Why
this
like that?
variable, having some missing also there. Because in the supplementary, we are expecting the data. Okay, if the data is there, so we can include. Otherwise, no need to include, right? So even the MH2, so some subject we don't have. So why we are going to include this record in the supplementary if it is a missing value? Because our aim is to include the supplementary data set. So we have extra information we are including. So if the extra information also is a missing, so no need to include that information. Okay. So now we are taking into the consideration of second variable. Okay. Second variable cases. So simply we can, so keep all the information and keep it here. Okay. So what is the second variables? These are the common, and QNAM is here. Second variable is MHRL, right? So MHRL here and the label here. Okay, and this was you can put here, and now see, and once done, just sort the data set by use of JID. Okay, SUPPMH one now you can see. So let's running. Yeah, somewhere miss. And here also you can put one output. Here. So one subject is there. So image ongoing and this cell. So this Q label was truncating. So to avoid that one, Q label, simply we can give the length. So what is the Q label? Generally we follow the Q label length is 40. And any variable is truncating, and the Q num. So Q label. So here each and every subject one sequence. For example, first sequence we have ongoing and is the related to this one. So next sequence, okay, next sequence. So like that, sequence number was differenting, and this is the value. Q value is the values, okay. So we can finalize our supplementary data set. So like this way. Okay, just copy this section and paste it here. Okay. So here final underscore sup. So returning to this one, SUPPMH1, and here just apply the attributes as per the implementation guide. So study ID, R domain, use of JID, ID var and ID var, Q num, Q label, Q val, Q origin, and Q val. So these 10 variable. So once we done, so you can mention SUPPMH. Okay. So what is the label we have to give for that one? Supplementary qualifier medical history. Okay. And this was also SUPPMH. And this was also SUPPMH. Okay, so whenever you are creating any supplementary data set, so we just follow this way. Yeah. So your final data set also stored into here, MH and supplementary MH. So if the information is there only, we can create the supplementary, otherwise no need to create the supplementary. So we just understand, okay, first variable was mapped to main data set, third variable, and this variable also mapped, but these two variables extra information collected but not fitted to the main domain. So that is why we created the supplementary data set and send that two information into the supplementary. So whenever it comes to the ADaM, so this supplementary MS was transposed and merged with the main data set to gather all the variables into one data set. Okay. Yeah. So this is a MH and supplementary MH. So supplementary process is same. So and the main data set we are creating in this way. Okay. Yeah, anybody having any doubts, you can ask me one by one.
Sir, while creating this MH, we didn't use that keep where,
Yeah,
like
so
creating
if you don't
backend.
know, so which way, because here most of the variables are permissible.
You very
Yeah,
okay.
permissible.
Yeah, that's
That is why, so I don't know. So if you want, now you get understand what are the variables we are using, right? So because, even
yeah.
supplementary we are using different variables, and here that is why I just copy paste the variable. If you want, you can keep, so these variables as a keep where
As a,
you can use. Okay.
yes, correct.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask because there are few in numbers, we avoided that step. Right?
Yeah.
Please, can you open
Also,
up this? Sorry, are you done?
no, continue.
I was just trying to look at the data set for the supplementary MH. The
Mm-hmm.
very last variable.
Yeah, Q evaluator name. So if any evaluator or investigator was present, so we can mention that variable. Otherwise, we can keep it as missing.
Okay. What about QVAL? The one that has X and N.
Yeah. So this is as per the
X
data. As per the data, X nothing but, so still the subject is going ongoing. So in case N nothing but no is the COVID related COVID-19, no, like that. Okay.
So why not yes and no? Why N and why X and no?
So
that's my
this
question.
is this is I don't know because the data was collected in the format. If you see the raw data set, so still yes, so if the client don't want ask, here you can see the data was collected in that format. So they are giving ongoing X nothing but, so they assume that X nothing but yes. Okay, so relationship no. Okay, so if so we want to convert this X, okay, so we can write one statement here. If MH ongoing equal to X, then MH ongoing equal to Y. Like that also, if the client want to, okay, so I don't want to see the X, so please remove that one in the cases if MH ongo, right? So there it is. The Q now, Q val. If Q val, where it is X. Then Q value equal to, so Y, because yes or no response. So we can write, but we need to take a confirmation. Why? Because as per the data we are representing, but yes, sometimes X is not, the meaningful word. So that is why sometimes the clients may ask you if the X is or anything there. So make it as a Y. So that now you can see this MH supplementary MH. So you can see, okay, so it is not happened. Why? Somewhere we did mistake. Yeah, so here you can see yes and no responses. Okay.
Nice, thank you.
For this
Related
supplementary
to
data
this
set,
MH only,
Yeah.
to the
yeah.
supplementary data set, could you please open that once?
Supplement. Okay.
The table. So here, the ID var val, for some of the subjects, some of the ID var values will be missing because we have removed wherever the
Yeah.
actual data is missing, we have removed those rows. So which is why it is missing. So it is understood. So whoever is using this data downstream, it is understood that it is intentionally removed, right?
Yeah. So here you can see first sequence, second sequence, and fourth sequence having the value. Third sequence we don't have any value. So that is why we remove. Even whenever we transpose and remerging to the main data set, so that time so 1, 2, 4 only we merge, and 3 automatically we are missing. Here you can see this subject having. Okay, so not this. Okay, this only. MH you can see here. So the sequence number, where is the sequence number? Sorry, okay. Yeah, so we are forgot to include the sequence number in this one. Yes. Our domain, not here. Here, use subject, main data set, we missed the use of image term.
Correct.
Here.
In the main data set, we did not include sequence number finally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you can see. So here, this subject have 4 sequence, okay? But supplementary have only 1, 2, 4 only. Because why? Because so the third we don't have, right? So whenever we merge, so 1, 2, 4 only, we are getting the supplementary information. Okay, so MH ongoing MH rel was captured only for this 1 to 4 section only, not 3. Okay, so supplementary, we know the transpose and we merge and we populated exact information. Okay, so that is why. So that time, ADaM time, so we created the image sequence in the supplementary and remerged it to the main data set, right? Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So for this supplementary data set also we need to write specs.
Yeah, so we have, you can see supplementary image. So simple, so what are the derivations? So what is the source? And here you can see, so what are the variables, additional variables we are including? So you can mention like this. What is the Q num, Q label, origin, source, derivation? Okay.
So in one sheet only we are doing what?
No. Here image is the supplementary and supplementary image is separate. Okay.
Different. Yeah.
So here I am showing different Excel sheet for individual data set. But in case sometimes, every tab has one domain. So one domain DM, one domain supplementary, one domain is image like that, so they created. But here for your understanding, I created each and every data set in supplementary Excel sheet. Okay.
Okay, so in practical way, we
All
create
the
all specs.
all the domains in one Excel sheet, different tabs. That's it.
Okay. Regarding this writing specs, I have few doubts.
Yeah.
Right. How to decide the length? Because when I was
So
doing
yes,
this data
so
set
length,
yesterday,
so whenever you start off your programming, always the character variable, you can mention 200
200
and numeric variable
numeric.
you can mention 8. So once everything was done, like programming, validation, checking, and P21, everything was done. So what we do, okay, so we have one length macro is available, so that will taken care of the all the length. For example, one variable is there, okay, so observations are like this: AAA and BBB and CCC. Okay, so what that macro will take, so what is this length? So this is a X variable. So first observation length is around 8. Okay, so second observation length is around 3. Okay, so third observation length is around 4, right? So what that macro will take care, which one having the highest value for this variable, so that variable length is assigned to this variable length. Okay, so that so no truncation was happened, right? So even initially we are giving 208 to all the data set and finalize the process. So at the last moment we apply that macro. That macro will take care each and every variable that will check, and in that variable what is the highest length of observation is there, that variable length.
So it will take, and that length it will assign to the variable length, so that so the data is minimized, the size of the data set is minimized, and so no truncation will happen. That is the process. Okay.
Okay. But now with this macro, I got one more question. That how do we run that macro and it will change in that Excel sheet?
No. It will not change in the Excel sheet. So,
Yeah.
so this is for our understanding purpose. Okay. So this specification is
Yeah.
for programming and understanding. So that time, here you can see 20, 200, they will mention, So this is based upon the previous project. For example, previous project, they use some length in the final. So, our domain anyway, 2 letters are needed. So that is why they mentioned 2. Okay. So so if we don't know that length of the standard variable, simply we can mention 200 or 8. Okay, that is not an issue. Okay, so that is why I'm telling. So we are following this one. If you are starting a new project, if you are already existing project, if you are doing, so already some reference study, anything was done, and that time we mentioned some standard length, so we can take that one. Otherwise, we go for this length. Okay.
Okay.
So after the macro was run, so we need to match that length to our specification file.
Then again, so we have to update all the lengths in our Excel sheet as per the data. Okay.
Okay, so is that macros give something in the log that these variable lengths are these or something like that?
If for example,
how we can map that then?
So there is a one data set was created in the SAS help. Okay. So V table or something like that. Okay, I'll show you V table. V table. So here you can see the raw data set. Okay. And you can see the SAS help data set. Just I am filtering the lib name equal to. So we just now created SDTM hour, right? So in that, so 1 minute, it is filtering. Not this one. There is not this one. V column, I think. V column. Yeah. So in this, I just filter. So here, for example, DM dataset we created. So each and every variable and length also you can see here. Okay. So this is what we created, the dataset and variable names and length here. It was, you can see in the SAS help also, V column, you can see each and every data set, the label, what we give a name, what we give it. So we can, in this way, so whenever the standard macro run, so it will provide you one information, otherwise Excel sheet, it will provide. So we can copy paste the length into our Excel sheet. Okay.
So we can use this one also, right?
This one is what we created the data set, that length name. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So that just I'm showing, if anybody is asking how to figure it out, your all the data set variable names and length, where to find means SAS help. So whenever you run the library, so libname statement, automatically this SAS help V column, so it will find the libname and all the variable names and labels, etc. Properties of the data sets and variables. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shiva, I thought that is obtained from the IG. I thought the ones in the IG should be used.
Which one?
I thought the length that we get from the guide is what we should use for each variable. The length.
So the length statement, the implementation guide not specify any length of any variable. Okay, if any specific, so they mentioned, so we can use that length. Otherwise, so character 200 and numeric 8 only the standards. Okay.
So you're saying that after running that macro, those lengths will be displayed in that V column.
No. Just, just I'm saying, if you want to see your data set properties, you can go and check this one. That same way, the macro, once the macro is executed, so in the same way, so it will pop up, it will show into one Excel sheet. So you can take that Excel sheet length and you can update here. Okay. So just I am showing the SAS here.
Okay, after running the macro, it will one Excel sheet will pop up.
Yes. So in that all the lengths were, so what are the maximum string of the particular variable, it will show. So you can copy from there and you can paste into your specification files. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that macro, the Excel file generated by that macro will display the actual length, not the maximum. Like 208, no.
Yeah.
What is the actual maximum length of the column? Like it is 150, it will display 150, right?
Exactly. Why? Because so that step we can done at the last stage, because everything was done, database link, every checkup was done, so we can apply that one. So that so what happened, so size of the data set will reduce, and so whenever we go to the submission also, so they will see why you are applying 200 if it is having only this less length. So to avoid that discussion, just we can apply the standard macro before going to the submission. So meanwhile, so we can follow the 208. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So one more question. For selecting site ID, we always use site number from raw data set.
Yes, side name, because so here the data was giving something was like this. Okay, so this is a site number 105 site. This is a subject number, but in the subnum, so they mix up the site number along with this one. So that is why we take it. But all the raw data sets are in the same form. If you go to some other client, so they will give you a 001 in a separate variable. But here, so they mix up. That is why we extracted the 001 from here. That is why we use the substar. Okay. All the raw data sets of the same project, so they follow the same thing. Okay.
Or maybe sometimes they will give site ID as a separate variable itself.
Yes, so some other clients or other projects they might be. Okay. But here, that is why just carefully watch. So this is not internal, they will give some subject number. So this is a actual subject number, but it mix up with the site ID. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it won't be there in any other format, no? Because
this,
like with experience, that it is the thing.
So
But
yes,
for us,
so
it
first
will
time everybody confused, So even I have seen so many projects. That is why I know this is the site ID, this is the subject ID. But first time even the so everybody confused. So that time definitely you can ask your senior folks. Otherwise, you can refer the recent project of the same client. So how they handle. So you will get an idea about that particular variable. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
And one more thing.
Yeah, 1 minute. I know the figures, so I just, have checking. So this will take some time. So I'll, definitely get it, So next tomorrow class we'll start with that figure. After that only we'll start the CM class. Today only this class. Tomorrow I'll, start up that figure, third figure, and then we'll finish up our CM and supplementary CM in tomorrow's class. Yeah, tell me your doubt.
So we have access to the other project files also.
No, here you can see whenever you are doing some project, so first your manager or your client will provide you that folder access. But whenever they feel reference projects also needed for your reference, so they will provide you access for those folder also if you raise the access. Otherwise, so with one folder within subfolders are there. So the client will give you the access to the main folder. Automatically that related subfolders also you will get the access. Okay.
Sir, and also in this we are applying no format option, right? No format error. But still we are getting that note
So
format.
because still so this is our actual raw data set I just taken from my company. So there we are using the genuine SAS version. So here we are using pirated one. So that is why still we are applying the format errors we remove, but still that note will get. So due to some So encoding issues are there. So no issues. The data won't be changed. So because some formatted were not loaded. Okay, that's it. So no issues. That was not impacting our any programming. Okay.
Okay. And also, when I'm running the programs, not only this one, but previously also, I saw some host warning or note message like that.
Yeah.
It is because of my
Yeah.
computer.
No. This is a pirated one SAS. So we are using that one. Okay, so that is the issue. Otherwise, so that is not error or warning. So if it is error or warning, so that time you be careful. If it is a note, so that they will just indicating. Okay, so we are using some other SAS and not licensed one. So that is why some notes will appear in our SAS. Okay, so we are in learning, right? If you are using the licensed SAS, so these notes you won't see anywhere. Okay.
Okay. And also, did you saw anything on the comments that question somebody raised, right? Right and left that variable if we want to give it.
No, can you repeat that question? I'm not.
I don't know.
In the WhatsApp group, they mentioned that question, or
I don't know. You said him to post it in the WhatsApp group.
yeah.
I don't know whether
So
he
yes,
posted it or not.
yes. I'll recheck the message yesterday. So I just went outside. So I'll recheck my messages and and if the question is yeah. So if it is useful to everybody, so definitely I'll discuss in the class. Okay.
Okay. And also, what is meant by this disposition events?
So disposition nothing but whether the status of the subject, like so whether the subject is screen or whether the subject is randomized, whether the subject is completed or discontinued, that type of information. So we included in the disposition data. How the history related information was the key, we are including the medical history, the subject status in the project. So they are including the disposition. Okay. Yeah, so if you want, I just prepare one sheet for the disposition. Okay, so in the last topic, so I'll show you the disposition data set as well if you want. Okay, yeah, so anything, any doubts you have, just let me know so that so this is PPT. Okay, so I just make a PPT to understanding of the data set. If you, because so this is much enough. Still, you are expecting something. I am ready to share that information as well, because so you are going to include only 2 plus 3 plus, so this content is much more enough to explain to the interview and to survive in the industry. But still, if you are having any doubt, so please clear that doubt. Okay, so disposition, you are getting some doubt, so I'll give a presentation about the disposition in the last classes, so that you will get a clear idea. Okay.
Okay. And also in your schedule, I think in previous schedule, not this recently modified schedule, I saw some phases or something that
That is
burden.
so you can read by yourself. What are the clinical trial phases? I think you already know that question. So that is why I just remove phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. So that question, it is not, so not relevant, so that is, you already learn your base and advanced as introduction itself, right? So that is why I just, remove that questions. Okay. So which are useful, I definitely, share that information. Okay.
Siva, would we have time to look at interview questions, possibly?
Yeah, here you can see the one session is dedicatedly allotted interview question and validations. Okay, so that type I'll share all the questions and explain you. Okay, even I will take a mock interview. So once your preparation was done. Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you. So on the CEBS AEN, sorry, back to the schedule, please. I know we've done ADaM and we're doing SDTM now. So on the bottom, after resumes, on line 33. Yeah, what are those? No, 33.
Yeah.
Yes. What are those CEVS again? Is it something else that we've not?
No. VS to this. C versus C. Okay, so this is not VS. Okay, versus.
Okay.
So what is the difference between the clinical event and adverse event? So that one question is there. So versus, not VS. Okay. So already DS is there here, right? So okay. So this DS we can discuss. Okay. Okay. This is C versus, not VS. C versus E. Yeah.
You can make it lowercase versus, and then you can make it lowercase and use the full name.
Okay. Yeah.
And also, I saw somewhere LOCF, WOLF are average.
Yeah, here you
course.
can see in the visit windowing concept that D type and visit window concept that to LOCF and WOCF will come. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Why do some companies insist that we know Unix and Windows? Which what is the difference between Unix?
So Unix
SAS
is a command based, So here this Windows is a this is little bit friendly nature, so we can easily understand. But Unix we have to write some syntaxes like so coding. So whenever you want to execute some SAS programming, you need to give some command, then only it will execute in the Unix environment. But so previously 5 to 10 years back, so most of the times we use Unix, but now everybody using Windows SAS and SAS Studio only, not Unix. So few companies, few projects only they used Unix, even I don't know, but they are also migrating to this Windows SAS and SAS Studio. Okay, so coding based SAS environment they are using nowadays. So no issues if they specifically want to use Unix. If you don't know the Unix, so they will give you training on that one, because coding is everything same, but the running of the SAS, execution of the SAS programming is in a different in the Unix. And here we are running directly click on the submit button. There we have to write one statement like CD or something, run the SAS like that, statement we have to pass in the Unix environment, then only the programming will execute. So anybody is asking, in my previous organization, we use Windows SAS only, okay? Because we are using Windows SAS now, right? So you can tell. So if they want to be, used you people as a Unix environment, so they will train you on that Unix, okay?
But I see that Windows and SAS Studio is exactly the same thing. The only difference is that SAS Studio is
SAS
in the cloud,
Studio and
right?
Windows SAS, most of the things are same, but little bit variation like while executing by lib name statement. So that you can easily learn from the YouTube videos also. Okay, so not major issue. 90% of the same Windows SAS and SAS Studio. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And I saw something like macro about decimal or something in your schedule previously.
Decimal. Okay. Decimal.
What is meant by that decimal macro or something?
So here, so that time, what, the DM programming of table. So we are, controlling the decimals, right? Standard deviations and, so minimum, maximum. So that we are doing manually. So there is a macro is there. So that macro, if you are using, so that will automatically control that macro. So standard deviation up to 2 decimals, minimum, maximum, no decimal, like that. So some macros are available. So that is what just want already shown in previous batch, I think. So the decimal macro related information. So if you want, I'll show that decimal macro also. But so the macro is not understanding. So but so just for your understanding, if anybody asks you, can you please tell me some standard macros in your company? So that time you will tell one decimal macro, one XPT macro. So XPT also we are using this one. So this also one macro is there. So if you use that macro, automatically it will convert your data set into the XPT. So because some companies have macro, some companies don't have. So even this supplementary, all the supplementary, we have one macro. If you are calling that macro and giving that variable name, automatically it will take and create the supplementary. But you have to learn the scratch programming, then only you can understand the macro types of programming. Okay.
Right.
But is there somewhere we can actually brush up on our, because some of us learn macro during the base SAS training. Is there any way we can brush up our knowledge in macro?
Yeah. So macro standard macros are, so different from customized macros. So because they are, prepared as standard macros, so they want to, use across all the therapeutic areas, all studies of the client. So they prepared in such a way. So if you are, so all the possible conditions and all the possible ways they have included in the standard macro. So once they finalize it is a global macro, so no such errors or warnings should be they are expecting. Okay, so if any bug is there, so that will impact all the projects, right? So that is why, so if you want to create any macro, you can customize it in your program and you can use. But global macros, they will train you. So 1 or 10 days they will train you. Otherwise, any new macro will come, they will take one session and train you how to use that macro. Okay, but so they are not forcefully telling that you have to use that macro, because that is up to your choice. You can use that macro, otherwise you can write the scratch programming also, nobody will question you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I have some other meeting, so we'll meet you tomorrow. Tomorrow also the class is there, so we'll meet up and we'll discuss. Okay. Yeah, thank you everybody, have a nice day. So thanks for attending the extra class. Bye everybody. So I'll try to cover all the topics by today. So if anything was, so pending, so I'll take a next class, take the sessions in tomorrow's class. Okay.
Shivagaru, can you please share 13th day class code and yesterday's class code also?
One thing, right? So 14 and yesterday's. Okay. So yeah, thank you. Okay. After that one, we'll for the plan. So TUTR and this one, right?
OCF and WOCF.
Okay. Under D type itself, so you'll get LOCF and WOCF. Okay. So this is the Pinnacle, right? So for example,
It's fine.
so what happened whenever the project start, that time which version following throughout the study, so maximum the client will follow the same standards. Okay, so if any recent study was started, 6 months back, 1 year back, that time what is the latest version is there, so everybody follow that one throughout the study. Long back, so that time 3.2, so 3. Not much difference. So some variables they added, some variables they removed, etc., like that. Okay, so but most of the 90% of similar. So even if you are following the standards, you have to open the implementation again and you have to follow the same thing, because now here you can see, so we are going to validate the SDTM dataset. That time here you can see select the SDTM, so that will take 3.3 related standards, otherwise it will take the 3.2. So and directly we can't upload all SDTM datasets into this folder, so we have to convert them into XPT format. Okay, so online tools are available, otherwise you can write a code to XPT format files like this. These files are not able to open by double click, so this only compatible to the Pinnacle 21 tool. Okay, once finalize all your SAS data set, so it is 1-2 line course also there to XPT format. Okay. Okay. Next, here you can see if any Medra version or anything you can add, otherwise optional. So this, so here this is the report. Okay, so there is 4 tabs: dataset summary, issue summary, details, and rules. Standards are not. Okay, whether really that error or warning there in the programming, so you can update your code, and again we are running the Pinnacle 21. Okay, so here
So all the data set. So this, so if you can clear, so then and check the updates. Okay, whether they are following the CD standards or not. Okay. So this is the Pinnacle 21 report. So even the same thing we have to done for ADaM also. So and we can will check only the CD standard, but okay. So this is the one method.
I mean, how to ask?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
tell me.
False positive observations can we find with this validator?
No, because so we have to run proc compare method. Proc compare nothing but so one more method like so parallel programming. You can call it as parallel. So final data set is SDTM.DM data set I am creating. Okay. So what happened? So the validator. So validator also using the same specification file, and he create the v underscore dm. Okay. So v underscore dm he will create. Then so validator will write the proc compare method. So base equal to so my data set and compare equal to so the validator data set. Okay. So like this, he will write and check if his observations and my observation. So that time only he conclude that okay. So we are writing independent programming. So we are not seeing each other code, right? So we are following one specification file and we are writing the code. And he also generated one data set and validator also generated one data set. The validated data set should come exactly match with the developer data set. So that means so both the data sets are fine. Okay. So this is a one method. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Shivagar. But one of the interviewer asked me about a false positive variables or observations, not observations, variables all created by Pinnacle 21.
So created by Pinnacle 21.
I mean, if there are false positive variables, I think.
Exactly, false past. So actually the Pinnacle 21 just now I shown you. So if the observations are there, some variables are there, so it will check that only. So it will not check whether the for example, an observation is there. For example, EX. So EX. Okay. So race, for example, race is there. In that.
Sorry, false positive errors. Sorry.
False positive errors.
Errors, yeah.
So which means it is not, even the data set having some errors in the sense, just so you can check the errors. So within the domain errors only it will check. Okay. So sometimes, it will cross check also this data set, so some dates also there. So it will cross check. Okay. So that time, for example, RFSTDT is there in this one and any some other date is there. So that is, for example, history date is there, that is prior to the treatment or after the treatment is there. So it will catch up those type of errors also. It will cross check the data sets as well. Okay. So it will check, cross check and cross check errors also it will find. But within the data set, if any observation related, for example, one subject having the race Asian, instead of Asian it will populated as some Hispanic. So it will not consider that type of errors because this will check observations are there, variables are there, variable observations are followed the CD standards or not. It will check in that way. Also it will check cross checking with the DM and CM, DM and AE, like that also it will cross check the Pinnacle 21. But so the data check, for example, some specification writing by validator, some specification, some coding write by the developer. Okay, the both are stick to one specification file and writing their code. So he will find out, validator will find out if any mismatches within the data, because he is writing independent program, he is writing independent program. So final data set should match means
So they are following one rule, and both the writing the right code only, then only the data set should match. Otherwise, it won't match, right? So even if the validator and developer confusing with any variable and mismatches are getting, so they are not satisfied with their reason, so they will connect with the stars or third person for review of both the data sets. Okay. So what you telling? So cross-checking errors it will find out, but within the data, so any observation related mismatches, so it will Pinnacle 21 won't find. Okay. So that is why
See,
we
we are
use, yeah.
okay.
That is why we are using
There are
compare method as well.
okay.
Okay. So this is a
What is
Pinnacle
this proc CDISC?
where prox is. Even proc CDISC is a method. Actually, we are not using anywhere. So if anybody is asking, even I am not using anywhere the proc CDISC. So we are using the Pinnacle 21 and other tools only for maintaining the CD standards. I don't know which client is using proc CDISC. So I also heard, but I haven't used in my clients anywhere. Okay.
Okay. I have seen in internet like
Internet you
this
can check,
question.
but I haven't used the procedure proc CDISC anywhere. Okay.
Okay. Okay. If in interview,
You
if they
can tell.
ask
You can tell
simply,
because simply interviewer testing your transparency. So if you are not aware of any procedure, simply you can tell I am not aware of this procedure, because if you are mentioning 2 to 3 years, hardly you can see few projects and few methods. Okay, so if you are putting so many things in your resume, so that will go to the negative way, right? So even in my 10 years of experience, I have seen some procedures I haven't used some procedures. Okay, so I haven't used some efficacy procedure. If they are asking question on me, so I am not also able to answer because I haven't used the procedure. So some programmers stick only oncology projects. So they are not aware of the other methods which are used for other therapeutic areas. Okay, so some other programmers are simply working on ADAM and TLF. So they are not aware of the SDTM process. So some programmers are stick to only SDTM. So they don't know how to develop the ADAM and TLFs. Okay, so if you don't know anything, simply you can tell. So I haven't get a chance to work on that type of process. So if you given him a chance, so I can ready. So I learn and do that one. Like that way, you can convince to the interviewer. Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
And how can we validate this ASERF and specification
So
files?
that is manual only. So manually we can check, because so there is no tools or nothing. So one programmer is annotated, another programmer is validator by looking, so same process, how the developer is created. So the same way the validator also think and he can validate. Okay.
Okay.
So what are the documents refer to annotation? So same document he will refer and check. So there is no other method to checking. Okay, so manual method only we are checking. Okay, so next define.xml. So define.xml how to create? So we have to first create the specification file, standard specification file. So we have created a specification file of SDTM. So that is not standard, just programmatical purpose we created that one. So here, so we have to create the standard specification file to create the define.xml page. So in this also XPT files you can upload. Okay, so after that one, as per the 3.2, just create that one specification file. It will take 1 minute. File was created, open specification file. So here to write here, the comment section you have to write. So how to derive that variable, study ID, how to derive and etc. All the derivations you have to mention here. So which CRF page the variable you consider. So what is the origin, any code list we are using, it is a producer variable, so which method you are using, etc. So what are the variable related information, all you can fill. Okay, so this activity mainly done, everything was completed, which means so even SDTM ADaM and TLFs completed, reviewed, and everything fine. Even Pinnacle 21 tool run, everything run. So before submission, so 1 week or 2 weeks are there. So that time define package will start. So everything was standardized in that way, right? So even data cut off there. So everything was locked, right? So we have to write neatly how to derive this variable and what is the origin of the variable, which page number you consider, so etc. we have to fill. So 2 to 3 programmers are taken, divide their domain, and so they will write neatly, and 2 to 3 programmers are cross checked whether they entered the right information or not. Okay, so any value, level, tab, where class, so if anything data, so you can mention, otherwise so no need to delete the any tab, because if you are deleting, so it was not going to accept by the so Pinnacle 21. So any dictionaries you are using, you can mention the meta dictionary and who did dictionary and the name. Any code list are using, any where class are using, so you can write everything here. Otherwise, so no need to mention anything, so no need to delete anything, only variable and the derivation you can write, and you can save into our folder. So for example here, so here I am saving, so in the XPT folder only I am saving. Okay, here I am saving the this one, right, define.xml file. So after that one, just now here generate define, so you can that what are the specification file you saved, so you can browse that specification file to this place and generate the define.xml. So it will open like this XML format. So here you can see, so study ID we given XX, right? So like that, you can see, so each and every domain, so you can see so what are the, derivation you write in, so it will populate here. So everything like length and etc. origin. So what are the information we mentioned there, so it will automatically populated in this way. So everybody can access and everybody can see this XML file. Even the client want to see any variable, anything, so you can easily access this XML file, and you can click on the hyperlinks and open the pages and open the dataset and check. Okay, so this is also whenever we go to any submission, that time define.xml and Pinnacle 21 report also we have to create. Okay,
So Pinnacle 21 activity, we can done every submission, but the define.xml, the final submission. So if a study is going on internal submissions, so that time also Pinnacle 21 we are running and checking the errors warning. That define that package only whenever we go to USFD or any other regulatory submission, that time we have to create this define package. Okay. So next.
Hello, what is case report tabulation?
Case report tabulation. So where you had this one?
CRT.
So CRT, nowadays CRT was not there. ADRG, SDRG they are creating some. So what you said, so that is applicable to I think few clients. I don't know the exact CRT derivation, but I'll check if any information is available, so I'll share with you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So next. So here what is the pending defined at Pinnacle on run. So if you want your resumes or etc. So I have placed in last class folder. So here you can see so some videos so YouTube link is there. So this is my YouTube channel. So you can find so many topics there also apart from our study. So any topics are there. So you can also watch and learn that because this is one therapeutic area. So I covered other therapeutic area. Any important topics are there. So that will also include in my YouTube channel. So you can go and watch that one. So if you need some paid videos, so ask Balu. So there is another folder is there in our drive. So you can ask YouTube paid videos. So you can watch free. Okay. So ask Balu to provide that folder access as well. And so interview questions. So all CVs here I mentioned. So you can pick and prepare your resume. And here all the books is some PDF books I provided you. So you can go through that one. So some ADaM spec and some defined art and some interview questions here you can see. So these are the standard ones. So from company I just placed it you for your reference. So these are the around 1 or 3 questions are there with question and answers. So you can go through these questions as well. And next some macro related question and some resumes also I mentioned here. So with this information, so easily you can crack the interview. So with my training, the YouTube channel link and interview question and answers. So this is much enough to crack any interview. So even 4+, 5+ candidates also reading all this stuff, so he can also easily answer all questions. Okay, even the interview people also around 60 to 70% the candidate is performing, that's fine. So they are not expecting any 100%. Okay, so I'll provide you one more project also for your reference. So this is a neurology study, so you can practice this one. So all codes, raw data sets, SDTM ADaM, everything there in project 2. So along with our project you can project this one also. Okay, so next the LOCF concept. So LOCF concepts was not present in all studies. Okay, so few studies, few SAPs mentioned. So if any observation was missing, so the starts was telling so to take the observation from the previous one. Okay, so that time the method is called LOCF. So if you are missing value there, so if you are imputed the value, worst value, so that time we can call it as WOCF. Here you can see. So here the fifth line, systolic BP eval was missing. Okay, so missing values. So the starts was considered. Okay, so this value is missing. So why can't we take the above value to replace this value?
So if your start suggested to apply the LOCF method, so last observation carry forward. So that time we have to take the last observation and populated these missing places. So that time the D type derivation type variable we have to populate LOCF. So this LOCF nothing but, so this record we are populating the above value. Okay. So next WOCF cases. WOCF cases, for example, here the missing value there. So in this one, post baseline. So apart from the baseline, week 1, week 2, week 3. So these are 130, 138, 135, right? So which one having the highest value or lowest value? So this parameter, which value is highest or lowest is the worst. So here systolic BP, highest value is the worst value. So we can take it. It's, the starts mentioned which parameter has take the worst value as high value, which parameter has take the worst value as low value. Okay. So 138 you have to pick and you have to replace the missing places. That time what we have to populate it as WOCF. Okay. So I'll provide you this codes also if you want. So those are a bit complex. So if you want, you can work out those codes as well. Even the Google also, you can find the LOCF, WOCF, so many codes. Okay. So how to get the last value to missing value. But the concept is clear, right? So whenever we are replacing the above value, so that time LOCF is populated for D type. So whenever the worst value you have to take and replace with the missing value, so that time D type is WOCF. Okay. So this is the LOCF and WOCF concept. So this is not applicable to all studies. Sometimes it will be missing. So the starts was telling don't need to input anything. Please keep it as a missing only. Most of the studies because we are not changing any data. But some imputation rule, some studies the required information needs and do for analysis. That time this was happening. So this was so they are suggested to use LOCF or WOCF method. Okay. So next visit windowing concept. Here is the cursor. Yeah. Yeah, tell me. Somebody is asking something. No. So visit windowing.
Your voice is not audible. Shivaru.
Okay. Hello.
Now it is okay.
Now it is. Some maybe network issue is there. So sometimes the network is going down. So anyway, the recording is there, right? So you can watch the recording. So still having any doubts, you can reach out to me. Okay. So now here visit windowing concept. So for example, this is a vital signs data. Okay. So visit equal to screening, visit 1, visit 2, visit 3, visit 4 like that. Okay. So ADY we are creating visit eval equal to we are creating eval and visit y. Okay. So visit type nothing but so one visit. Okay. So character visit. So visit type. So what is this variable visit type? So they given one. Okay. So this is not useful. So these are the variables generally we use whenever we are populating visit windowing concept. Okay. So I'll show you what are the variable. So this is a target day they will mention in the SAP. Okay. So day 1, day 4, day 8, day 12, 16 and 20. So they will give some target day. Okay. So they will give some target day in the SAP. Okay. So based upon this target day, so we have to write the code. Okay. So here you can see target day AW target 0, 7, 14 because so 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week like that so we have to decide the target day. So A is in there. So target day we mentioned and lower value, higher value. So we have to create by using this step. SAP they mentioned clearly. So what is the lower value? What is the higher value? 7 is there. So 1 to 9. 14 is there. So 10 to 1. So week 1, week 2, week 3 like that So we created the target day data set. Okay. So this is the data set which we created by using SAP. Okay. So after that one, this data set we are going to merge with our main data set. Okay. So 1 minute please. So here we have to merge with that data set with our data set. Okay. So once we merge with that targeted data set with our data set, so we have to calculate the difference. Okay, here how the difference is calculated. So here you can check. So this is a visit information. So this is a visit eval and visit type and ADY and a visit 10, right? So here WT target, low, high and difference. So how the difference was calculated? So ADY minus AWT target. So AWT target is there, right? So ADY minus AWT target. Okay, so AWT target. So ADY minus ADW target. So we will get the values. Okay, so in this value, so we have to sort which one is the closest value. For example, so one visit, if you have a multiple record, so which value we need to take for uh, consideration of analysis. So we have to sort the data set, and in the data set, so at the final data set, okay, final value, so descending value, this is the final, right? So this value. Thanks for watching video. If you like the content and want to be enrolled in the real-time project training, please visit our great online training website and we will inform you once the batch was started. Thank you so much.